Please switch off your mobile phones. Please welcome Sebastian Turner, founder of the Falling Walls Foundation.
Good morning, everybody. We are very happy to welcome you at the 11th Falling Walls meeting. It's our 7th Falling Walls venture meeting, and we are happy to welcome you in this new building. Let me just highlight the location that we are at. 30 years ago, it would have been extremely deadly to be located here. This was the east, where we are, and if you cross the street, you can see it even in the surface of the street. There was the wall, and then the river, and behind there was the west, and to be here was extremely deadly if you do not happen to be a soldier. So 30 years later, this new building, named for the future, is a beautiful place to look for breakthroughs, and this is what we are going to do in the meeting today and in the conference tomorrow. For the first time, again, in one building, we have 3 competitions that we are having. This is, as you hopefully know, the competition on ventures. If you are more interested in young academics or in science communication engagement, you don't have to leave the building, you just have to leave the room and can have a look at the other presentations. It will be documented, live streamed and taped, so you can get it if you wish to stay with us here, which is a very good decision because you will see outstanding science-based startups from all over the world. It's 27 nominees, and they have the harshest and strictest review system behind them that you can think of. It's our 7th year, as I indicated in the beginning. We had 2 sources of recruiting. We had academic institutions, and we had investment companies. And the experience after a brief time was that no review system was more radical and more quality driving than the ones of the academic institutions. There is no startup on stage today that is not endorsed by an academic institution, being an outstanding company with outstanding people. So if you happen to be among the nominees, I can tell you, you are a winner, although the competition hasn't started yet. And I can tell you, if you happen to be an investor, it's not only the winners. Many, depending upon your field, many of those deserve your attention and your dollars, euros, whatever you're investing. This is what I just described. You do see the Charité over there. There it is, behind the tracks. So this is the location. It has changed a bit for good, and I guess it gives you an idea what the overall setting is. Today we have more than 60 countries involved in this competition, and we hope in the breaks that you mingle and identify all the other talent and get inspirations from there. For the first time, we have a joint ceremony for the award winners, not only of Venture, but of Falling Walls Engage and Falling Walls Lab as well. You are invited to join. It's tonight in this building, very easy, don't have to leave. And that will be, I guess, another highlight in our program. To identify these startups, we did not only ask universities for endorsements, we have a review board. I guess there is a picture. No, let me show this first. This is the map of our enterprise, so to say. As you can see, the different flags indicate either where participants and companies come from or where we had events. The red spots, for instance, indicate where our junior academics passed a test. 92 qualifying events did take place over the past year around the world, the red spots, and now you are in the white spot in Berlin for the finals. If I may just add this little detail, the whole Falling Walls meetings get better and better due to ideas, contributions, thoughts of our partners. And if you have an idea, if you wish to join, to contribute, to share an idea, host an event, let us know. There are people around from Falling Walls. You can identify them easily and talk to us. The advisory board, if you can have a look at them, please. Here they are. Eckhard Franzke is serving in this role for 7 years, assisted by a couple of outstanding people who helped to really review and get to the detail and make the best out of the short time. Then we have a jury. We just had a pre-meeting, outstanding people from around the globe, very diverse qualifications, and I can assure you, you will get tough questions and good judgments. The jury chairman, again, is Stefan von Holzbrink. Thank you, Stefan. You are serving for the 7th time. Stefan is the ideal blend of being a science person and an investor. In both fields, he is highly successful, and for 7 years, he has now made sure that the quality is improving. Thank you for that. This is the jury. You can see all of them, you can meet them, and actually one of the big benefits of this meeting is if you happen to be in a startup company that is science-based, you can talk to these people, get advice, get a relationship, no matter what is taking place besides that. The Falling Walls meetings, the Falling Walls Venture competition, they are all made possible by numerous partners. It's not only the contribution of the jury members who contribute their time, but it's foundations, the German state, the state of Berlin, many companies and foundations who help. And in this particular case, I would like to say welcome to Böhringer Ingelheim, which is represented in the jury as well, and to the Senate of Berlin, who made today's meeting possible. Finally, let me introduce our moderator. It's Ann-Kathrin Koppens, and to ease to address her, it's AC. Sounds like a rock star, great. And she is a rock star, so AC, please take over and make this day happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Have a nice day. Let me take the microphone for the next one. Hello, everybody. Hello, startups. Hello, jury. And hello, everybody looking at us in the live stream. There is a camera here. So, hello to the world. My name is indeed AC Koppens, and I am your MC. You know, it's just AC, MC. And I'm also the CTO, Chief Time Officer, and I'm fastidious about time, so you will have fun with me today. So when I'm not here on stage, I'm actually a marketing strategist for creative companies innovating in technology also. So that's probably the reason why I was invited to come here today. So I will accompany you, and we will see, because today is Falling Walls Venture, the start of Falling Walls 2019, 2 days of mind-blowing, and I would say wall-blowing events and ideas. Falling Walls Ventures is an international platform for outstanding, yes, it's you, science-based startups and their academic and businesses environment. It's an exciting day. We have, as Sebastian said, 28 startups from 17 countries, which pitch in 3 sessions. Sorry, I'm French. And how it's going to work, I'm going to tell you in a second. So we have 2 more Falling Wall formats running today parallelly. We have Falling Walls Lab and Falling Walls Engage. Falling Walls Lab has 100 emerging scientists who are pitching in the room next to us, above this wall. You can break it later on, we will see. So, Falling Walls Engage has 20 of the world's most successful science engagement projects, and they are presenting downstairs in the Futurium Lab. And you, dear guests, you may have the chance to experience all 3 formats. But we have a little respect request. Don't move the room when people are pitching. So be kind, respectful, quiet. We have some hosts in front of each door, and they will tell you if there is room or not, and if it's the moment to get in or not. Okay? So, before we enter the pitch mode, I'd like to give you a little bit more background about Falling Walls Venture. And I'd like to invite Stefan von Holzbrink up on stage. He's the chairman of the Falling Walls Venture jury, the most important person in the room. No, the most important person in the room are the startups, exactly. Stefan, please, take the microphone. You're welcome. Okay, so you are the CEO of Holzbrink Publishing Group. For those who don't know, it's a very active company in a wide range of sectors, from academic publishing, education, funding innovative startups and tech companies, so the perfect mix for us. Stefan, you are also then an entrepreneur yourself, even if Holzbrink is actually not a startup anymore. But in what ways do you work with startups?
I think we work on startups in 3 ways. I think the one way is, I would say, opportunistically, and what you typically expect from a venture capital fund with Holzbrink Ventures, where we just look about great business ideas, and that's it. The other one is more tactically, so we associate us with other funds so that we get a wide screen, especially in the areas of science and education, which is our core drive for growth in the group. And those should look at the world, and so there are 2 funds in the United States, 2 in Germany and 1 in Asia. And then we do, and that's where I dedicate most of my time with, is of our startups in the science communication area. So we want to figure out what are the best ways of scientists to communicate, how do we improve the science and research process, and in the end, maybe we will crack the nut and trying to figure out where is the next big scientific breakthrough being made.
So this sounds great because, as you might know, where science meets business. That's the slogan of Falling Walls Venture. And all startups in this room, you are coming out of university and you're taking the next big step, the big leap out of the academic lab into the real world, well, at least the world of business. So, Stefan, with your experience as a jury chair, what have you learned about the specifics of science-based startups? What makes them special?
I think over the last 7 years, I think the biggest news is that many of you in the room and what's going out there's way more funding in the science field, which is a really good signal. So whereas the internet was very much concentrated and VC money was concentrated on the consumer internet, there's way more room for you here. And overall for science in the world, which I think is a very good signal, because the consumer internet only goes so far, but this one here tries to improve the world. This is the one point. The second point, coming with that, of course, there are more experts and better mentors to help startups to being guided through the way from the idea to the execution. Mm-hmm. So I think there's an enormous amount of professionalism that has come to it. So what we see now in the pitches, I think they have been getting better every year. And whereas in the beginning, when you present it here, would you have a chance to be funded later on? Well, so maybe 50-50. And now I think the last years what we have seen, there was after having come here, there was really also a big push later on for your own endeavors. So that's actually what I would say.
No, this is fantastic. It means that you get here feedback from the business side and interdisciplinary exchange, and that's where programs like Falling Walls Venture are actually coming into the picture. Speaking about today's program and the pitches, there are 3 clusters we're going to explore together. It will be healthcare, then engineering of the future, and then sustainability, so all three very massive and important sectors for our future. The jury, which you had, will first award one winner per cluster, and one of these three will be selected as the main winner and be awarded with the Falling Wall Science Startup of the Year 2019. So, Stefan, what is the jury looking for? What are actually the evaluation criteria for the startups?
Of course, I mean, we have the ones like we look at innovation, is the idea new, the execution, the presentation, and the impact on the world. I mean, these are the four, and you know about that quite well. But I think if I take it on a higher level, I think it's really that's the one idea, and the world doesn't lack ideas. Yeah, I think there are 3.6 million papers being published in science every year. So 3.6 million new ideas come up somewhere. So it's less about the idea; it's more about how you really crack the nut. Yeah, and not trying to crack too many nuts at once, but this one, and that's what we're looking for. So we will see how you crack it, and that has a lot to do with your focus and your energy and your expertise, because Max Planck said the insight has to precede the application. And if you look at the jury members, we will check very much. Have you really understood the nuts that you want to crack that comes from an idea from all angles?
Tell me more, because I was not at the jury briefing this morning. I had to be to the startup briefing, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any little secret? You know, like what is the perfect pitch, just between us?
What is the perfect pitch?
Yes.
I think, I think that I mean, I think we haven't discussed the perfect pitch amongst ourselves because we want to be surprised by you. But looking back, it's always, I think, you come from many different areas in the world, and I think the ways of presenting differ, but you can be sure that from wherever you are, you will always find a level playing field. I know this. I'm from Germany. English is not my native language. We have many.
Me
from
neither. Yes.
So it's not a secret, but the truth is here it's a level playing field, and so we absolutely don't know who is going to win.
Well, that's good. That's good. Thank you very much, Stefan. And you're not alone in the jury, so I'm going to present you together with all the jury members. So you may come back to your seat because you're going to play the game with them too. Yes, we're going to have a little game with the jury. Don't be afraid. It's going to be short and nice and kind. First, there's a slide where you can see all the women and men who will evaluate your pitch. Dear jury members, please stand up just for a second and say hello so that you can see where they're exactly located and how they look like. Don't sit down. I'm not ready with you. Okay, yes, say hello. This is fine. So don't sit down and let's play a little game. So we want to know more about your background. So who of you is a scientist? Please raise your hand. Where are the scientists? Yes. Well, yes, you may. If you were, you may. Okay. So who of you is working in the academic world? Okay, higher the hands. We want everybody to know. Then, who of you represents a corporate? Yes, okay, so this is good. And who is investing in startups? Okay, so you see. Who of you has founding a company? 2 companies. 3 companies. Okay, so, and from these 2 companies, are they still existing? Yes, okay, well, here, come on. So I think we have the right jury. Thank you very much for playing the game with me. Remember these faces. Think when you're pitching, you may look at them, but it's not helping because you just look at them. Think you have an audience and convince us all. So, what's happening today? We're going to the core now, to the nut. 28 leading academic institutions present their best new science-based companies to our distinguished jury who awards the Falling Wall Science Startup of the Year. Now, startups, where are you? Raise your hands. Okay, so I have to say, yes, you are everywhere. This is wonderful. So it will be all eyes and camera on you. Universities from all around the globe have submitted their nominations here for this competition. It means you have been selected. It means your companies and your ideas stood out. So really, first of it, congratulations to all of you. So you are 28 startups from all around the world, and let's do a little last game with you, with all the audience. So we have, you see, they are all over the place, and we're going to guess who is coming, who has the furthest way to come to Berlin. So, who is for San Francisco? Raise your hands. I know you're scientists, you can calculate. The planet is round, you know what I mean? It's a globe, so bear that in mind. So, who is for San Francisco? Furthest? One person. Okay. Who is for Tokyo? 3. Okay. Who is for Santiago de Chile? Well, okay, what's that? Okay, 2. Oh, okay, it's probably you, right? Are you coming from Santiago? Yeah, okay, so yeah, good. Who is for Brisbane? You're shy. It's only 3 people. Okay, who is for Melbourne? Okay, you won. The majority won. Melbourne with 15,963 kilometers, just a little bit more than Brisbane with 15,670. So if you calculate, I can't calculate in English, so I'm not going to do this. Okay, so how do pitches work? This is going to be more easy to calculate. All startups were endorsed by a nominating university. First, the institution representative will come on stage and has 1 minute, not more, to explain why they have nominated this startup and why they should win. Let's make this fun. So then the startup is coming on stage and they have 5 minutes super sharp. I'm the CTO, I'm going to come on stage, and the countdown clock will be visible to the audience and to you startups in front of you, so you cannot miss it. If you miss it, I'm there. So, for nominating institutions, we're very kind with you. We're not going to bother you during the minute. We're just going to bother you in case you go over the minute, right? For the startups, we're going to bother you. With 4:30, there will be a little sound to tell you you have 30 seconds left. Can we have the sound, please? Yes, it means you have to go on, right? And at 5 minutes sharp, this is the end of your last sentence and word, because we will have this sound. That's it. Knocking at heaven's door, and we will go on with Q&As. Then I will come on stage, join you, and I will moderate with you 4 minutes of Q&A, not more. So I will interrupt in case it's going too long, because we have a very tight timing, and I'm the CTO. So for the Q&As, there are also rules. We're a bit Germanized here. So the rules are, we have questions, right? They are on the seats. So if, in case you want to ask something, a host with a microphone will come to you. I know there is also an exclamation sign. It means it's for remarks, but we prefer questions. If you have a remark, you'd better be an expert and have a really good remark. Then I will take it. Otherwise, just leave it. You know, the experts are on stage. So I think we're ready to go, right? Did I forget anything? No. So, wonderful. Let's start with the first session, officially opening first round of startups pitching for healthcare. And this first round of pitches focus on breaking the walls of healthcare. We will see how the next wave of medical startups is unlocking the knowledge in research labs around the world and helping us improve everyday quality of life to battle rare conditions, there are more of them, and tackle global health problems. So I'm really looking forward. Startups, you're going to save the world, make it right. You go.
Please welcome Jean-Luc Mouillet, CNRS.
Good morning. My name is Jean-Luc Mouillet. I'm with the French National Center for Scientific Research. At the CNRS, we create about 100 startups every year. And today, we are very pleased to present you with a very special one called Sensum. Sensum is involved in next-generation medical devices. Sensum has everything we like in a startup project. First, a great technology which is backed on strong patents coming from prestigious labs. Second, products which do address real markets in a very scalable ways, addressing different segments in the medical field. Third, a scalable business model. And fourth, a great team, which was assembled by its founder and CEO, Franz Bozack. It's rare when we have a scientist who's also a great CEO. Here, we have an exceptional one. And by the way, did I mention he was German? I guess that's our French way to contributing to falling walls in European science. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of stroke treatment. Franz Bozack, Sensome.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. This is a real honor and pleasure to be here, and I guess we'll start off the session. So, to understand why and what we are doing at Sensome, I'd like to start with a little story of Susan, who was out the other night at Prenzlauer Berg, and suddenly her face was drooping, her arm was lagging, and when she was trying to call for help, her friends wouldn't understand her. They knew what was to do and called an ambulance because she was having a stroke. She was rushed to Charité Hospital just next door, where they have access to the most modern and most effective treatment for treating ischemic stroke, mechanical thrombectomy, a new class of devices that allows you to go into the arteries and get the clot out. So the physician on call went in and pulled out the clot. And just a few days later, she was walking home. For Sophie, just a few hours later, a very similar series of events happened. Same hospital, just a few hours later, same physician. And when the physician went into the artery to get the clot out, this is what happened. So he had to go back in, try again, try once more, switch to a different device. Finally, after much struggle, he got the clot out. Sophie, too, will go home, but she might be requiring assistance for the rest of her life. Did you catch the difference? What was it? It's so tiny, you couldn't actually see it. It's the color of the clot, its biological composition. One clot was red, the other one was, we're a French company, rosé. Now, the same way you couldn't see it, the physician can't see it either. And so he has to use a trial and error approach, trying to get out the clot, which succeeds only in 1 out of 3 cases. Until today. We at Sensome have developed the device Clotilde, a new probe that integrates perfectly with the current workflow of the physician, where we bring color into the picture, facilitating to find the device that gets the clot out on the first try. If the physician gets it out in the first try, it improves patient outcome, it reduces the risk of the treatment and mortality, it reduces in-hospital cost and the burden of stroke on society. How are we doing it? Well, we've been developing the smallest impedance meter in the world. So the big box that you see up there, we've been boiling it down and putting it at the tip of a probe with the whole accuracy of an impedance meter inside the artery. We are measuring the electrical resistance of the tissue, sending the signal to a machine learning algorithm that then allows us to differentiate different types of clots and identify them. After more than 9 million euros raised, our multidisciplinary team of 18 individuals is currently preparing the first clinical trial for our device to start next year. We are then anticipating to go onto the market by 2022 with this device. But be aware, for Sensome, Clotilde is really only the beginning. We want to work with the large strategics of this world to integrate our technology into their devices because they are in need of innovation to stay ahead of their competition, so that then they can bring this to patients, while Sensome can keep innovating to touch the lives of millions of patients, be it in stroke, cardiovascular disease, or treating cancer. Thank you very much.
You are ahead of time.
There we
This
go.
is incredible. Okay,
More
well,
time
that's
for questions.
fantastic. Yes. No. Well, no. Okay, so let's go for questions. Take your sign. Raise your hand. Yes, we have a first question here. If you can please bring the microphone. Thank you.
So Frank Kalkmann from BI Venture Fund. I didn't got exactly how the technology works. Do you need to just touch the clock, or do you need to go through? And how long does it take to do the measurement? And can you use your device also as a guiding wire to introduce the clotting device?
Yes. So that's exactly the case. So you need to only touch the tissue. That's in general for all applications. We only need to touch it. It's basically instant. We have a constant refresh rate that is at the level of about a second from taking the measurement to displaying it. So the measurement is faster than that. And the guide wire is so thank you very much for using the word guide wire. So it is a guide wire that actually serves as the platform to bring the other devices in. That's why I said it is perfectly integrated with the workflow that the physician has today already. So he has nothing to change. He just gets on the same devices that he's already using more information.
Thank you very much. Next, okay. Let's take this one as second question, and then you as third question.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the competition? Because there are other approaches that are a little bit more advanced than what you compared your technology to.
So I mean, it's always, you cannot say you don't have competition, right? There is, of course, always the daily practice, and what that is happening is that there is, of course, today there is an image that is taken before. So this image, they are trying to use this image to determine the nature of the clot, but they are not succeeding. Right now, what they have been succeeding, and which is only in very specialized centers, is to identify one clot type, which is the very red one, which makes sense due to the technology that is used.
So I meant other approaches, other devices, how you could remove it.
Other devices. So we are not a removal device, just to be clear on that one. The devices that are used to remove the clots are on the one hand so-called stent retrievers, which is what you saw, these stent-like structures to grab the clot. And on the other hand, you have so-called aspiration catheters. So these are basically catheters with which you suck the clot out of the artery. Those are the two big categories of devices that are used, and there is a whole range of them. And right now, the physician basically has to guess what he will start with.
Let's take very quickly the third question.
Okay, just two very, very quick questions. One, what fraction of ischemic stroke right now is treated with thrombectomy? Because you can use drugs as well, right? Another set of problems, but those are the current options. And secondly, very quickly, does the Clotilde device have exactly the same mechanical properties of a guide wire? Its talkability, how far can it go, features?
Okay.
So it would be probably the first question only. I'm sorry, it's only one question, and we are over time. Yes, please.
Okay, the second one, okay. Yes. The first one is stroke. So ischemic stroke today, the potential for this technology is to address about a third of all ischemic strokes. So we're talking about millions of patients here. The mechanical thrombectomy is basically on the verge of replacing the drug approach. I know Boehringer Ingelheim is here in the room, so I mean it's a bit more complicated than that, but that's just the basis. And today, unfortunately, because this is a very new technology that has been developing over the last 5 years, we're only at less than 10% that are actually treated today that could be treated out of these.
Thank you very much. I hope you had your answers to your question. I'm sorry the time is over. I'm going to be fair to everybody, 4 minutes. Thank you very much, Franz.
Please welcome Marvin Lee, A-star.
Guten Morgen. Despite the commoditization of genetics, there still exist real gaps in implementing it in a clinical setting, even in a developed country like Singapore. Now, by addressing these gaps for both the patients as well as the providers, Nala Genetics has actually set herself apart from the other genetics companies. Now, Nala in Sanskrit refers to the trunk of the tree, and it signifies genetics, which is essential for life, rooted in good science and good for the community. Now, what is especially powerful about Nala genetics is its ability, it's not just its sound understanding of the power, but also the dangers and hence the responsibility associated with according someone his or her own genetic information. And that's especially critical in pharmacogenomics. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you Nala Genetics, a personalized prescription and dosing company from the Singapore's Agency for Science, Technology and Research, A*STAR. My name is Marvin, I'm from A*STAR, and please give it up to Levi from Nala Genetics.
Breaking the wall of trial and error prescription. Levana Sani, Nala Genetics.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Levi, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Nala Genetics, and we are here to break the walls of trial and error of prescription. We started this company because we know people like Eddie. Eddie is your typical cardiovascular patient. He was recommended for PCI and stenting. After his surgery, his physician also gave him dual antiplatelet therapy, following current guidelines. However, after the surgery, he was rushed back to the emergency room due to stent thrombosis, probably because his dosing was inaccurate. Now, stent thrombosis is a common adverse drug reaction in cardiovascular, but adverse drug reactions can also manifest in different ways, particularly those that can harm also your loved ones, like my grandfather and my co-founder's dad. Unfortunately, the three of them are not the only ones. We found that 1 out of 10 hospital admissions are caused by adverse drug reactions, even in developed countries such as US, UK, and Singapore. It is the 4th leading cause of death in the US, killing more people than diabetes and car accidents. And it really is no surprise because when you zoom out of the hospital systems, 50% of prescriptions are errors. That means your chance of getting the right prescription is almost no better than flipping a coin. But really the saddest part in all of this is that we actually have a chance to intervene. Almost up to 70% of adverse drug reactions have positive or significant genetic associations, which means that we could have tested the patient first and used that genetic information to personalize his prescription or dosing. Now, this practice is called pharmacogenetics testing. It has been done in many places in developed countries, but where we came from in Southeast Asia, it's not part of daily clinical practice yet. So we spoke to a lot of physicians and tried to understand why this is the case, and a lot of them really complain about us in 2 main things. Number 1, that current testing is expensive, and number 2, it is unproven. And when we dig a little deeper about what expensive really means, there really is this disconnect between the patient's perceived benefit of pharmacogenomics testing and therefore the willingness to pay for such services. And when they say it's unproven, it's really because the clinical recommendations and biomarkers that are traditionally found in Caucasian populations may not be so effective to their local populations. And so when we sought out to solve this problem, we knew that the solution is not going to be just another genetic testing service. What we came up with is Nala PGX Suite. It is an end-to-end pharmacogenomics platform that helps physicians and providers to personalize prescription and care for their patients easily and effectively. Most importantly, it helps them understand the local population of care. And the reason why we understand that is because Nala PGX Suite has 3 components. A clinical genetic testing kit that is designed in-house can be used modularly, allowing 3 to 5 times cheaper prices than the current alternatives. The second part is that we help physicians' willingness to pay because we give added services through our web and mobile apps to allow them to actually visualize and track their progress to ensure that their personalized prescription is actually working for them. And the third part is the clinical decision support system that helps physicians to choose alternative therapy, calculate dosing based on their genetic profiles, and also understand what has worked previously in their population of care. And the best thing in all of this is that the more data that flows into the system, the better the recommendation will be. Nala PGX Suite is currently being piloted in leading teaching hospitals in Singapore and Indonesia. We are currently recruiting 1,000 patients in breast cancer, psychiatry, and preemptive screening. And next year, we are commercially launching in March 2020 with 2,000 patients in Southeast Asia. But we understand that work is only beginning, and that is why we're here. We hope that you guys will join us in our efforts to break the walls of trial and error and hopefully make adverse drug reactions and low prescription efficacy a thing of the past. Thank you so much.
I think you're so afraid to listen to this. But I was like rushing it before the 30 seconds are over. This is wonderful. Okay, so we can start with the Q&As. You know the rules now a little bit more. It's not only the jury, everyone can ask, but the juries, we have the same. Yes, I know. This time we will start with, we'll start with you. Ladies first, come on.
Hello, thanks a lot for the presentation. What about liabilities? What is, if you're making a mistake, an error, so?
Yeah. So our team is a team of geneticists and also data scientists. None of us, we have advisors in medical communities, but none of us are actually medical degrees. And the reason why I say that is because all the recommendations that we give are based on the current standards and practices. We curate thousands of scientific publications, guidelines, and best practices from around the world and tell these people, these physicians, there's already a black box warning from FDA, EMA, and all these drugs. All they have to do is implement it. So that's our first MVP, is essentially to curate all these evidences, present it to the physicians, and make sure that they take into consideration when they're actually doing the follow-up action. In the future, as we get more and more data from the populations and institutions that we're working with, these recommendations again come as recommendations. All of the physicians' follow-up action will be, at the end of the day, the hands of the physicians, and that's why we work very closely with providers and hospitals to do that.
Thank you. Next question.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
So,
unlike glucose 6-phosphate deficiency, which
Yeah.
has a well-known sort of a genetic correlate,
Yes.
not all adverse drug reactions have those. So on the basis of what are you drawing up a person's profile?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when we looked at all the biomarkers and all the adverse drug reactions currently happening in the world, we actually developed an algorithm that considers the clinical guidelines, scientific relevance, and local relevance in their population to score all the biomarkers in the world. Currently, there's about 3,000 and 8,000, depending on the level of scientific evidence. Based on that, we developed a panel and then make sure that the panel is cost-effective for a certain indication of use. And the only panels that we are actually developing are those that have clear guidelines, so CPIC, or Consortium for Pharmacogenomics Implementation. There's DPWG and FDA and EMA. Those that have significant guidelines and associations, we present it. All the other ones that have lagging scientific evidence, we will help them boost up as more data comes in and talk with regulators and also providers that we work with to show, hey, this has been proven in your local population. You can actually implement it based on these scientific evidences. Again, it is up to the doctors after to do that.
Yes. Please.
What kind of clinical data do you have already to show especially the health economic advantage of using your app, and especially was this head-to-head to standard of care?
Yeah.
And what is the status of your regulatory approval?
Yes, so we have done a study to first understand the actual problem, so adverse drug reaction, because not a lot of people are talking about it. We did a study in Singapore General Hospital, surveying about 1,000 patients to see that adverse drug reactions actually cause 8% of hospital admissions. Based on the same study, we calculated the claims and cost of actually the burden of adverse drug reactions, and the cost is about $158 Singapore dollars to actually make it cost effective in that specific population, and that is the price target that we're looking to do. And also in terms of the clinical data that we're currently gathering, the data that we're getting for breast cancer, psychiatry, and preemptive testing currently are still ongoing, but the outcomes that we're looking for essentially is to see, for example, in tamoxifen, whether or not people who are poor metabolizers for this gene called CYP2D6 can actually take a different drug or 40 milligrams of tamoxifen to be able for them to have the same level of efficacy in their body based on the metabolite levels. So that data is currently ongoing. There's the two other endpoints that I can also talk to you about if you're interested after the doc. It can be a little bit long. But yeah, those are the studies that were currently ongoing in Indonesia and Singapore.
Wonderful, perfect timing. No, sorry, it was 4 minutes. I'm sorry, I have to be fair. I would love to hear more questions, but you have to hurry up. You know, if you want not only these three questions all day long, You have to go on. Okay, thank you very much. You can put the little thing here. And for those who was very attentive, you notice we jumped one startup. They're a little bit ill and they could not come. I say hello in case they are online and watch us. Dino Cardia, get well soon. And we go on with the fourth, which is now the third startup.
Please welcome Richard Orban, University of Oxford.
Hello, so I'm Richard Orban. I'm a licensing and ventures manager in Oxford. What I do during my day job is I make the University of Oxford's inventions a reality. So, Albus Health were nominated because as participants in the Oxford Biodesign Programme, they've taken a needs-based approach to innovation. They had to undertake a process of needs analysis, ideation, tech development, and validation before spinning out from university. So between 2016 and now, we have a team that have transitioned from being strangers to a deep tech company with market validation in just 3 years. And why I think they should win this competition is because based on my experience of the Oxford ecosystem, which has created more than 200 companies and 2 billion investment, this is unprecedented. Strangers do not build tech companies, they get purchase orders in less than 3 years. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of asthma suffering. Mikesh Udani, Albus Health.
Hello, everyone. As you might have noticed from the audio recording, unfortunately, Mikesh couldn't make it due to unexpected personal circumstances. But on his place, my name's William. I'm the co-founder and medical director of Albus Health, and I'm very excited to speak to you today about our mission to break down the wall of asthma suffering. And asthma is one of the most common respiratory conditions worldwide, with more than 300 million adults and children suffering from it. And of these, more than 150 million suffer at least one potentially life-threatening asthma attack where they struggle to breathe, while some suffer more than 6. And these lead to hundreds of thousands of hospital admissions and emergency room visits, costing in the order of billions across Europe, America, and of course beyond, with the global prevalence of asthma rapidly increasing, set to become more than 400 million in the next 6 years. So despite spending this much money, why are people still going through such devastation? And the core of the problem is the failure to identify early warning signs. And this was all too clear from my own experiences working as a doctor in the emergency room, frustratingly clear when people had been getting worse, sometimes for days, sometimes even weeks, without quite realizing the severity. And this is shown by the National Review of Asthma Deaths in the UK, which found that in almost half of people who died due to asthma attacks, they died before the ambulance had time to arrive. That's the scale of late recognition that goes on. There are existing and emerging solutions, but they simply do not work. On one hand, you have various different breathing tests that you blow into each day. On the other, symptom diaries, apps, smartphone add-ons. But they all rely on patients changing their behavior, remembering to do something every day for a chronic condition. And even when they do use it, it's often subjective and limited by technique, which is a particular problem for the millions of children and the elderly who suffer from asthma. And this isn't just a problem in asthma clinical care, but also a significant one in clinical and pharmaceutical research, where there is a lack of objective and reliable tools to evidence new treatment studies. Our solution at Albus Health completely overcomes these limitations, comprising 3 elements: monitoring, assessment, and intervention. First of all, we've developed a home monitoring device, a bedside device that's fully non-contact and automated, that will capture symptoms and signs relating to your condition for as long as required without you having to do anything. This is then combined with information from the clinicians, with the environment, into machine learning algorithms that assess a personalized baseline for each individual and detect subtle changes that may not be perceived. And when the risk is significant, it can be fed back to the patient, to the carers, to the clinicians, in order to prevent the severe attack from happening. And our market entry strategy directly aligns with these 3 stages of development. First of all, the monitoring device we've developed, Albus Home RD research device, is targeted in a B2B model for pharmaceutical and clinical research trials in order to improve the efficiency and yield of clinical trials, and not just for asthma, but across the spectrum of respiratory conditions. Our second product would then incorporate the clinical assessment package into the monitoring, and this would be in a B2B2C model for starting with parents of children with asthma, who are always reporting the frustrations and the fears they have when their child is struggling to really breathe at home. And finally, adding in the clinical intervention element would allow reducing of preventable healthcare visits and costs to the benefit of large insurance providers, healthcare providers, systems, and of course, ultimately the patient as well. In the 2 years since we incorporated as a company and 3 years since the university, we started with this mission, but have had significant traction. We have built a fantastic multidisciplinary team with leading technical expertise, as well as world-leading clinical opinion leaders in respiratory medicine and research, and commercial expertise of those who've entered the healthcare market and have scaled successfully. We've been very fortunate to receive the support and funding from many organizations, some of which are shown here, including competitively awarded grant funding and private investments. And we're also very excited to share that in the past few months, we've received our first client order from one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the respiratory space to use our monitoring devices in one of their clinical studies. And we've come together with diverse skills, but with a unified mission of breaking down this wall of asthma suffering, and to help build a world where no one needs to be hospitalized for asthma, let alone die from it. Thank you very much.
Very good. Very good job, because the clock started a little bit later. I was already like counting the seconds. Okay, you go. Wonderful. We can start with the question right now. Wow, now you know the games. 1, 2, and 3. We will start with the lady in blue here, please. Here, thank you very much. One question, let's go.
I'm Gitte from Bosch Venture. Just a quick question. Could you explain a little bit better the technology behind the bedside device? What is actually, what the measurements are taking? What are you doing with the measurements? How robust is it? False positives and the like.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
So first of all, the benefit of the program was that we were able to focus on the criteria of the technology before we actually chose the modality. And that for us, that has to be completely non-contact passive, and so we chose a wireless sensor modality as well as acoustic sensors that sit on the bedside, and these capture 3 categories of information. On one hand are signs relating to the patient themselves, such as their respiratory rate, as well as respiratory symptoms such as coughing and wheezing. The wireless sensors are able to capture this as the body makes tiny movements when you breathe, and through signal processing algorithms, we're able to calculate the respiratory rate from that. The second category are sensors relating to the immediate environment, so things such as the room temperature, humidity, and particulate matter that may be relevant for different people in terms of their asthma risk, and finally for the wider environmental factors that can influence a person's predictive asthma control going forward. And this is all combined into the predictive algorithms that create the personalized baseline.
The second question was here. Yes, you. Thank you very much.
Hi, very pragmatic question, practical. Let's say it's a bedside device. How would it kind of dissect or discriminate between multiple people sleeping in one room? And then what's, let's say, for someone having asthma during the day? So would you need multiple devices split over your whole house in order to detect that?
Yep. So that's a fantastic question. So first of all, in terms of the former, it's basically a technical engineering problem. And actually, the benefit is that you can the sensors are able to differentiate the strength of the signal and the location between different people, and allows you to actually focus on information from a particular person rather than other people. And in our assessment and validation studies, we have tested in people with multiple, and sometimes in children, even 3 different people, for example. In terms of the latter, what about the daytime? So the real importance of the nighttime is that actually it's a time where it's been shown in many studies where important signs show up before the significant decline. And actually, for example, even if you monitor in the nighttime in the preceding days, you can capture the signs that will relate to the overall asthma condition as well. And we're currently, in our ongoing clinical studies, we're also assessing the relationship between the daytime symptoms and nighttime symptoms in order to confirm this. But there have been previous studies that are showing the importance of the nighttime symptoms already.
Thank you. The third question was here, just in the front. Can we have the microphone? Thank you.
Yes, I have a question about your phase 2 or phase 3, the product. You just mentioned is a wearable device or just a device on the table?
So it's completely non-cut. It's a tabletop device, and we deliberately made that decision because through our user research, we found that actually a lot of people were finding wearables inconvenient. They were also forgetting to charge them, wear them, and particularly in children, we found that a lot of them didn't want to stand out or be different to their peers. And so the most reliable way of always being able to capture information longitudinally, we decided was a completely non-contact and plug-and-play device that you keep in the home.
So you just mentioned the intervention. So that means the smartphone apps have some alert, then there is an invention, this kind of things, the procedure?
So if I understood correctly, do you mean how is the alert?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So there can be many different ways for the alert to be fed back. So that can include, of course, smartphone apps, computers, cloud interfaces, but it can also be through the device in future, as well as through direct links to services or healthcare systems, if that is helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The 4 minutes are over. This is a fantastic timing. I mean, I should skip the CTO. You can put the device here.
Thank you.
Please welcome Karina Gorganova, Skolkovo Institute of Science and Technology.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here at this stage. Skolkovo Institute of Science and Technology is a young and ambitious institute. We are building new type of university at the surroundings of the Moscow, and we are not afraid of challenges. Several years ago, we established the proof of concept funding for early stage projects. And this gave us a lot of information about our research and our potential business. This project, which you will see right now, is new ambitions and based on very deep science and technology. My pleasure to introduce you the full professor and CEO with a bright team who study the microvolt of our cells and who will make available the new technology for diagnostic the cancer. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of miscommunication between cells and humans. Dmitry Gorin, Tetraquant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to tell you about miscommunication problems. Miscommunication is a very important problem, and everyone can meet with such type of problems in his life. And sometimes miscommunications leads to loss, money, partner, even health. But we can easily to solve this problem just by sending messages or making a call. But our cell can also send messages to each other, but in the form of exosomes. Exosomes are nanoparticles that produced by both normal and pathological, for example, cancer cell. And we should be able to read such type of messages. This knowledge can help us to understand the transfer from normal to pathological state of human body. And we need to isolate and analyze exosomes, not only for early diagnosis of cancer, neuro, and cardio diseases, but also for evaluation of treatment efficiency. And the oncology is the second most common cause of death in the world. And ovarian cancer is an extremely aggressive type of cancer. Unfortunately, we can detect ovarian cancer only for 24% of patients at the early first stage. And only at this stage, we can treat these persons at the early stage at the high efficiency. And the problem of diagnosis of ovarian cancer is an extremely important task. And our solution is based on combination of particles and devices. The surface of our particles is modified by special molecules that can able to capture the exosomes produced by cancer cell. And then we apply microfluidic systems for isolation of particles with captured cancer exosomes from exosomes produced by normal cell. And such type of photonics tools as Raman fluorescence spectroscopy give us opportunity for identification and analysis of exosome. And if you found our particles with captured exosomes, this is a means that we have made early diagnosis of ovarian cancer. The early diagnosis of ovarian cancer is a relatively small part of global market, but we can extend our approach to other cancer diseases. And our customers are clinics. And we have only in Russia more than 26,000 clinical labs. Each performs millions of tests. And we are going to suggest new one. And Skoltech has already invested money to our project. And we plan to raise the number of investment for next stage. And for make cancer exosomes being captured, we have fantastic interdisciplinary team specialized in physics, chemistry, biology, and medicine. And our team has experience working in the best universities, clinics, and research institute of the world, including such type of countries as the USA, UK, Switzerland, and Germany. And we are looking for partners who can help us to save millions of lives. Thank you for your attention.
Last year we were listening to this all the time. And okay, well, good, fantastic. Let's go for questions. One behind you. I think he was before you. 2 and 3. Stefan, you wanted to? Yeah. Let's go if we see we make 4. Let's go.
Hi, where would this test sit in the care pathway? Is it someone in a lab in a hospital, or is it somewhere else?
One of our partner, she is the head of lab. In the same, she is owner one company, and she give us plasma from patient, and we try to evaluate this plasma. And of course, we also are working with cell lines. That is this different cell lines, and these cell lines depends on the receptors that we have. We are working now with HR2 receptor, and we have cell lines with these receptors, with high amount of this receptor and without this receptor for proof of concept. And of course, we are going and we are using now also the plasma from patient.
Next question. Fast and yes, you. I think you were the second one, right? No, sorry, you were the second one. You go. Whoever now.
Just briefly, can you comment on false positives?
It's okay. It's a very good question. Therefore, we should be to check at least 4 molecules. It's a consequently process because we check one receptor, then we check the other receptor, and at least 4 receptor for one nosology like this, and this should be prevent.
Next question.
You write here that you're doing fingerprinting of markers, and there's only 4, not more.
But in reality, it depends on nosology. But related to ovarian cancer, we selected, our colleagues, medical colleagues help us to select 4.
And can you say one sentence about the sensitivity compared to RT-PCR and other methods?
It's difficult questions because now we are going to do this the first stage related to XA2 receptors, and then we go to EPCAM, and now we between this I cannot to say the data about real plasma. Why? Because we are working on the second of molecules. We are not finished to all process.
So Stefan renounced to his questions. It means we still have 1 minute 44. Any question? This is the opportunity. No? Yes. I accord you a second question.
That means you have not worked yet with the blood samples of patients.
We applied this human blood plasma, but just to checking how is working our microfluidic system, and we calculated how many exosomes we have. But in reality, of course, we didn't apply now for real analysis for human blood pressure. Now we are working with culture media from some cell lines.
No other questions? Okay, well then, thank you very much. You can put this on the And I have a little note because for the next startup, we don't have the representative of university, but we have a nice video message, so we're going to play this with the video.
Oh, hello everybody. I'm Marcos Eberlin, professor from the University of Campinas in Brazil. I'm also the supervisor of the Zika Lab. And I'm strongly support Zika Lab to be selected as the Falling Walls Venture Science Startup of the Year 2019, because it brings a very ingenious, simple, efficient solution to a very bad health issue problem in Brazil and throughout the whole world. Solution is simple, innovative, and even better, it can also be easily expanded to the diagnosis of other pathologies. So it's a great technique with great impact throughout the whole world. So good luck, Fabio, good luck, Almas. Cheering very much for you.
Breaking the wall of anomalies caused by Zika, dengue and chikungunya. Almas Taj Avan, Zika Lab.
Hello. Listening? Hello, everyone. Victoria was born in the northeast of Brazil in 2015, and this was the first case that led to many other cases in the northeast of Brazil. The reason why we were shocked, why the parents of Victoria was shocked, that no one was expecting Victoria to be born with this condition called microcephaly, a condition in which the babies, they are born with small heads, actually underdeveloped brains. Researchers, they found out later, after lots of researches, that actually the mother of Victoria, that apparently was completely healthy, was suffering from Zika virus. So the challenge right now is that, okay, there are patients in which Zika virus exists without any symptoms, but yes, there are patients in which there are symptoms. But the problem is that those symptoms, they're very much similar to other two diseases that are also caused by mosquito. And those are chikungunya and dengue. So in the market right now, we don't have a treatment of dengue, Zika, and chikungunya. The symptoms are very much similar. So what happens is that the doctors, they, according to their own knowledge, they recommend tests to diagnose. Can be wrong diagnosis because there are lots of reports on false diagnosis. And then the symptoms, actually, they are treated. So what happens is, okay, this is a problem. We have many unnoticed co-infections as well, because if someone is suffering from Zika and they is diagnosed with Zika, but maybe there is dengue virus as well. So there are so many things, you know, that actually are at the research level. So what we did, we took samples from different patients, you know, blood samples from patients of the dengue, Zika, chikungunya, and also the normal patients, and also patients with the co-infections. The samples, they were already molecularly sequenced, and then we tried to develop a technology by using this equipment that is called mass spectrometry to find the molecular profiles and find the biomarkers, you know, those particles, those molecules that can give the doctors, you know, or the technicians some kind of, you know, perfect identification of exact diagnosis. And after data screening, we found that all those diseases, they were showing very clear, they were separated into very clear groups. So we built this technology in our lab. It's early, fast, precise, and differential, and it can also be used for both, you know, symptomatic and asymptomatic patients. Now, what is important in case of asymptomatic patients? This is the real application of this technology. I'm going to talk about that later. Right now, we are working on big data because this equipment, I mean, we have so many data points that we obtain from, and we are working on big data. and also application of the artificial intelligence with machine learning to help doctors in diagnosis with technicians. The unique selling point of this technology is right now in the market, there are for three different diseases, almost 11 different tests they are available. And all of them, they are actually corresponding to different level of the diseases. So in our technology, it's just one test. The other thing is that in the market, the tests that are available, they require identification after 5 or 6 days of the viral attack. So in our case, with this technology, early diagnosis is also possible. Inside Brazil, right now, the market is 3 billion on this, just this year. This is the market of the patients that came with the symptoms. What about the future market? We are trying to take this test to the next level so that we can have, a screening of the blood donations, the donors, and also to diagnose infected mothers so that the kids, they are not born with the microcephaly, and screening of the semen donors as well, because it's passed through sexual activity as well. Our competitors, they give 8 types of different tests, and in our case, it's just one. And our business model is B2B, and the global market is from Latin America to Asia and Africa. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
We don't need this anymore. So let's go to the questions now so that we can have a little bit more time. 1, 2, 3 for the first ones, and let's see if we have time for a fourth one. Let's go.
Can you tell me about the practicalities of where this test will sit relative to the potential people it will help? So who's going to give a sample, and how long is it going to take to analyze that sample, and where is the impact going to be seen?
Okay, actually, in our case, this test, it can be taken to, as I said, that to the blood donation centers, to the maternity centers, where actually women, especially in the northeast of Brazil, as it's very, very tropical, it's warm, and we have, in 2016 and 17, there were more than hundreds of cases of the newly born kids, with microcephaly, so it's a very big problem. So this test is going to be served there, and definitely they need to be a technician dealing with the mass spectrometry to help the doctors. So this test, sorry, what?
So is it pregnant mothers that will be giving the sample, and if you get a positive result, what will happen?
Actually, it depends. It depends on the type. So if it's so much in the beginning, what happens is that 8 to 13% of the mothers suffering from Zika, their children, their kids, they can suffer from microcephaly. So it is something that, if in the beginning it's early diagnosis, so it means that doctors, they are going to be more paying attention, and also the government agencies as well. Because right now, in Brazil, if someone is born with microcephaly, so it's the responsibility of the government to take care of that baby throughout the life, because that baby is actually in the vegetative state. So because it's the completely undeveloped brain. So this is the question. I hope I answered.
That's okay.
But okay, and the second thing is that if in case the kid is born with microcephaly, or the doctors, they give this diagnosis, is something very complicated, because in Brazil we have still, that kind of thing going between, abortion laws. But there are women, there are mothers who already gave these interviews that if they would knew before that their kid is going to be, born with microcephaly, so maybe they would go for abortion, because they are, the kid cannot stay with itself. Really, he needs someone to be with him.
Thank you very much. Second question, please.
Do you understand the molecular mechanism behind the metabolites you're measuring, or is it like simple correlation you have seen?
Right now, it's simple correlation, but it's really, really direct. It's really, it completely provides you the separation of the groups, 3 groups that actually, in the tests that are already available in the market, we have so many results of the false diagnosis. But this test, all the biomarkers, they are very much separated within different groups. About the next question that you asked about the molecular mechanisms, this is the next thing that we are going to do with the treating with the big data and artificial intelligence. because it's whole new world.
So you're sure about the stability of the metabolites over the disease cycle and in a blood transfusion that it's stably,
Up to now, yes, because we have treated with 50 different samples, 50 samples from Zika, 50 from dengue, 50 from chikungunya, and they're the real samples actually.
You were the third question, yes. Here. Okay, yes, quick one.
This follows up from the other gentleman's question. So the entire basis on which you've determined these profiles is based on only 150 samples, 50 of each?
Yes.
Or is that more than that?
No, 50 of each, and then there were 50, they were the healthy ones. Yes, right now, I mean, this is also 50-50-50, but we are going forward to have partnerships.
I mean, statistically, is that sufficient to make your point?
Right now, I mean, we had made validations with using a statistical analysis. So at this point, yes, but on clinical basis, yes, we need further work with the partnership with the hospitals in Brazil, and we are working on that.
Thank you very much. We are at 4 minutes. Thank you very much for your pitch. And let's go to the next one.
Please welcome Shin Chul Kim, University of Hong Kong.
Guten Morgen. I'm very pleased to be here to share my excitement about one of our spin-off company. We have a 170 spin-off company up and running. When I was asked to select one, I have no difficulties to choose because our company concept is targeting the most critical issue of early detection of cancer. We have a lot of development in the cancer therapies, but if you don't detect early, then it fails. So, critical issue we are targeting. Second one, the technology they are using is ultra-fast, high-speed cameras, which I never heard about it before. So, important target, interesting technologies. Together with that, they have investment from somebody who did a $1 billion exit experience. With that, my last word is that seeing is believing. Let's welcome Kevin from Concept. Thank you very much.
Breaking the wall of biomarkers using extreme imaging. Kevin Sia, Conzeb.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Kevin from Concept, so representing the company to basically tell you our vision of how do we break the wall of biomarkers using these extreme imaging technologies. So the word I just mentioned here is actually referred to the common practice of the biomarker discovery, which could be used for disease diagnosis, treatment monitoring, or drug screening purposes. So why is it a war, and what's wrong with that? So let me just basically do an exercise together here. So if I just tell you, and I ask you right now within seconds, can you tell me how many live dogs and dead bears? Can you tell that? It's quite difficult, because not until you can actually see the entire image itself. But that's even more difficult, because right now we are talking about to screen and look through it, every single images, and many of them. And of course, you would ask, hey, I don't have to actually do an imaging here. All I need to do is to find a markers that could be representative enough to identify the dog here. Yes, that's right. You can see that right here. Every time you will see the dog, you will have a hand in front of that. So yes, based on this prior knowledge of this marker, you would have a chance to detect this dog, but not always. This example pretty much explains the two very important technical limitations of the biomarkers discovery in many applications. The first one is we don't have the imaging technologies that would be fast enough to screen and measure a large number of specimens, especially cells. Second, the use of the biomarkers are chemical specific, but most of the time it could be biased or even misleading. And not to mention the fact that they are very costly and very time consuming to use. And what we are doing here is we try to use the extreme imaging technology, to address this problem. And this extreme imaging technology is 100 times faster than a scientific camera, and which is another 100 times faster than the best cell phone cameras that we're using. And because of that, that allows us to capture millions and millions of images of biological cells within 1 to 2 minutes. And combined with our microfluidic technologies, and that we could actually image
many cells in a single cell precisions and high resolutions. And besides that, we also do not use any chemical labels to image or analyze them. And apart from that, so instead we actually use deep learning methods to create a catalog of the intrinsic features that we extract from the single cells, and that could create an identity for each of the cells. And then you can actually study the properties and the functions of the cells, and that can be done in an automatically manner, an unbiasedly manner, and most importantly is enormously large-scale manner, which is millions and millions of cells. So this actually really creates a great opportunities for us to develop a very versatile platform of cell assays, which is massive, intelligent, and label-free. So we have done several clinical tests and proof of concept experiments to check the utility of these label-free technologies. So, for example, this label-free method is sensitive enough to capture the circulating tumor cells, a very small amount, within millions of mouse blood cells. And also within millions of human blood cells, this label-free method is sensitive and specific enough to differentiate different immune cell types. And the same techniques, being label-free and intelligence, that could sensitively predict the cell's response to the gene-targeted drug treatment. That's actually very exciting opportunities and excitement going on given by these technologies. And we are now having ongoing development and optimizations of the cell assay platforms and the deep learning analytics. So we are particularly focused on using these techniques to do what we call the imaging liquid biopsy for the cancer treatment and monitoring. And we are also working with biomedical laboratories to use this tool to develop what we call the next generation single cell analysis tool, so that you can have a better understanding of the single cell biologies. So there's a lot of areas that we are working on here, and then we could provide instrumentations, assay kits platform, assays, services. And very important is the enormous amount of single-cell image data that we can provide that can accelerate the development and research in biomedicines. And I hope that will convince you that extreme imaging technologies could benefit the biomarkers discovery to identify a live dog and a dead bear in a very cost-effective manner. And thank you very much.
Wonderful. You could put it here. Okay. Questions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right.
Yes. Let's go.
Two questions for you. The first one, I saw your slides, patient slides. You do not have make any comparing with the similar company. You just compare with traditional X-ray, breast X-ray. Do you have any compare with the competitor in the similar technology? The first one. The second one.
No. Just one question.
Okay.
So in terms of the technological comparisons, and I think the closest one could be, the flow cytometers, instrumentations. So what we're doing here is, as I mentioned here, it's actually missing in the current industry is basically this quantitative and intelligent label-free single-cell analysis, because we can actually use this image to understand actually something that I didn't actually talk too much is the biophysical and the mechanical properties of the cells that we can quantify using the deep learning methods. Then you can get this information from a large number of cells. So that is actually give then orthogonal or a new type of dimensions of our single-cell data that is missing in the market.
Thank you. Second question, please.
What is the minimum size of a tumor need to have before you can detect it? Or otherwise ask how many tumor cells need to be shed into the bloodstream that you can detect it?
That's a good question. So we have done some preliminary tests right now, and the sensitivity that we can basically detect in the heterogeneous blood samples is talking about 1 in 100,000 to million cells. So that is pretty much the sort of the preliminary sensitivity that we can get from the millions of images of single cells.
Wonderful. Next question. It was a chain reaction with neighbors, so we can...
The intellectual property is principally around the camera or the analytics?
Mainly for the laser scanning imaging or the camera technologies right now. Yes.
Wow, that's fast-paced. Next one. It was you, right?
Yes. What's the technology readiness level? Are you already on the market, or?
So right now we are actually having this, we just started a clinical trial with the local hospital, particularly using this as an imaging liquid biopsy for the treatment monitoring of lung cancers and also breast cancers. So this is what we are just started.
With how many patients?
So on the order of like hundreds to 500 patients. So this is what we are targeting right now.
What's the business model? How are you going to make money?
Sorry?
What's the business model?
Okay, so particularly the main machines that we are building, it's one of the sort of the main know-how. And on the other hand, we also could provide the services in terms of the cytometry tests. And we also can provide the assay kits that could particularly tailor for different type of applications. So that would be the different strategies that we can do.
You're so fast-paced with these questions in a row. Like, anyone else? We have still 1 minute. Yes, first the gentleman behind you, and then you. Sorry, he was first.
Can you comment a little bit on the competition in the detecting like circulating tumor cells, and then how you judge how representative these tumor cells are for the real tumor, which I think there may be your biggest challenge?
Okay, so what we are doing here is, I mean, if you compare to the standard the circulating tumor cell detections, most of them are relying on the physical captures of single cells. And what we are doing here is try to have a minimal perturbation of the sample. So basically, as raw as the whole blood as sample input, and then flow through our system because of the fact that we can image at a very high throughput. So you can basically screen millions of cells, and from the image analytics, then you can catch the cancer cells through the image processing and deep learning. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, we reached the 4 minutes. We have to skip the last question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Kartikeyan Sivashanmugam, Vellore Institute of Technology.
Vanakkam. Good morning to all and all here. I am representing VIT, which is a fast-growing new and university from India, which is based on the southern side of India, near Chennai. We have recently been conferred with Institute of Eminence. I would like to go with a small verse from Tamil. Amma என்று அழைக்காத உயிரில்லையே அம்மாவை வணங்காத உயர்வில்லையே. This is nothing but not even, every form of life which has come into the world is because of the creator mother, or the one mother who was given birth. And a society has not developed when this society has not taken care of that motherhood. So here, with this verse, I would like to introduce Mr. Arun, who has taken care of the pain of the motherhood and newborn by trying to detect the early detection and the failures which is happening, and to save millions of lives which he has tested. And he will show us the number of people who have tested and how many people he has saved so far in 9 different states of our country, and about 20,000 people he has tested already. With this, I would also recommend that his venture will break down the biggest game changer of motherhood. Welcome, Arun.
Breaking the wall of maternal and newborn mortality. Arun Agarwal, Janitri.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Arun Agarwal, founder of Janitri Innovation. So Janitri itself is a Sanskrit word of mother. And our whole vision, we are actually working with a vision to see a world where no mother and newborn dies during pregnancy, delivery, and post-delivery. So before I started Janitri, I've actually traveled to more than 100 hospitals across India. I've spent a lot of time into the labor ward. I've seen live deliveries. I've seen C-section. And I could able to correlate a lot of challenges when I saw what exactly missing there. So I met a lady in north part of India. She was having the fetal heart rate. She was having the uterine contraction. She moved to the hospital setting, but she go back without the baby. And millions of mother and babies actually going back without that. So if you look at the number, 250,000 mother and 2 million newborn actually dies during delivery or the labor process. Unfortunately, more than 99% of these deaths occur in developing countries like India, Africa, Southeast Asia. So during the intrapartum phase, fetal heart rate and the uterine contraction, these are 2 important parameters to get to know the status of both mother and fetus. But unfortunately, more than 85% of the time, these parameters get monitored inaccurately or ignored because of several reasons. Number one, we don't have the enough skilled staff nurses in our hospitals which can do that in the labor time because they are super busy in their OPD, in their emergency. Number two, we don't have the affordable devices which can do that. So if you go back, if you see that on the top picture, the staff nurse is placing their hand on the abdomen and counting how many times the uterine contractions are coming. On the down picture, you can see that she's monitoring the fetal heart rate using the fetal Doppler, but she really don't have time to do that during the intrapartum phase. The existing device which is available in market, which is called cardiotocography, you can see this picture, it's a big bulky machine. It's not affordable for the developing countries. It comes to more than $2,000. It has two sensors, one is Doppler and one is Toco, has to be placed on the abdomen of a pregnant woman. It's very difficult for the staff nurses to use. Even it's not really comfortable for the mother. And it prints the output in a graphical format, which always required an obstetrician to interpret those graphs. And we have only 50 to 60,000 obstetricians over 30 million births per year, which is even not the population of most of the country. So after validating all these problems, challenging, we thought that what we need is something affordable. We thought we need something very super easy to use. We need something which can give some sort of an alerts based on that data. So that's what the whole solution looks like. So this is a patch-based device. It can be placed on the abdomen of a pregnant woman during the labor phase in the hospital setting. It monitors fetal heart rate, uterine contraction, and maternal heart rate. It wirelessly transmits the data to a mobile app and also gives alert if there's something wrong. So this works on the electrode-based principle. This is not a Doppler, this is not a Toco. This is the surface electrodes which pick up the electrical signal. So we get the fetal ECG, we get the uterine electromyography, we get the maternal ECG, and then we calculate this. It's super easy to use. They just need to peel off the patch. They need to place on the abdomen, and it's monitoring these parameters. And it automatically generates this WHO recommended partograph, which is a decision-making tool. We have already reached in more than 100 hospitals in 9 states in India. More than 25,000 pregnancies has been monitored. More than 2,000 referrals has been done based on that pyramid of healthcare setting. Business model-wise, currently we are selling this to the hospital because hospital is our customer. The obstetrician, our key opinion leader or the influencer. We have identified this based on the government hospital, what they need, 1 to 5 bedded hospital, what they need, 5 to 10 bedded hospital, what they need, because they can also take our patches, can do multiple monitoring. All the data can be transferred to a centralized monitoring. So hospital is our customer, clinics is our customer, obstetrician is our customer. We are doing a lot of pilots with the foundation like UNICEF, other foundation to make sure it reaches to the low resource healthcare setting. Thank you. Let's innovate for saving life at birth. Thank you.
I was born 2 months too early, so but I made it. Okay, so let's go to the questions. This time, you're the first one, Stefan, then we'll have 2 and 3 and 4.
Fascinating invention. How does it compare with the success rate with the other monitoring systems?
Okay, so we have done the clinical trials, which is a comparison study on that. So we have placed the patch, at the same time we have placed the Doppler and Toco. We have done the comparison study, and it is as accurate as the CTG machine.
Okay, 2.
You've shown a lot of different customers. Where do you focus right now?
So we are just focusing on the hospitals right now, which is the sort of a dedicated maternity hospital in India. Those are our customer.
Okay, 3.
How exactly are you measuring fetal ECG? How do you separate it from the mother's ECG?
Okay. So if you see that there are 5 electrodes which is going to be placed here, and every electrode picking up that electrical signal. So based on the fetal ECG intensity and the voltage, it's completely different from the maternal ECG frequency and voltage. So we are applying a lot of signal processing algorithm, which we have already filed a patents also, and we are differentiating it.
Yes, I think yes.
In your slides, you compare with other competitors, but you use the same technology, the FECG and EMG. What's your tech in the strength? What's your tech advantage compared with the competitor?
Yeah, so if I look at the competitor in US and Europe specifically, if you see the labor ward in US and Europe, it's a 1 CTG per bed. which we don't have in the developing countries. So the competitor actually have made the patch, which is using the existing technology, which is communicating with one display and which is also connected to the CTG machine. So they're using the existing infrastructure to make sure it becomes portable, it becomes patch-based, and they're just only monitoring fetal heart rate and contraction, which is happening already there. There, we even don't have CTG. So our objective is to make sure that we made a very affordable device which can monitor the fetal heart rate and contraction, and the staff nurses do not need to monitor that in every 15 minutes or half an hour.
It was number 4, and then, yes?
What's the definition of affordable? What is the cost for the wearable device, and what is the cost for the analytic device?
So the CTG device, which comes from GE, Philips, and all, costs more than $2,000, and our device is around $600. Yeah.
Both together was a question. Okay. Yes, please?
What's the user feedback? So what do the mothers say about it?
So that's what we are super happy about, because one of the USP is it should be easy to use by the staff nurses, and it should be very comfortable for the mother. And that's a good feedback which we are getting from both the sides.
Next question.
You have had 25,000 trials. How many lives did you save? Do you know?
Yeah. So we are actually on the large trial where we want to prove that how many lives we have saved in terms of maternal mortality and newborn mortality. But what we have done is we have divided that in a small objectives at the moment, which is like how much time we have improved their protocol adherence based on the input, how much time the patient has been referred based on our alerts. So I said you already more than 2,000 patients has been already been referred based on our alerts, and the life has been saved for them.
30 seconds left. I mean, this half can also ask questions sometimes, right? Yes, very, very fast, please.
So it's an inpatient setup. It's not meant to be taken back home, during the last months of pregnancy or so.
At the moment, we are not focusing on that, but we are getting a lot of queries on that, like if we can give this device, now it's become very affordable and portable, whether we can give this in the last phase of the pregnancy in the home monitoring. So the business model, what we are figuring out is a B2B2C in India, because it's obstetrician who need to recommend that. And if they recommend that, they will take it. So we're just trying to start that in very soon.
Wonderful, perfect in time. Thank you very much. Saving lives at Falling Walls Venture.
Please welcome István Régui, Pázmány Péter Catholic University.
Thank you. It's an honor joining such esteemed companies on this stage. We are a small research faculty based in Budapest. We just celebrated our 21st birthday. Our core mission in teaching and research is to bring disciplines together: computer science, engineering, and biology. So we nominated Cytocast because they truly embody this mission, taking a deep understanding of computers and biology, looking forward, identifying and tackling a problem that is really important. It's really exciting for a university to see a research project transform into a startup led by faculty as well as former students, looking and addressing a problem that will so fundamentally shape healthcare in the coming decades: personalized medicine. And with that, I'll let the man explain.
Breaking the wall to personalized medicine. Simone Rizzetto, Cytocast.
Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. I start with the questions for you. Do you know who is this guy? Someone wants to try? No one? Okay, then I will give you the answer. So it's John von Neumann, one of the most brilliant minds of the past centuries. Why am I showing you this picture? For two reasons. Well, the first one is because he's born in Budapest, like our startup. And the second one, because he invented an algorithm, which was called Monte Carlo, and was central for the simulations required for the Manhattan projects. Today, we are using the same algorithms to try to simulate a human cell. Unfortunately, creating a detailed model of a cell is still impossible. That's because a cell functions thanks to an intricate network of interactions, which is impossible to replicate in a computer. But let's have a look at what happened in the past 20 years in biology and in computer science. In 2001, we sequenced for the first time a draft of the human genome. And that required years of research and a lot of efforts for multiple research institutes across the globe. Less than 20 years later, we can look at millions of cells simultaneously, and for each of them, we can sequence their entire genomes in a matter of few days. And also on the computing side, there have been a lot of progresses. We had a lot of new algorithms that could take the data generated from the biology and perform predictions that were not possible before. And with this kind of momentum, it won't take long before we will have the data and the technologies necessary to simulate a more detailed model of a cell. There is another good news, which is that even today, with the right level of approximations, we can perform predictions and simulations that can provide useful information to develop new therapies. So let me show you how Cytocast is revolutionizing drug discovery today. We start from samples obtained from the patients, and we extract molecular information that we integrate with existing knowledge to perform personalized simulations for each patient. And for instance, we can simulate billions of interactions simultaneously for each patient and each sample's data. And we identify molecular structures that are linked to the disease and how these structures vary across patients. For instance, in this example, we identified a structure that was linked with the survival rate of patients affected by liver cancer. And given we are simulating a system, we can also modify the input. For instance, we can add a drug and see how the patients are responding to the therapy. And usually it takes years or months of research, at least for wet labs experiments to perform similar predictions. But with this software, you can do this in a matter of hours. So there have been a lot of other startups, a lot of other companies in recent years trying to integrate different types of data from the biology and perform similar predictions. But most of them were kind of black box methods, where the data goes in and you don't really know how they perform the predictions. With our software, you can simulate the full cascade of events that goes from the input data to the prediction. Therefore, we provide not only a predictions, but a better understanding of the mechanisms that are driving the diseases. So we are still a pre-revenue company. We established Cytocast only a few months ago, but we are planning to make our first sales early next year. And by 2023, we will start testing our solutions for personalized medicine through our partners' hospitals. Our market is the personalized medicine market, which is huge. It's now about $2 trillion, and which is about the same of the GDP of Italy, where it comes from. And differently from that, the market of personalized medicine is expected to grow to almost $3 trillion by 2022. We released a demo recently, so if you are curious to see how our cell simulations look like, you can check our website, access our demo, and explore the results. To conclude, I would like to invite you to join our quest to make personalized medicines possible through the creations of whole cells models. And thank you very much for your time. And let's treat the patients and not the statistics. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
You already, yes, you're the first one, definitely. Second, third, fourth. Absolutely. Okay, let's go.
I have a very tough question about the revenue prediction. You just mentioned in 2023, it's about £4 million. So it's so small. Why you created the startup? The 4 million, revenue. What's your idea about you created this startup? Thank you.
Okay. So we just started this year. So first of all, we need to prove that our simulations, we have like scientific validations of our simulations, but we also want to have a better market fit before we will start to make revenue. And realistically, I'm not sure if we will be able to generate more than 4 million euros revenues by 2023. But if we look at the further outlook of the potential of the applications, then this can be applied to any diseases. And this could generate not just millions, but billions of dollars.
The second question was here? Yes.
I would like to understand where you see yourself in the drug development process. Is it just like somewhere within the funnel, or do you see yourself replacing animal models?
No, so at this stage we are just providing extra information during the research and development stage. But we hope that our solutions will soon be able to reduce at least the risk of failure during clinical trials. And yeah, maybe 10 years from now, we will be able also to replace phase of the clinical trials. That would be amazing.
Wonderful. Third question.
What about the competition in the science field, but also in the startup field? Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so the competition is mostly machine learning. So there are a lot of deep neural networks, algorithms trying to do something similar. But as mentioned before, so machine learnings and AI, deep neural networks, mostly performs kind of correlations, or like it's not very easy to understand how they process the inputs to perform predictions. With our software, we provide the full events that leads from the inputs data to the predictions. Therefore, an expert, like a doctor, can assess how the predictions was made and take a decisions whether they can trust the predictions or not. Yeah.
The fourth question, and the first on that block. Yes.
Yes, yeah. You mentioned something very interesting related to data sources, and one of them is from literature, scientific literature, I assume. How do you deal with usage rights of that literature? Is Cytocast dealing with that, or your customers?
The rights, you mean of the other algorithms we are using, or the data? The data?
That is not yours.
Okay, so there are huge repositories for now that we are using available online for. They have no restrictions for commercial applications, the one that we are using. So we are using this data for now, but we are also looking for partnerships that can provide us proprietary data to further validate our solution. Thank you.
Okay, we have another additional question here.
You claim that you are using personalized data from the individual patient. What is the basis for the personalized data? What are you measuring?
So we take, for instance, proteomics and transcriptomics data from the patients, and we integrate that with all the known protein-protein interactions that we know from the literature.
That's done by you?
Yeah, so we do that, yeah.
A yes, no question in 20 seconds. Anyone in the block to start with? No? Okay.
Okay, thank
Good.
you.
Well then, thank you very much. No, please, yes, the device here. And yes, we're going to go on with a little video.
Hello, everyone at Falling Walls. My name is Bill Wiesler, and I'm the director of the Blavatnik Fund for Innovation at Yale University. Yale is grateful to the Blavatnik Family Foundation for $25 million in grants to Yale that support advancement projects that address major unmet medical needs. Blavatnik also supports cultivation of the next generation of bio-entrepreneurs through a Blavatnik Fellows program. So it's a great honor to be introducing Felix Biotechnology today, a company spun out of Yale that has benefited from both the Blavatnik project funding and the Blavatnik Fellows program. The life-saving phage technology you'll hear about today has received 2 Blavatnik awards, and presenting for Felix today is Natalie Ma, a Blavatnik Fellow at Yale. Natalie brings business acumen and energy to the Felix team, and it's my great pleasure to introduce you to her today.
Breaking the wall of antibiotic resistance. Nathalie Jing Ma, Felix Biotechnology.
And it's an honor to be here today presenting to all of you about Felix Biotechnology and how we are breaking the wall of antibiotic resistance. So this is Paige. She's a cystic fibrosis patient, which means she's constantly battling bacterial infections in her lungs that threaten her life. In 2017, she was admitted to the hospital for a bacterial infection and released a month later, not because she was better, but because all the antibiotics that they gave her failed to cure the infection, and there was nothing else her doctors could do for her. And Paige isn't alone. She's one of millions of people today threatened by antibiotic-resistant infections. In fact, this right here is a prescription I was given that's a second-line therapy for a drug-resistant infection I have right now. And this problem is only going to get worse. In current day, the WHO estimates that roughly 700,000 people die each year from antibiotic-resistant infections. For some context, that's about the same number of people who die each year from gastric cancer. However, in only 30 years, unless we act now, that number is going to be more than 10-fold higher, at 10 million deaths per year. That will be more than all cancer deaths combined. And that's just deaths. That doesn't include loss of quality of life. It doesn't include loss of productivity. It doesn't include the fear we would feel when a friend or a loved one gets a cut or a scratch. Because at that point, it won't just be people like Paige who are threatened. It will be all of us. And this is happening because the antibiotics that we have used for so long, the bacteria have evolved resistance to them. So what do we do faced with this threat? This is our solution, phage. Phage are viruses that infect bacteria, killing them, and they're actually part of a long therapeutic history. They have been used for centuries to treat infections. In fact, Felix de Arel, the namesake of our company, was using phage to treat infections a century ago. However, they faced many challenges in commercial development, and the biggest one is, just like antibiotics, bacteria are going to evolve resistance to them. So we at Felix took a look at this and thought, is there a way we can actually turn evolution to our advantage? So this is our insight and our key intellectual property and platform. We not only treat using phage, but we actually target those phage to the specific mechanisms that underlie antibiotic resistance, so that we're treating and killing the bacteria, but also those bacteria that are left over in the body are now susceptible to antibiotics. This ensures that you always have a treatment option. So I could show you some in vitro and in vivo data here, but what I'm most excited to show you are our data from patients. We have been able to treat patients in the United States on a compassionate use protocol. These are patients with no other treatment options. And one of those patients was Paige. Here you see her status before phage therapy. She has a lower FEV, which means she struggles to breathe. She has a lot of bacteria in her lungs, and those bacteria are resistant to all the antibiotics tested. Here you see her status after phage therapy. She has a higher FEV, which means that she's breathing easier. This doesn't just improve her quality of life, it prolongs her life. She also has less bacteria in her lungs, and those bacteria are now sensitive to a majority of antibiotics tested. So this is not just an idea, it works, and it has saved Paige's life. And we've been able to treat a total of 13 patients on this compassionate use protocol with similar positive results. So this is our vision. We will end the threat of antibiotic resistance with the precision of a scalpel, removing only the pathogenic species while leaving the rest of the microbiome intact and ensuring that what's left over is still treatable in subsequent rounds of therapy. We're starting with Pseudomonas aeruginosa infections within respiratory disease, which is a $3.6 billion market and has an initial beachhead market in a rare disease with favorable regulatory elements. We're going to go from there to expand out to the microbial infections market that is predicted to be $60 billion in only 5 years, with the goal of having a precision therapy for every infection. We're not the first to pitch phage therapy, but we will succeed because we are the ones who have thought about the challenges in development and have put together a team to address it. So with that, I would like to announce that the future is phage. Thank you.
Wow. I hope you will start with the French market. We take a lot of antibiotics there. Anyway,
regulatory lens for it, yeah.
But anyway, 1, 2, 3 in a row, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, okay. Was it that way? Okay, first.
Can you talk a little bit about the screening technology? How does it work to screen the entire genome of a bacteria with phages? Is this a screening of an expression library, or how does it work?
Yeah. So I'll just separate it out into two things. One is like the question of what is the bacteria you're looking at sensitive to? And so we are not a diagnostics, and we've looked a little bit into whether we should be a companion diagnostic or not, but there's some indication that diagnostics are a separate problem. There are many companies assessing that. Right now, what we're dealing with is chronic infections. So these are patients where you have time to culture the bacterium and identify the resistance mechanism. But we have our platform is the ability to actually screen for phage that then target the mechanisms that cause antibiotic resistance within that strain. As we move forward, we'll look into building out our technology to do that more rapidly.
Second question, yes?
As you have not been talking about engineering, we must assume that you're using like natural phages as they're occurring. And let's say I know that this for patent is not the most easy starting position.
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent point. So because natural phages are not patentable in the US, what we're doing is we're using natural phages first, but we have technology to engineer the phage. We generally view phages as incredibly efficacious, which is why a lot of our intellectual property is focused around improving the safety of phage therapy, as well as delivery and this discovery platform. So that's where our IP rests. However, what we have is a partnership with Yale such that we're able to test those phages in patients and get an understanding of what that efficacy looks like, and then minimally invasive engineering technology so that they would be still considered safe.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you, very interesting. What is expected with the patients, like the example, with recurrent multi-resistant infections?
Exactly. So that is the direct market that we're targeting first, because those patients are going to get chronically infected and we're able to determine that they have multi-drug resistant bacteria. So with that, what you imagine is like there's a phage, and that phage, when you treat, especially if it's one phage, this is a distinction from cocktail, you can actually, to a high degree of capability, predict how that's going to evolve resistance. And so you could imagine pushing those bacteria within the body around the landscape of evolution so that you always have a therapy and you can actually predict where it's going to go next and have a phage ready. In contrast with cocktails, you actually have this issue where the phage causes the bacteria to evolve in really unpredictable ways so that you wouldn't be able to retreat.
So you already had gone through a seed round and a round already, is that correct? Or are you planning to do it? You're planning to. Oh, so
yeah.
that's okay. So that,
no, totally fine.
To get it right. So what's then your revenue projections?
Yeah. So in terms of the seed so we're currently raising a seed round to move into commercial clinical trials. We have funding to do research trials at Yale University. Our revenue projections are the first in the cystic fibrosis market, and so that's where we have the most clear revenue projection. There we have a peak market revenue of $240 million. That is just for cystic fibrosis. So this is infections within an already rare disease. We're building out market projections now for the additional respiratory indications we're going after. But cystic fibrosis is great because it has that rare disease element that provides regulatory acceleration as well as some protections downstream in the market.
And your market share in 3 years' time of that was the question?
So that has built in with the market share as well, that $240 million. Yeah.
Wonderful. But no, I'm sorry, 12 seconds.
Find me afterward. Happy to answer questions.
Yes, exactly. You will have another opportunity to mingle with the startups also later on. Thank you very much, Natalie. Great name with phage. This is very nice.
Thank you.
Last of the morning coming up.
Please welcome Peter Hoy, University of Queensland.
Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Hoy. I'm the president of University of Queensland, the university that generated the cervical cancer vaccine Gardasil for you. The world has 6,000 highly cited researchers, and 28 of those are at UQ. Of those 28, 2, Phil Hugenholtz and Jean Tyson, have been working on the microbiome for 20 years. They decided that they had so much knowledge that should not be cloistered in academia, but translated to the wider world to change important aspects of healthcare management. We are incredibly excited about it, and so is the founder and inventor of the Gardasil vaccine, Ian Fraser, who is on the board of Microba. We are pleased to have us here today, and we now want to invite the CEO, Blake Wills from Microba, to get you as excited as we are. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of disease with microbiome-derived diagnostics and therapeutics. Blake Wills, Microba.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's fantastic to be here today. Our goal as a company is to have the best microbiome analytical platform and to develop new life-enhancing healthcare products. And so far, we're doing a pretty good job. So what is the gut microbiome? It is the trillions of organisms that live in our large intestine that consists of bacteria, virus, and fungi. You, in fact, have more bacterial and other microbial cells in your body than you have human cells. What is it that they do? They break down our food in our large intestine. They produce essential vitamins and other metabolites. They modulate our immune system. They impact the way that certain drug classes are metabolized, and they even produce neurotransmitters that affect things such as our mood. The gut microbiome has been described now by scientists and doctors as an organ in the human body. At Microba, we're in the process of deeply characterizing that organ in the human body. As you can see, this is an area of extreme growth in research. Over the last 10 years, research has accelerated extremely strongly. The reason why? The gut microbiome is implicated in a broad range of diseases which affect millions of people globally. You may have heard of some bad bacteria such as E. coli and Salmonella, but you may not know that the gut microbiome is implicated in irritable bowel syndrome, which affects 1 in 5 people, inflammatory bowel disease, which is on the rise, and even other conditions which are not directly in the gut, so Parkinson's disease, diabetes, and even various forms of cancer. So, what has the challenge been to date? The challenge is measuring the gut microbiome accurately, and that's the problem which Microba has gone out to solve. As society, we've moved away from using a microscope to moving towards DNA sequencing technologies. The problem with DNA sequencing technologies is that they generate huge amounts of very complex data, and we're talking about trillions of organisms which we need to capture here. So at Microba, we've solved that problem by developing a metagenomic analysis platform that is best in class for determining who is in the gut microbiome and what they're functionally capable of doing. And we've made this technology broadly available. But we're not only measuring known species, previously known species, we're actually discovering new species. Every point on this plot here, every dot represents a bacteria. Those in green represent ones that Microba has discovered. You can see some of them are highly prevalent in the population and in strong levels of abundance. So at Microba, we're the first company in the world to make this highly technical platform broadly available to those who need it most: consumers, clinicians, and researchers. So what have we achieved as a company to date? We've helped over 7,000 people deeply understand the gut microbiome. We're about to launch our first product into the US in the next 2 weeks. We've generated over $2 million of sales. We have a partnership with a global precision medicine company which is going to let us scale extremely quickly. And we've discovered a broad range of novel bacteria. The other thing at Microba that we're very excited about is the generation of big data, so deep microbiome data and correlating disease data. I'll use the example of inflammatory bowel disease, which is our flagship program. At Microba, we can now diagnose this disease, we can identify new candidate therapies to suppress inflammation, and we can even predict response to certain drug classes to determine whether or not you'll respond. So using AI, Microba now with over 95% accuracy can predict, just using the gut bacteria alone, whether or not you have inflammatory bowel disease. We've identified a number of novel candidates, bacteria, which we believe and have demonstrated in the lab suppress inflammation. We're studying the bioactives that these bacteria currently produce to identify new treatments. And finally, we've done studies into predicting response to certain drug classes. So at Microba, we are at the intersection of big data and medicine. And we are truly excited to be breaking the wall of disease by gaining a deep understanding of the human gut microbiome. Thank you very much.
Very good. Let's open the Q&A session right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's start here.
Okay.
Lots of different revenue streams there. Where's the value? Is it the data? Is it the therapeutic drug discovery? Or is it in the diagnostics?
Yeah, look, we have a very good services business model. The key market is healthcare practitioners. That generates revenue and big data. From that big data, we identify signals, which we partner early with pharma and diagnostic companies. So there's a services revenue stream, and then the big data generates signals that we partner.
Second question, yes.
When did you found your company, and how much revenue do you make within this year?
Thank you, great question. So Microba launched its first product only in July of last year. So we're less than 18 months old. We've generated in that financial year $2 million of revenue, and we expect to at least double that in the coming financial year.
Third question, yes?
Can you explain a little bit more the therapeutic approach? You identify bacterial, and then you test it in what kind of model? Animal models, where animals have different microbiome?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question again. So at Microba, we're identifying novel microbes, so bacteria, that are clearly absent in the disease state. And because the microbiome modulates the immune system, we hypothesize that they actually had a role in that. So we've now tested that in the wet lab, where we've tested it in 2 pathways, NF-kappa B and STAT3, to identify the suppression of inflammation. And we're building on a program of work at the University of Queensland, where we then take that bacteria that's suppressing inflammation to identify the bioactive molecule that's actually delivering that result.
You almost answered my question, but I would like to know what is the outcome of your test? What is your test kit? What is the first result you get?
Sure, great question. So the microbiome is a complex system that's involved in many things. The easiest parallel right now is in the infectious disease market, where we're clearly identifying all of the pathogens, toxin genes, antibiotic resistant genes, and identifying abnormal microbiome types. We can then take those signatures and do further diagnostics from there.
We still have time? Yes, please.
Is it going to be only for the Australian citizen or pan-world?
Yeah, so first market was Australia as our pilot market. Our first product launches into the US in the next 2 weeks. We're in discussions with a large European pathology provider about 2 pilot markets here, as well as a couple of others, but let's not go too far.
Okay. We have time, 1:25, for a further question. Yes, here. Can we have the microphone here at the front, please? Thank you.
Competition and barriers to entry. Who's doing this? Because there's definitely other people doing it.
Absolutely.
And how are you going to be ahead of them in the game?
So the vast majority of competitors still use an old technology that was developed in the 90s called 16S RNA sequencing. You just don't get enough clinical resolution there for that to be useful. There is a small subset of providers using a similar technology to ours. We've benchmarked against the leading academic institutes and commercial providers and demonstrate that not only do we more accurately identify the strains and species of bacteria, but we also avoid false positives. So we're significantly ahead of the game right now in terms of the competition, and that's been validated quite broadly. We intend to stay ahead of the game with a very large reference data set that we're accumulating, as well as continuing to optimize our pipelines.
Yes, please, we have the time.
How much money have you raised?
In US dollar terms, probably useful, maybe not so helpful for this audience, but about $14 million. So we just closed around 3 months ago, which was about $8 million US.
Wonderful. We are just finished. Oh, I'm so sorry from this block, but I have to be fair to the others. Okay, thank you very much. So now, I have 4 important announcements. First, we finished the first session. It was fantastic. Look at this. They're saving lives, right? So come on, for all the startups here. Okay, that was healthcare, which was a very good start into the day. We have an amazing audience here, so don't forget that they're all coming from all over the world here today. This is crazy, so don't miss the opportunity to have the brain dates. You remember that you have the brain dating platform. for one-on-one conversations. You can schedule meetings, and they take place upstairs on the exhibition floor. There is a help desk, and they will help you to find a brain date in case you don't have an account yet. Also, they can help you. So do so. It's fantastic. Make some sparks, right? So that was the first announcement. Second announcement, please, dear jury, don't take the iPad with you during the break, because they will be collected. So wait for the iPad to be gone, and not that we want anyone to get your iPads and your criteria in it. Okay, third very important announcement, we have a lunch break now of an hour and a half. You can have a lunch here in the foyer, and you will see all the other guests, so you can mingle with the other sections I was announcing before. The Falling Walls Engage, the Falling Walls Lab, they will all be there. Yes, so brainstorm, mingle, exchange ideas. This is also a great opportunity. And the fourth announcement, which is the most important one, be back for session 2 at 12:45 sharp. You know how we deal with time here? I'm the CTO. See you later.
Falling Walls venture is about to continue. Please take your seats. Please take your seats.
Come in, welcome back from lunch. Come in and please take the seats to the front so that the presenter feels, you know, like a rock star. Come to the front. Here there are plenty of seats. It's easily accessible. Welcome back, everybody. Let's move on and take a seat. How was lunch? Yes? The soups, right? Very nice. Okay, this is good. It was not French, but still. No, I'm joking. I'm not that French. I'm living in Berlin. I choose to live in Berlin. So you can imagine that I am a Berliner too. Anyway, so welcome back from lunch. I see that we are nearly all set and all sit. This is wonderful. We have now, after healthcare, the second round, and it will be about engineering the future, or the future of engineering, actually. So what does it mean to engineer the future? What are we going to listen to now, this afternoon? Well, for one thing, we'll see further potentially revolutionary applications of research to leverage innovative hardware, AI-powered software, forward-thinking solutions to be applied across different kinds of industries, pitches that promise to transform sectors in ways fitting of science fiction, to be very honest, from sophisticated robotics to space flights. I wanted to say space solutions and rockets, but yes, we're going to rocket the space and the stage here. So I want to see it burning. You're ready to go for the second round because it's going to be so exciting. Who of you is watching Black Mirror? Yeah, that's the future of engineering. So let's see what you bring. Let's go.
Please welcome Alexandra Negoescu, Technische Universität Wien.
Radiology workflows. You've probably never given it a thought, until now. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce you today to an authentic university spin-off. Their success and achievement is a great example of what a team of brilliant scientists can achieve, and of course, under the right guidance, because this is what we do at the TU Wien Innovation Incubation Center. We support founder teams throughout the entire value chain, from ideation to implementation to market entry. This is the case of the startup that you're going to see today. They are stemming from a cooperation project between the Technische Universität Wien and MedUni Vienna and have been incubated within the Teguvin incubator. ContextFlow develops deep learning tools to help radiologists save money and time. And without further ado, I would like to introduce to Julie Sulfana, the CMO of ContextFlow.
Breaking the wall of radiology workflows. Julie Sulfana, ContextFlow.
45,000. Now that is the number of images a single radiologist is responsible for interpreting every single day. And this number is only on the rise, which is really problematic given the global radiologist shortage. And making matters even worse, new treatments require more complex diagnoses, so much so that radiologists are often spending up to 20 minutes just searching around for information to help them with one case. So you have fewer people doing more work that's more complex. And that is a recipe for delays and missed findings and high overtime expense. That's why ContextFlow is developing next-gen, deep learning-based tools to improve radiology workflows. Our core technology is a 3D image-based search engine to help diagnose difficult cases fast. So you simply select a region of interest in any scan, and we immediately provide you with reference cases based on visual disease pattern detection. Up top, those colored bars indicate the most frequently cited findings based on the reports from those reference cases. And we also link you to medical literature necessary for differential diagnosis, literally putting everything a radiologist needs to solve a difficult case in one place and available within seconds. We call this ContextFlow Search, and it's currently being utilized for lung CTs with brain MRIs next. So to recap, we're cutting down on that time it takes to search for information, allowing hospitals and clinics to really maximize the very limited resources they do have, and cutting down on that overtime expense. As you might imagine, we're in a high-growth market with a compound annual growth rate of over 30%, expected to reach $2 billion by 2023. So that means, yes, there are a lot of players entering our domain. But what really sets us apart is that we offer a very general approach to diagnosis. We search for over 19 disease patterns and counting in lung CTs, and our competitors, they offer maybe one or two, and what they do is just give you a very binary output. So they can say, yes or no, this patient has a lung nodule. But what if that patient has something else? Or what if they have multiple findings? That's when it's really helpful to be able to take a step back and really search for many things at once, which is exactly what we do. Our AI is also incredibly flexible, so it will work for any type of organ or type of scan. And most importantly, radiologists like us. We help them solve these difficult cases while leaving them in the driver's seat. Our future business model includes direct sales to hospitals and clinics with a focus on recurring revenue, as well as integrations with PACS providers. So these are the software systems that store medical images in hospitals, and we already have 4 of those integrations complete, representing 23% of the global market. Note, I did say future business model because we're currently in our proof of concept phase with 8 partner hospitals and clinics throughout Europe to be completed in the next few months. Well, that's great, Julie, but what is your ultimate vision? Where is ContextFlow headed? Well, we currently search for those disease patterns in lung CTs, but we want to be in that upper right-hand corner where we can reliably tell a doctor about their patient's future. And towards that aim, we know that we have to be drivers of the AI and radiology value cycle. What that means is we take very unstructured, unutilized data from hospitals, and we transform it into a very valuable structured knowledge base from which we can develop our deep learning tools. And these tools provide real clinical value to doctors, which in turn incentivizes the hospitals to continue to share that data with us. So that's already what's happening, and thus we can continue to include more disease patterns, more types of scans, more types of modalities, as well as we'll begin to integrate clinical longitudinal information. So not just imaging data. We don't want to just see a patient as a snapshot in time, but rather we want to be able to give a doctor a holistic viewpoint of their patient over their lifetime. That's the future of radiology, and that's the future of ContextFlow. And with that, I've come towards the end, but before I go, I would like to leave you with one final thought. which is to say, until about 4.5 minutes ago, no one knew anything or cared anything about radiology workflows, and I understand. But the point is that every single person in this room either has been, maybe is, or one day will be a patient. And when the worst day happens, you want information that's reliable and fast, and that's exactly what we do to help doctors see beyond one single case. So I'm Julie with ContextFlow, and I thank you very much for your attention.
I am a patient, or I was a patient, wrongly diagnosed also with, so it's very interesting. Yes, I understand. So let's take the true questions here from the audience, not only the jury, not only this part, you know, you can also ask questions. Let's go. Who is first? Okay, no, he was first. Second, third, fourth. Oh my God, 1, 2, 3, 4. I will remember, Mr. Z.
Expanding your radiography towards other diseases, do you form clusters? I mean, do you go by vicinity or by the algorithm?
Good question. So it's a categorization-based model. So you do, in supervised and unsupervised learning, there is some clustering. But what was the second part that you said? Do you go by clustering or do you go by algorithm? Is that what
by
you asked?
algorithm. Yeah. What is your method to cluster? Do you go where the algorithm is good for? And utilize the same algorithm for diseases that the algorithm may take as the next step?
Okay.
Or do you go by diseases who have by clinical definition a vicinity?
So it goes by visual disease pattern detection. So it's searching for patterns, and it can cluster patterns. So in that sense, if the same pattern works across modalities, then it would cluster it that way. But then again, if it's a different organ and the patterns are different for diseases, then we have to have different data to train it in a different way.
Okay. The second one was, you changed seats, right? You make my work difficult. I see you.
Unfortunately, you realize that, yeah?
Yeah, okay. So yeah, but okay, it's you. I recognize you. Go on.
Do you always have access to the data of the hospitals? You give the license to your analysis tool? And a related question, not the second question, is do you also plan to combine the data with other data from the electronic health record of the patient?
From the electronic health record?
Electronic, yeah. Do you want to combine your data also with other electronically available data of the patient?
So it's not that we necessarily want to combine our data. Our data is developed to make the model, but then we ultimately want to be able to take one patient, combine all of their own data across time, yeah? And the first question that you asked is about obtaining data from hospitals. So we never pay for data. So we try to create a win-win situation with the hospitals. So they have this data that they're sitting on that's not being used, and we can write, oftentimes they need a reason to be able to legally use that data, right? So they want to be able to publish papers with us, for example. There's a clinical research value to being able to provide that data to us. And so they have that data. The data never leaves the hospital, but what we own is the knowledge base of what we've developed from that data, if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We have the next question.
Sorry.
It's only one question. Who is it? Third one? I think it's you.
That was my question, but I suppose that...
Good. Let's have the next one.
What's the size of your data set at the moment?
So this is 8,000 lung CT scans from about 5,000 patients collected over a period of about 3 years.
Okay. The next one was you. The fourth one? Yes? Okay, well, it's you now.
Are you compliant with GDPR law, European law?
Yes, of course. And the ContextFlow search has just been received a CE certification.
We can take this gentleman. Yes, thank you.
I see a lot of advantages on teaching or reassuring to new practitioners, but also in the future, maybe telemedicine as well. Do you see these taking place?
Absolutely. So a lot of our current proof of concept partners are teaching hospitals and clinics because they really like that differential diagnosis information. And then yes, for people working remotely or radiologists who maybe aren't specialists in a certain disease category, it's helpful because if you're the one radiologist in a radius of 1,000 kilometers, let's say, maybe you don't see as many of these super difficult specialized cases on a regular basis, so when you do encounter it, you need some extra support.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the question. I'm sorry, I saw the lady at the back, but unfortunately we have to stop. But I saw you, and come back to me later on for the next round. Make yourself really visible. I have a good eye. I will see you, okay? Thank you very much for your pitch.
Thank you.
And we're going to take the next startup.
Please welcome Mikiko Shimaoka, Waseda University.
Hello, I'm Mikiko Shimaoka at Waseda University in Tokyo, Japan. I'm a Deputy General Manager of Waseda H program, an entrepreneurship education program, and Zera is one of our best alumni. Waseda has a long history in robotics. The first humanoid robot was built in Waseda. It is extremely important but difficult to give robot a sense of touch. Some of the best, probably the best robot skin has been made in Waseda. And Zera Robotics is the first one who started to commercializing it. The members of Zera have a lot of experience in robot skin and applied for 10 patents. Zera is very international with the members from Japan, Austria, Thailand, and Indonesia. So please welcome Zera Robotics. Thank you.
Breaking the wall by providing the human sense of touch to robots. Tito Pradono Tomo, Zela Robotics.
Hi, my name is Tito. I am the CTO and also the co-founder of Zela Robotics. We are based in Tokyo, Japan, and we are making sensors for robots. And I will tell you why. So to save billions of money, companies are trying to fully automate their warehouses or production line using robots. But the problem is, robots still cannot grasp any objects like human. So in the end, we are still relying human workers a lot just for a simple task. So this is a problem for countries with labor shortage, such as Japan. And people trying to solve these problems using visual information combined with AI to locate or estimate the object's locations, right? But that's not enough. And to have a stable grasping, we also need to know the object's properties and also the contact locations. We human, without seeing, we can explore our surroundings using our skin. Once we touch something, we know the location. And we can pick it up and do something with it. So tactile sensing is really important, but it's still missing on robots nowadays. So that's the wall that Zela Robotics wants to break by providing human sense of touch to robots. And the good news is we already have the solutions here. So this is our product. It's called U-Skin. So U-Skin is a patch. It's very, very thin that you can attach to almost anything. And inside this compact area, there are many 3D sensors, so like a joystick. Once you attach this to robot gripper, for example, they can start to grasp very delicate objects without even breaking it. So imagine if we attach this to artificial limbs, we can help amputees to start to feel the sense of touch again. And of course, there's a competition, but there's no skin patch like this thin, very high resolutions, 3D sensors in compact area, and most importantly, it is low cost, so that we want to make this technology available to everybody. So we have applied 10 patents right now, And we have a deep knowledge and know-how in tactile sensings. In fact, Uskin was also my PhD project, so that's the reason why I became a CTO. And we also do the tactile AI research. And Zela was established last year, and we made 85,000 euro sales. And we are ready for the mass production next year. For that reason, we also looking for fund. We are raising 1 million euros so that we can speed up everything, the process, and also increasing the members, increasing the size of the team. So in the beginning, we will only sell the hardware and to a tech company so that they use the hardware, and using the sensors feedback, they will provide their solutions. But later in 2022, we will also combine this with our grippers and also software, so that in 2025, we can become a company that provides total solutions, so the user can get the feedbacks from the sensors, and they can control the robots effortlessly. So we are Zela Robotics. We are providing human sense of touch to robots. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I want to make sure, are you a human? Yes.
Yes.
You're not a, okay, that's, no, I just want to make sure, you know, I mean, like, we are in the future now here. So, questions? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's always there. Come on, guys, you have to, okay, so.
Thank you for your work. What is the next biggest challenge that you face?
The biggest challenge is now to getting ready for the mass productions, because we got many questions like from the companies. Can you provide us 1 million of sensors, for example? No, we cannot do it right now because we have a limitation for the team members right now. So that's the biggest challenge now.
Sorry, yeah, you were the second question, yes.
Yes, I remember. Thanks, Tito. Very interesting. You said you were starting as a tier 2 effectively. So you are selling to the tier 1s that will integrate your skin. Could you maybe share a little bit more about the current projects that you are addressing, so the problems that your customers have that they cannot solve without you?
Okay, so right now, what users want is actually not just the hardware, but they also want like something that, okay, if I attach these tactile sensors to robots, I want my robots can already behave like humans. So they also want an intelligent software, not just the hardware. I'm sorry?
Example? Yeah. The question is, can you give an example, please?
So the example of the applications, you mean? So right now, there are many questions from the manufacturing companies, such as they want to do an assembling, for example, packaging, assembling. So these tactile sensors is really important for their applications, because just using the visual information, they still cannot stably grasping an object. Usually they will make the object slipping and also crushing them. So they need something that a direct information is coming from the objects.
Mm-hmm. So. Thank you. Third, yes.
So what is more important, the hardware or the software part of your company? And relating to the patents, what is the main patent or the most important patent that you have in the different fields? And what was the inventive step?
Okay, so our patents is mainly both. So we have the patent for the hardware. We are applying for that, and also for the software. So the hardware cannot be really that nice if you don't also have a good software for that. So I think both of them are really important. So right now we already have a very nice hardware, but we're now looking for making a good software for that to maximize the feedbacks from the hardware itself.
And the inventive step of the hardware, what was it?
So it's, as I said before in my presentations, to make it 3D sensing, a lot of informations in very dense area, that's really a huge challenge.
Okay, last question.
Yeah, my question. In your slides, you showed your price for the sensor is about 900 euros. It's very expensive now. Compared with the other competitor, it's very low. So for the service robot, you know, the price is a big problem. How about your idea, your target for your sensor at last?
Okay, so probably the one that you saw in my presentation was the sales, not the price of the sensor. So right now, if we compare our sensor with other companies, our sensor probably can be 5 times, even 30 times lower in terms of the price. And we're still trying to make it even lower. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the 4 minutes are over.
Okay. Okay. Oh, yes.
Thank you so much. That
Thank
was
you very much.
fantastic. Let's go to the next pitch.
My greetings to all the intellectuals present there in the Berlin. When I was a kid, I used to see the microscope like this. Now, things are changing. My curiosity has got the wings and I can now see it in a big screen. Now, my kid really loves it. And thanks to Psydogma research that it has reached to me, that means the masses. They have got a business plan which enabled it to reach the masses. I am Nitin Kumar Saluja from India, working at Chitkara University, Punjab. I got to know about the partner of our university about this Venture World Conference. Was looking for a product which can be nominated for this conference, and I'm happy that it has got to a finals and want to see it as a winner of Venture World Conference. Wish all the participants the good luck and want to see this world changing with the product being pitched in Venture World Conference.
Breaking the Wall of Microscopy, Satya Tapas, Psydogma Research.
First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity to represent Psydogma Research and explaining about the projects that is happening in our R&D lab. When I was a kid, I was fascinated about 3 television channels: Discovery Channel, Animal Planet, and of course, there are a lot of channels which shows animals and birds. I think who's ever here, little bit fascinated about science must have enjoyed these channels. Of course, Discovery Channel is very common. And best part of those channels, they keep showing the very interesting events happening in the nature, right from small insect collecting its food to a big elephant attacked by a group of lions. So it gives a feeling like nature is full of exciting events. Nature is beautiful. Nature is exciting. But I would like to tell, nature is even more beautiful than you have ever imagined. How? Our eye has some limitations. We can resolve up to 0.3 millimeter anything that is kept 1 meter away from our eyes. It means comfortably you can resolve 2 hairs. But there are a lot of beautiful signature of the nature lies beyond that limit. I can say one bacteria size is 1 micrometer to 0.3 mm. The whole microscopic world sits there, and beautiful natural events are happening in that segment. So to see this, of course, we need one microscope, right? So microscopes are used in education, in healthcare, in research, everywhere. If you look at the history of the microscope, it has a rich history, right from 350 years back to till date. If you look at the microscope and during 1900 and the microscope currently that we are using, there's no much significant difference in designing. And today's era, when we are speaking about we are going to impact the healthcare by AI or machine learning, or we want to impact healthcare by cloud computing or data science, This obvious question is whether these microscopes are capable to fit in the race. Of course, no. So to address this challenge, we disrupt the 150 years old design of the microscope to something interesting. This is world's first portable automated microscope. It is called a smart scope. It's next generation microscope. It looks like one video game gadget with a lot of automated features like autofocus, auto alignment. Also, we can capture the digital images for future reference. And it is very fast and accurate. And it is super user-friendly. You can connect projector for the live demonstration of the microscopic images. And it's so much user-friendly that a kid can operate. Rishad is 5 years old, and he's comfortably operating this microscope. And he's looking at cells for first time. You can see how confidently they're operating. In Bangalore, many schools are using this microscope in classroom teaching, as you can project everything. And it's very, very user-friendly, and we see that significantly impact the education space. Healthcare, this technology opens up a lot of opportunity to integrate artificial intelligence and machine learning. It can be used as one regular microscopes, keep the records, keep the images, and also you can integrate artificial intelligence into it to do the auto-diagnosis a lot of diseases. And also parallelly, we are developing the complete blood counting and malaria diagnosis, and we are also developing the image processing algorithms. Along with that, we are more open for the collaborations with the teams who are working in the same space. So, but artificial intelligence has its own challenges. When going through the vigorous regulatory processes, you don't believe that it can solve the immediate problem. For that, we have some alternate significant solutions. And this is the scene nearby my home. It is in Odisha, where you can see the chain of diagnostic labs and hospitals. The pathologists who are in rural areas, they leave their job and prefer to settle nearby the hospital so that they can get more business opportunity. It happens in India. And patients, they have to travel miles, at least in average 50 kilometers just for a simple blood test, as they don't have the pathologist in primary healthcare centers. How we can solve this problem? We develop a cloud scope, smart scope integrated with a cloud platform which can control remotely by computers, tabs, using a cloud platforms, and it solve this problem. And this is, we are piloting in Karnataka, in India. This digital microscopy market is one of the emerging markets. This is 1.52 billion USD in 2016 itself in Asia, and also in AI space, it is one of the biggest emerging markets. So when we speak about that we are going to change the future healthcare.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't like my role all the time, but I'm the CTO, so let's take questions right now. Hurry up with the questions. One, yes, we have one here, fantastic.
What's the resolution of this microscope?
Okay, so advantage with this microscope is you can go for the oil immersions, you can go to 1000x magnifications. We have designed it to diagnosis of malaria, tuberculosis, we need 1000x magnification. Yes, please.
What's your price point? What's your COGS? And how much traction do you have in the market?
Okay, so we are funded from the government India 3 years back. We developed the AI platform, we developed this technology. While piloting, we developed 10 models, 10 are sold. Now we are manufacturing 100 pieces, and officially we'll launch this product in December, where after production we'll officially launch and we'll scale up further. Cost is, yes, it's very affordable, 400 USD for the basic models, and if you keep adding more features, it will be in the range of 400 to 800 USD.
And how much does it cost you to make it?
It's, we are getting 60% profit margin with one device.
More questions, please? Otherwise, I would have told you only one question, right? Yeah, please.
What's your distribution model? How do you distribute?
Yes. So, very interesting. While we are piloting in the diagnostic space, we faced a lot of challenge that the pathologists who are experienced with using traditional microscope, they didn't accept this digital microscope at all. So what we thought that let's enter the education space. So we went to the schools, gave the demo, conducted the workshops, and they are happy to buy, and they have already taken our 10 devices. Also in medical schools who are teaching is one of the biggest challenges. For microscopy, for example, teacher is teaching something and giving on practical experience, big challenge. Here we just connect with the projectors and give the hands-on experience. So we are also conducting the workshop in those colleges, so that that generation, when they will come up and they will practice, they will easily adopt this technology. So we are going through that channel to promote the new technology for now.
Thank you. Next question is here.
So who is your main customer? Is it more the education
No.
field, or and how do you organize
Yes.
your sales, your sales
Yes, correct.
channel?
So it's an interesting question. That's why we have customized this microscope for different segments. For example, kids, they roughly handle, they don't know how to use properly. So we are using very low-cost optics. We are not giving 1000x for them, and that's why cost goes down. So we have one education space to, first we are targeting this very basic model, and they don't have much complaint. They are very excited, and they're operating. And we have different models with higher price for diagnostics grade. And also, we have another platform to develop AI and cloud computing. That is hardcore data science projects. We have not started. We are doing the trials. We are looking for the investment to work on that segment also.
So you don't focus?
That's the next question.
So that is one step-by-step procedures as per the funds that we are able to raise.
Hi.
Sorry, 45 seconds. Yeah.
Would the same device be able to be upgraded to higher resolution without too much cost?
We have tried maximum 1000 magnifications. We have never tried because it solves our own problem, kind of diagnosis of,
No, I mean in the future, let's say the same device that you already developed would have the possibility of adding some features and having
yes.
higher
For example,
resolution.
a lot of people are approaching whether we can add the fluorescence, we can add the dark field. Yes, that can be done.
Perfect. 7 seconds left, so we cannot take another question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
and
much.
Sorry to have interrupted you, but that's the game. And we go next.
Please welcome Günther Scheider, Universität Innsbruck.
Hi, Innsbruck. What crosses your mind first? Most likely it's mountains, nature, it's peaks and sports, winter sports, all that. But there's more to it. We are a small town, an exciting one. Second, we do have a university with very strong ambitions in spinning out companies. And with the following startup, we have had the pleasure to accompany and to support them from scratch, from applied research projects towards the establishment of the company. I'm now very happy to present one outcome out of our Alpine urban campus. And for the investors, don't worry, we have recently done our exit, so to make the way free for you. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of cloud monopoly. Matthias Farvik, Texture.
In 1943, Thomas Watson, the founder of IBM, supposedly said that there's a world market for maybe 5 computers. And today, we are much closer to this reality than you might think. It's not 5 computers, it's 5 cloud computing providers that will run the IT infrastructure and the data infrastructure of the future. We are in the middle and in the beginning of the so-called journey to the cloud, where even banks and insurances and also governments are moving their data to the cloud providers. And this is also underlined by the numbers. The analysts of Gartner say that by 2022, up to 1.3 trillion US dollars will be spent in and around the cloud. And the reason why this is happening are actually manifold, but there are 2 main reasons in our opinion. First of all, the cloud promises extreme IT agility, that organizations can react much faster to market demands and competition. And also the cloud providers themselves, like SAP or IBM, they are pressuring the organizations to actually move to those new business models, to those new cloud models. So this journey to the cloud, it's happening, but unfortunately, it's not as sunny as it was promised by the cloud providers. And there are many reasons to this, and there are many challenges involved with this transformation. For example, the extreme complexity of global IT systems. When you move one system to the cloud, you cannot tell what the differences and the changes are impacting other systems in the cloud. And there are also lots of compliance issues involved. You all know the GDPR, but this is just really the tip of the iceberg of compliance requirements that need to be taken into account. And also the cost transparency. The providers make it really hard to actually compare the prices between cloud systems. This leads to the cloud vendor monopoly problem that is out there, that one provider can potentially be in a situation that they're in a such good negotiation position for the cloud services that they can basically dictate the prices and conditions. So our mission at Texture is to bring cloud neutrality and transparency to large organizations, because we as people, we need to trust those organizations to handle our data right. And it works with our intelligent cloud knowledge engine called Texture. It's a software platform that analyzes the IT systems of large organizations and recommends cloud migration and transformation strategies based on the unique business, security, and compliance, and also technical requirements of an organization. Our core IP here is our intelligent cloud knowledge engine that contains over 40,000 services of the cloud providers, their prices, their requirements, etc. And that leads to the advantage for our customers that the transformation risk is reduced, the costs are minimized, the vendor lock-in is reduced through transparency, and also speed of transformation is increased through automation. Since the journey to the cloud is a global phenomenon, we tackle this problem with partners. Our biggest partner right now is Accenture, with which we have a reseller contract, and we are partnering with more organizations, and also work with some of the largest organizations in the world already. This brings me back to our analogy of the cloud monopoly of the beginning. This journey to the cloud is going to happen, and we are here to make this journey to the cloud as safe, provider independent, and also fast as possible. So we invite you to join us on this journey to break down the wall of cloud monopoly. If you're an investor with a track record in enterprise IT software, if you're a consulting company representative working in the field of IT transformation, or if you're a company currently embarking on the journey to the cloud, we should talk. Thanks very much for your time, and looking forward to any questions.
They already raised, before I arrive on stage, they're already ready. 1, 2, 3. Anyone else? Okay, 1, 2, 3. You start. Thank you.
Do you have a roadmap to support the transformation from one cloud to another cloud?
Yes, so this is one of the parts that I omitted because of brevity. So, of course, the cloud transformation is something that's going to happen in the next 5, 8 years, maybe. But transformation is something that is inherent to everything and specifically to the IT world. So the cloud-to-cloud transformation, so the ability to recommend with our engine if one uses IT systems of one cloud provider, AWS, for example, and then we can also do recommendations what the same thing would cost, for example, with Google.
Thank you. Second question? Which was yes.
What's the hardest problem that your software has to solve in order to recommend a specific transformation project?
So there are 2 steps that are challenging here. First of all, this is the discovery phase. So you can think of a global organization that has data centers all around the world, and you need to first figure out what IT system they actually have, what kind of business requirements they have, what kind of privacy requirements they have, and also the technical stack. So automatically analyzing this is the hard part. And also, of course, this recommendation engine we have that analyzes and the systems and also makes recommendation based on the knowledge engine. So the database needs to be continuously up to date because, of course, the prices and all the services by the cloud providers continuously change. So we have one colleague who does just this.
Good. Third question?
Yeah, you quoted Gartner, and they also say that the future lies in multi-cloud systems. How do you deal with this? And also, where does the compliance restrictions come from?
Mm-hmm. So the first question, multi-cloud is exactly what we support. So basically, our clients enter in the system what kind of requirements they have, and then our system recommends which cloud is the optimal solution for which use case, for which application. And the second question was the compliance.
There was actually just one question. We have a question there. I'm sorry, I know you hate me at the end of the day, but yes.
What would you say is the biggest risk for your business model, thinking of standardization and so on?
The biggest risk for our business model. I mean, the biggest risk would be that if we would just work together with one partner and something happens that this partnership doesn't work out, we are trying to diversify there.
Please.
So with moving to the cloud, there's often lower utilization because of containerization. Do you have a solution to that?
Yeah, containerization is also a key aspect of what we are doing. We can also recommend which kind of container systems are appropriate for which kind of classic on-premise legacy systems.
Low utilization still remains, right? So.
The utilization, so basically this is also a key aspect. It's called right sizing, where you basically analyze the load of a system and then can also recommend, okay, to scale down.
So I give you the second question because we have 30 seconds left.
So the compliance requirements, where do you take it from?
So basically, typically from the regulations, there are BaFin regulations in the banking context. There's the GDPR. There are requirements, for example, in terms of the GDPR, one can say in the rules for our system that the data should only be stored in Germany or the European Union. Similar regulations exist in China. So these are baked in for us in the systems by analyzing the requirements.
Very good. Thank you very much. It was 4 minutes questions. We can take the next startup.
Please welcome Verena Wagner, DLR German Aerospace Center.
Hi, my name is Verena Wagner and I'm responsible for the support of spin-offs at the German Aerospace Center. Next to research and development, technology and knowledge transfer is a key purpose of DLR. And of course, spin-offs are a great way to go for transfer and create impact. Now, we nominated Roboception because it's a perfect example of a spin-off based on space research, solving a terrestrial problem and bringing benefits to society. I think Roboception should be the winner of Falling Worlds Venture because enabling robots to perceive and understand their environment in 3D revolutionizes the possibilities of using robots in service and production. I'm happy to announce Michael Supper.
Breaking the wall of inflexible production with robots. Michael Supper, Roboception.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm representing Roboception here as the CEO, and at Roboception, we are bringing the eyes and the brains to robots. And I'd like to invite you on our journey how we actually achieve these goals. So if you have a look here on the picture to your right, this is actually how classical robot production looks like today. You have robots that are being taught to positions, that are programmed in offline tools, and there, robots being a flexible tool is really no flexibility in the application. This is a big challenge in automotive, even if you go to electromobility now with new production concepts, but also in general industry. So in case just an SME or so wants to have a robot, it's simply not possible to do this because they have flexibility or need it. How we achieve that is actually what we're going to show you next. You can see our friend here, the RC Wizard, and this is basically our solution to how to enable flexible production. Let you tell me a little bit how we actually worked on this. So we have actually 3 big problems when we bring 3D vision to robotics. Vision is something that's complicated. So you have a lot of parameters, you have a lot of ways how you configure it, you have to control the light. So there's a million things you have to do before a vision system actually works for you. And you can imagine having this in 2D, it's not better in 3D, so you have a lot more parameters. Our approach to that is that we basically reduced a lot the complexity of our software, and that we offered a very intuitive way of configuring the software here. You can see to the lower left a little bit how we do this. So we have a web interface. You can easily configure our software, and this is actually done for non-experts. So you don't need to have a PhD in vision in order to use our software, which is a key way how to enter into the market. Second is pricing. Nowadays, robots are cost like 20,000 euros, and vision systems are like 20 to 40,000 euros. This is simply not affordable, so you should have vision systems that are cheaper than that. So this is why we aim at affordable pricing in that domain. Let you tell me a little bit of how we work with our customers in that. So we selected logistics as the first domain we went into, because here you actually have a lot of manual work and little robot at the moment because of the flexibility you need. So we worked with our customer TGW, which is an Austrian integrator of logistics solution, and they had the problem that they have to basically commission orders and they don't know the parts that are coming. In logistics, people know IDs of objects, but they don't know geometry, they don't know size, they don't know nothing about the parts that's coming. And that's not really not solvable with classical 2D vision, because you need geometry in order to pick them. So here we applied our RC Wizard in this application and also brought the software that is able to basically detect and grasp unknown objects. Unknown objects for me are objects that we don't have any knowledge on behind. How is our business model in that? So basically, to the bottom row, you see the RC Wizard family. So we have a hardware and a software with the basic functionality of delivering images to you, of delivering the point cloud to you. And on top of that, we have products. And these products solve specific cases, such as SLAM navigation for robots, detection of tags, you picking of unknown items. So item pick is the version that I showed you on the TGW case. We have a solution for palletizing, depalletizing, and also for machine tending. So these are products that can be set up by our customers, so we don't have to go there to tell them how to do this. And on top of that, we have customer-specific applied AI solutions. So here we are working together with a larger customer who has a specific problem, and we hope that we can scale it, which is the other 50% of our business right now. So we get the experience from our customers and derive the products that you see on the middle line here. Let me tell you a little bit about the market. So robotics market has a constant growth of 11 to 20% every year. So this is really a growing market, and even without having sensors in the field. For the vision market, it's really a growth of like 50% projected until 2021. We have a very conservative estimate of the market here, but I can tell you that not only in the specific case where we are in industrial automation, but especially in service robotics, where you need the flexibility, we can basically bring a large value by having solutions that work in unstructured environments. So our goal here today is to tell you about our technology. We want to expand to the US and to Asia with our products, and this is our goal for the next years, including also having more customer-specific AI solutions. I'm happy for being here today, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
I sent you my question on Twitter, not to lose time for these guys here.
Okay, good.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Michael. Very interesting. I'm just wondering, could you share a little bit more with us the technology that you are using in your vision systems,
Sure.
and maybe also elaborate a little bit on your differentiators, what you're doing differently to the
Yeah.
others? Thanks.
So we are working on stereo-based 3D depth information. So we have cameras, and then we are computing by stereo a point cloud out of it. In addition, or as comparison to our competitors, we have onboard on our sensor, we have a GPU, so we can process the data on the sensor, and all the solution you've seen, they run on the sensor. So that is very easy to use for our customers, because they don't need a PC or something else. They plug it to the robot and can directly access it. So this is one of the key differentiators, onboard technology, and secondly, of course, pricing, because most of our competitors are more expensive because they scale on the hardware. We are scaling on the software.
seconds. Yes, please.
And how does that software talk to the robot controller?
So it's currently talking to the standard interfaces. So we have the classical robot controller interface at KUKA, it's AKI interface. But behind that we have REST. So basically you can also enable to web services later on. So standard is REST, and then we transfer to EKI, ABB, and all the other specific universals. So we have interfaces to all of them.
Third question here.
So what's your biggest competition right now? Because there's lots of people making robots and binocular view.
Yeah, so actually the robot people are not really our competitors. So competitors in the field are actually companies that are building full solution, that basically they sell the robot, they sell the vision solution, they have it all integrated, something like a cell that goes directly. Anyhow, they're making a big business at the moment, but they don't scale from application to application. So I think we have different, let's say, competitors in each of the domains, but as we are bridging them, I think we always have a free corridor here. So that's how the market is structured at the moment.
Mm-hmm. One question here.
Could you talk a little bit about your applications outside of logistics, if there are any?
Yeah, so basically 3D vision technologies are usable for many domains. I showed you logistics today. We're also working in service robotics with companies that are doing cleaning machines and lawnmowers. So we basically use 3D vision technology here to detect obstacles in the path, or even being able to use a lawnmower without the cable in the ground, just by vision. So we can scale this technology quite nicely to many other domains in service robotics.
We would have one. Oh, yes, here.
Any thoughts on autonomous driving?
We are ourselves are not active in autonomous driving.
Can you please repeat the question for all the audience?
Yeah.
Any thoughts on autonomous driving?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are not directly related in that field, not for cars. We are doing this more on the robotic side. But of course, technology is transferable to that domain. We just haven't done it at the moment.
We still have 50 seconds. May I ask a question?
Sure.
This is fantastic.
Okay.
So did you say you give eyes and brains to robots?
Yes.
This is what I asked on Twitter. It's already tweeted. The
Oh,
world
okay.
knows already. This is fine. Okay.
Okay.
No, no other questions? So, yes, please. Please, a microphone.
Traction.
Traction.
Yeah.
The question is traction.
Yeah. So we have currently like a little bit over 300 systems in the field, approximately 50 customers, mostly in the DACH region, so in Denmark. So basically we are centering on Central Europe at the moment, but we are scaling now also with the help of some accelerators in the other markets.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the questions. Next one.
Please welcome Ryoichi Nagatomi, Tohoku University.
I'm Ryoichi Nagatomi from Tohoku University, Japan. We have had the honor of organizing the qualifying round for Falling Walls Venture All Japan in the past 4 years. And I served as the head of the jury for this year. And I'm very much excited to introduce Dr. Hidero Nioka, the winner of a qualifying round with his excellence. But he also grabbed our heart with his passion to help suffering people with emerging technology with the power of business. He was born in Japan, but grew up in Germany, and finally he gained his PhD in Max Planck Institute in his study for intellectual property. After working as a German attorney, he also gained his master's in law in Stanford School of Law. And after working as an investment banker in the field of technology and telecommunication, he launched his Clean Hearing in 2017. So let's listen to how he would blow down the wall of global health issue.
Breaking the Wall of Tinnitus, Hidero Nioka, Clean Hearing.
Professor Nagatomi, thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's an honor to be here. I'm Hidi of Clean Hearing. We are Kyoto University mid-stage startup, and we are tackling the market of tinnitus. It's IoT medical device, and it's an affordable a non-invasive home therapy device with data analytics on the cloud. We are in the late stages of CE. We are hoping to receive it next month. Moving on to the market, there are more than 400 million patients in tinnitus across the world. 50 million in the United States, 29 million in Europe, 140 million in China, 7 million in Japan. It's the #1 reason for soldiers to leave the military. Approximately 1.5 million veterans are receiving at the moment social benefits from the Department of Veterans Affairs in the United States. And 80% of the hearing loss cases are also tinnitus. And the causes for tinnitus are manifold. It can be damage through loud noise. It can be hearing loss, infection, inflammation, anxiety, stress, many others. And it starts off from minor irritation, it evolves to serious disability. It compromises social interaction, and also it's your mental health. And in average, people go 16 times to medical doctors, and they've been told there is no cure, or you need to live with it. So tinnitus has a massive impact in your life. And the current treatments in the field of tinnitus have real limitations. And you just need to cope with it, habituation, or you pay expensive treatments at the medical doctor. There's not a single medical drug approved by FDA or EMEA targeting directly tinnitus. So there's a gap in the market tackling this situation. You know, it needs to be a non-invasive, without side effect, and it needs to give the possibility of cure and relief. So this is what we have done. We've created special headphones together with a globally leading headphone manufacturer called Audio-Technica in Japan, and together a touchscreen controller. And we are applying a NASA thoroughly researched and scientifically proven technology called PMF, pulse electromagnetic field. And the pulse electromagnetic field was utilized for and has shown positive results for blood circulation, infection, inflammation, and also depression. And Clean Hearing is the only company which is applying literally a PMF directly onto tinnitus. And we are applying this special technology directly onto the special areas of brain and ear. And we are asking the users of the device to utilize it 2 to 3 times per day, and each session 20 minutes. And we have shown in the past studies an efficacy of more than 60.9%. It provides possibility of cure and significant improvement. And as the next step, what we are trying to do is we want to expand this platform. It needs to become a platform, and we'd like to provide also wellness kind of content. And for investors, we are aiming to go global, to IPO and M&A, and we are applying for FDA and also PMDA in Japan. That's it.
Wonderful, thank you. 1, 2, 3. You're allowed, huh? 4, yes! Fantastic, I keep you in mind.
Have you some data with objective biomarkers like changes in EEG waves or changes in brain metabolism?
Well, we have 3 kinds of studies what we have done in the past, which is in Graz, Innsbruck, and also in Liverpool. And we were able to show with a sample size of 110 people that 66 people were able to have improvements. Amongst the 66, we had 7 complete cure. And also with the Liverpool study, with a sample size of, it was a double-blind placebo test, and with a sample size of 58, we were able to show 45 people being improved.
But no biomarker measurement.
But no, not biomarker measurement, yeah.
Second question, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, when you're talking about cure,
Yes.
I'm curious.
Sure.
Do people need to redo this application once in a while, or
I mean,
what does it take?
It's a very, very good question, because tinnitus comes and goes, can go away forever. You know, I had tinnitus myself. It disappeared completely. I'm not living with it anymore. And if that's why we are providing this flexible home therapy solution. If you get it again, then you can put it on. And your data previously, how you were progressing, it's like a diary every day on the cloud. So you can go back and you can share it with your ENT doctors.
Okay, third question was here.
Just a question for clarification. What is really your contribution to this field, and what was done somewhere else? For example, PEMF, you didn't invent it, and so.
Well, pulse electromagnetic field is kind of a technology which was, as mentioned, thoroughly studied by NASA. And they have utilized this rather by using a low voltage electric current, utilizing to heal people. We are using with electromagnetic field, we can also improve, initiate this healing process. We thought this technology is great, and it had not been utilized in the tinnitus or hearing loss field. It was utilized in blood circulation, inflammation, infection, and so that's why we thought, hey, this is a great area to apply to. It is the same approach as medical companies. They say, I'm utilizing an active compound to one specific medical field, but I could utilize this also to another field. Why not using it also? Tinnitus is an area which people say, oh, you can't cure, but there are options which is really working. Yeah?
Yes,
like
you can. This is fantastic. Yes. Okay, fourth question was here. Yes.
Thank you. What is the reason for the extra device and for the headphone, extra headphone, if most of the people have high-performance computers in their pockets and headphones? So why do you need to, in order to provide your service, need an extra device and an extra headphone?
Yes, so thank you for this. 40 seconds. So we have a headphone created with Audio-Technica together. We put in 2 coils inside. Normal headphones don't have this specific coils which provides the PMF. And we have 6 different kinds of frequency programs. You can program it accordingly, apply to your needs, to your frequency of your tinnitus. That's what we need separately. But we have a Bluetooth function. We can connect it to your smartphone. You can listen to music and receive at the same time the therapy. It's really portable. You can use it at work while sleeping. It costs only, we are thinking of doing it for $899. So it's very, very affordable. And it's an option to cure and to provide significant improvement in your tinnitus.
I would say it's more than a pitch, it's a sales pitch. Good job. Let's go.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Mara Simmons, University of Alberta.
It's my pleasure to introduce Meadow AI, which is a University of Alberta spin-off company that aims to take the power of medical imaging to everyone, everywhere. Medical imaging is a pretty powerful diagnostic tool, yet it's not accessible to 2/3 of the world's population, and it's pretty much non-existent in developing countries. Even in North America, CT, MRIs, ultrasounds are only available in large cities. And this is the aspect that Meadow AI wants to change by augmenting ultrasound and using AI and cloud computing technologies. And with that combination, they hope to take the power of medical imaging to frontline patient care everywhere around the world. And to tell you more about it is Meadow's CEO and co-founder, Dornush Zanubi.
Breaking the wall of late diagnosis. Dornush Zanubi, Meadow AI.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know what this is. It's a stethoscope. This revolutionized patient-doctor relationship forever by letting doctors hear what is going on inside the patient body. Today, we live in the era of artificial intelligence, and our clinicians are carrying smartphones in their pockets. Don't you think it's a time to go beyond this 18th century stethoscope and enable any caregiver in any part of the world to make a diagnosis while sitting inside a patient body? Well, it is said that ultrasound is the stethoscope of the 21st century. Ultrasound is safe, cheap, and truly portable. Ultrasound is the only imaging modality that can now even fit in the pocket. Any caregiver can use ultrasound and look inside the patient body. Yes, the technology is there. The devices are there. Yet, I bet you didn't get an ultrasound when you last visited your family doctor. Why? The catch is ultrasound is very difficult to work with. CT and MR is like turning on the overhead light in a room. You see everything very clear in 3D. Ultrasound is inherently a 2D modality. Images come from a handheld probe. The view is like a flashlight in a dark room. The way you're holding the flashlight can change the whole story. That's why ultrasound is inconsistent and unreliable in less than an expert hand. So yes, the devices are cheaply and readily available, but we do not have enough experts to use the devices, and this is where Meadow AI comes in. We are building technologies based on artificial intelligence and cloud computing that would radically simplify the use of ultrasound for common and critical conditions, taking away that operator dependency and the need for extensive training. Our unique solution is called ARIA, Automated Real-Time Intelligent Assistant. ARIA would stitch 2D images, hazy, foggy 2D images together and turn them into clear, easily understood 3D models of body structures. And then it provides expert diagnostic results based on the knowledge accumulated from thousands of similar scans. The flexibility of ARIA means that the possible use cases are as far-reaching as our imagination. It can be used for screening babies to monitoring elders, from a clinic right around the corner to remote locations. Well, we started with a prototype that would detect a hip condition in babies. This condition, if detected early, is completely treatable. But if missed, it leads to lifetime disability and eventual hip replacement surgery. With that, we closed a multi-million-dollar VC seed round last year and worked really hard to turn our prototype into a product. And our product is already up and running in the cloud and is being used for research in 4 leading children's hospitals all around the world. We run a clinical trial on more than 1,700 patients, proving not that our technology is feasible, but that it's more reliable than an expert radiologist. We even showed that our technology can be reliable in the hand of a novice user. And that is why more centers are joining in. For us, HIP is just the beginning. We have done extensive work in other conditions, such as detecting liver diseases and thyroid cancer. And that's why ultrasound device manufacturers and medical imaging clinics are working to partner with us to increase the impact. So what's the impact? Our product can prevent 17 hip replacement surgeries in Canada per day. This is another 151 in the United States. Meadow breaks the time, breaks the wall, standing between a clinician and the stethoscope of the 21st century, enabling a precise and timely diagnosis. This would revolutionize patient-doctor relationship once again. Thank you so much.
Questions? One.
Question
you always have it on, right? So you're sure you get your question, no? 1, 2, right? 3. I will scan later on. OK. You start,
I have a very specific question.
Sure.
Do your device supported like some pre-screening of the Down syndrome for the pregnancy, the NT test? Without you just use your smart device without the professional doctor to detect the...
As of now, we are not really into pregnancies at all. I understand whenever we talk about ultrasound, it's people associate it very much with pregnancies, but ultrasound can cover anything outside adulthood. And at this point, we are only focused on conditions other than pregnancy. So no, we do not really work on pregnancies.
You alluded to the fact that there are some companies that are interested in your device.
Yes.
Actually, it's not a device, it's more AI.
Yes.
So have you negotiated MOUs with them? Yes. And what's your business development plan?
Sure. Awesome question. Thank you so much. First of all, we're not a device company. We are device agnostic. We work with any device manufacturer. And we got a lot of interest from the device manufacturers. We are a very young company at this point. We are figuring out what is the best way for us to move ahead. We are working with device manufacturers. We are working with PACS providers. We are working with clinics and big hospitals. And that's a going on process at this point.
Third question, please.
So can you already tell us a little bit about your commercialization strategy, pricing, or is it...
Sure.
Yeah, too early?
Sure. Again, because we have limited resources, we are at this point focusing on big tertiary hospitals that already have huge volume of scans, and we have a very close relationship with already. And we use a SaaS model. The price is per scan. We charge less than 10% of what they would charge their patient, and we are enabling more scans that they currently are able to do. But in the future, in long term, we are looking into partnership with the device manufacturers. They already have the platform, they already have the reach, so it's way easier for us.
Yes, fourth question.
Oh, go ahead, Paul.
Oh, sorry. No, you did. Okay.
How do you validate your results? Do you then proceed to surgery, cut someone up, and then actually measure? I mean, how do we know it's accurate?
Great question. For the first use case, for hip, for example, we validated it against MRI. Because MRI and CT, they're easy modalities, and they're the gold standard. Ultrasound, not that much. So for hip, we used to validate it against MRI, and we run large-scale, multi-center clinical trials. We tested our technology on more than 1,700 patients in all that centers, and we tested
against MRI.
Against MRI and against expert radiologists. Yes.
Okay. Last question. Yes, please.
So do you see this technology as augmentation or eventual replacement of diagnoses?
It is not an eventual replacement. It's a new tool. Like calculators never replace accountant. This is a new tool, and this is changing medical imaging paradigm. Right now, access to medical imaging is very limited. You get to radiologists way later in the diagnosis process. Medical imaging should be the stethoscope. We see this as a change in the paradigm. We see this as medical imaging replacing the stethoscope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next startup.
Please welcome Mesut Gunnar, Yildiz Technical University.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that our bodies are full of miracles and wonders. Let me share some of the information. Did you know that our eyes can see 10 million shades of color, and our nose can smell 1 trillion smells, and each square centimeter of our body has got 241 nerve endings. Do you think those applicable to robots? Yes. Robots have more sharper eyes, more sensitive ears, tongues, and so on. How about sense of touch? Now, this is the most complicated part. From Sensobright, Professor Dr. Utku Büyükşahin going to tell us how to solve this problem and how we got the patents of one of the 5 human sense. I am so happy to announce the Dr. Utku. Thank you.
Breaking the wall of robotic limitations in reaching human abilities. Utku Büyükşahin, Sensor Bright Industries.
Thank you, Professor Güner. Hello, everybody. I am Professor Utku Büyükşahin. I am the president and CTO of Sensor Bright Industries, LLC. With very advanced cameras, robots have sharper eyes. With very advanced microphones, robots have sharper ears. With spectrometers, robots have enhanced nose and tongue. Have you ever think about it? Besides those high technology, why robots couldn't reach the abilities of human being? According to chairman and president of Yaskawa Electric, which is one of the leading robotics company, he says that the biggest problem is the hands, and human hands have incredible resolution. There are more than 10,000 sensors in here. With our technology, we can put much over 10,000 sensors in one hand. Yes, over 10,000 sensors in one hand. Now, I will tell you about the key features of our technology. Our technology is the first to provide sense of touch beyond human resolution. Available number of data simultaneously sent to computer is exact the same that we put the sensor over there. In addition to force and touch feeling and temperature feeling, our product can sense surroundings without touching. All is constructed from bendable materials, so we can cover every non-uniform places. Low power consumption, and as the data is transmitted by light, there is no interference to magnetic fields. In former technologies, if you put the sensor density increase, the data transmission is very big problem. In our technology, we can send over 10 million sensor data to computer with only one USB cable. Our technology can 3D scan objects, project images and video, and can show high-resolution images like fingerprints. Our technology has been patented within 22 countries, which includes USA, Japan, and Germany, 3 prestigious patent systems. And as NASA's engineering saying in report about our technology, it is certainly a worthwhile achievement. Besides many awards, it's been published in many journals, TV shows, and newspaper articles. Where will our technology be used? To cover the hands and all body of the humanoid robots, to cover everywhere with our flexible touch screen, to sense remotely from Earth the space, and in autonomous vehicles, more precise sensing, in minesweeper robots, and surgery robots will have tactile feedback now on. And of course, my first dream is to sense the prosthetics as our own lips. The market value of haptic sensor will be over $57 billion in 2022. The growing trend of miniaturizing in sensors is pushing the market. And the most miniaturized sensor, tactile sensor in the market is our product. By having such a breakthrough technology that has a potential of changing the world and space's future, we were supported by governmental institutions, universities, technology companies, and invested over $5 million from Fortune 500 companies. To conclude, by having the first and the only product over human resolution, we have a game-changer technology in a huge market, and we hold the patents of 1 of 5 human senses. Thank you very much.
Yes. This time I was 2 seconds late. I was tweeting. So, yes. Okay, questions? Are we ready to go? 1, 2, and I know you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, fast pace, please. Let's go.
It's a tough question. What's the difference of your technology with the previous startup? What's the difference?
Our resolution is far beyond any other product in the market. Let's say in the market, average is 9 per square centimeters, and we can put over 1 million per square centimeters. That tiny place, we can put over 1 million sensors, receptors. Yep.
That's not a question. Hold on. Yes, I know you are expert on the market, right? So hold on. I have you, but we had first, second question.
Yeah, thank you. It's based on optical sensing, I understood.
Yep.
What is the limitation against tactile sensing?
The limitation is our technology is composed of over-the-counter components. So when the other technology rises up, our density rises up. I use fiber optic cables, which was about 9 microns when I first append the first patent, but now we can find 4 micrometers. So at that point, we could put 1.5 million sensors in 1 square centimeters. Now we can put over 3 million. But I say over million, because in a human being, we have 241 per square centimeter right now.
Okay, third question. No, sorry.
What's the use that you're trying to fill first? I mean, what are you trying to do first in terms of development, commercial development?
Yep. We are first attempt to our technology was from NASA, and they wanted to use this in Mars missions at the grabbers of rovers. But I always work parallelly with again this technology in healthcare, in surgery robots, because you buy over $3 million a surgery robot, and it doesn't have any tactile feedback. So this very narrows the use of surgery robots. But now on, we can put many much more sensor data to surgeons from using it with bare hands.
Okay, fourth question.
When did you found your company, and what about a track record in revenues?
We rise up our company last year, and with 2 huge companies in the world, Mitsui and Koch Holding, 2 Fortune 500 companies, and our headquarters in Portland, Oregon, in the United States, and now we are in Turkey doing the base R&D, and now we will work with the companies that will collaborate, like collaborative company, that will use our technology, and with our engineers and with their engineers.
Okay. And this is not a question, this is the first time we have a comment, and I take it on because you are an expert too, Hugo.
So who's gonna doubt that there's a competitor in the same room? So, okay, so for the first questions, what's the difference between a sensor bright sensor and our sensor?
No, it's not a question because the 4 minutes
are
over.
No, I mean, the first question was that.
Okay, yes, sorry, but yes, I'm sorry.
I think yours is an optical sensor. so it can provide millions of
I
things.
don't wanted to compare the two products to be respectful to you.
Yeah,
And
it is fine. I'm trying to answer the first question.
I would suggest you meet in a brain date in the coffee break, you guys. Thank you so
All right,
much for
thank
your
you very much.
presentation.
Thank you.
Talking about connection. Next and last for this future of engineering.
Please welcome Jordan Thurgood, Monash University.
Hello, I'm Jordan Thurgood, the New Ventures Manager for Monash University, based out of Melbourne in Australia. And I'm delighted to introduce you today to Next Aero. One of the reasons that we've nominated Next Aero to be at the Falling Walls Ventures conference is the founding team, in particular their ambition and their drive. Their ambition to do something which is extremely difficult, their ambition to do something which hasn't been done before, and their ambition to reshape the aerospace and rocketry industries of the future. One small point I would like to note for everybody before Graham comes on stage is he submitted his thesis 2 days ago before jumping on a plane and flying all the way around the world. So if you have a question for him later, you'll probably find him relaxing by the bar. By the end of the talk today, I'm sure you'll agree with me that for Next Aero, the sky isn't the limit. Please welcome Graham Bell of Next Aero.
Breaking the wall of space commercialization. Graham Bell, Next Aero.
Thank you very much. So it seems that space does capture our imagination, as from our CTO mentioning space. So whether it's spacewalks, rockets or satellites, it really seems to be quite captivating for people. I've thought about this a lot, and one of the reasons I think is that it really provides a pretty inspirational sense of the future. It inspires cooperation and teamwork, and also a sense of prosperity. The future of space really has to be commercial, in my opinion. The National Space Agency model that we've gone through the past has gotten us to some point, but we now rely space commercialization to take us to the future. There's one industry in the realm of space that has taken us further, that is satellites. That's a $15 billion industry which provides observational data to governments, companies, and agencies around the world. Unfortunately, other industries, like for example bespoke manufacturing in space, haven't kicked off yet. There's a couple of reasons why this is. Access to space is a major limitation. The frequency with which we're able to launch rockets into orbit, and also the cost. Our company, Next Aero, is working on just the access to space challenge. Rocket manufacturers, there are significant improvements that can be made for rocket manufacturers in terms of efficiency. Rocket designers, unfortunately, have their hands tied. Companies right now develop the entire rocket, the entire launch vehicle, each individual component. There are significant improvements that can be made, and there's a lot of performance, revenue, and cost savings that are kind of left on the table. Next Aero manufactures just the rocket engine. So we're working on a different type of engine, which essentially takes the bell shape that you've seen on a normal rocket and flips that inside out. So the engine's essentially turned inside out. What we have is now a spike, and the gas coming out, or the flame coming out, is now expanded. The spike allows the rocket, as it goes through the atmosphere, to more efficiently expand the plume that comes out, and this gives this engine about 25 to 35% extra payload performance to get to space. That kind of sounds meh, but actually single-digit performance improvements are important for this particular industry. So one of the major challenges for manufacturing these, why hasn't this engine been developed before? One of the major manufacturing challenges is that the engine's inside out. We've got a lot of small features and small cooling channels on the inside which need to be manufactured. We use metal 3D printing to actually manufacture all the complex shapes. You can't manufacture this particular engine, I'll show you the inside here, traditionally using traditional mills, drills, casting methods. We actually need 3D printing. Not only can this engine not be manufactured traditionally, it's actually pushing the limits of what we can do with design. Humans can't actually design some of the shapes. We're using genetic algorithms to design and develop the individual thermodynamics, the structural dynamics, and the metallurgy of the engine to bring it all together. The future of this industry, in order to bring launching different industries into space. For example, bespoke manufacturing of biotechnology and also glass manufacturing for optical uses in space requires really frequent launches that are done at a really short amount of time. So actually bringing reusability and reliability into a product is a big element. And so through 3D printing, we're actually reducing the number of parts in the engine so that we reduce the risk, weight, and cost. Aviation industry has also inspired us to learn how to actually develop a really capital-intensive transportation industry. And so we're actually using a lot of lessons learned from aviation. Some of those are, for example, that jet engines aren't actually sold. They're rented to airlines. And so an airline will actually rent an engine, sell the seats on the plane, and pay for the engines per passenger mile. This allows the engine manufacturers to take data from the particular flight and switch the engines over between. They're actually cycled between all the different planes as a function of time. And this is what we're looking at with our engine as well. So with that, I'll say thank you very much, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Gosh, I have really hard time to tweet at the same time. Questions? Okay, you are the first one, definitely this time. He beats you, right? Okay.
Always.
You go.
How much capital do you need to launch a jet engine company?
So I would say we're fairly early on that journey, and we're in sort of the couple of 100,000 sort of seed stage at the moment. The larger companies, I think, have raised sort of 10 to 15 million in order to get something to orbit.
That's all.
Yeah. So all these companies, unfortunately, I wish I had more photos, but they're 100 people, a couple of $1 million in revenue, and able to do it. Yep.
I'll talk to my friend Elon Musk.
Great.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Wow. Okay. Talking about making connection in business here, right? Very good. Second question, please.
In which way do you consider the SDGs in your company strategy?
Sorry?
SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations.
Right. Good question.
That was a good answer. Next.
Well, I think I've got something to discuss about it. So with the engine, we're actually looking to use more sustainable fuels. The end of the day, fuel is hydrogen, which is a completely renewable fuel. There's also methane, which is being used. The engine reduces greenhouse gas emissions by about 45% because, yes, you can put more payload on, but actually what we want to do is make the rocket smaller. That's where the cost improvements can be made. So, yeah, about 45% lower greenhouse gas emissions. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Next. I see you at the back.
So what exactly is proprietary in this engine? Or is that irrelevant given your business model?
There are a few elements. It's purely not just a patent element. So yes, we can patent elements in the engine. There's also trade secrets. There's development time and expertise that goes into it. There's also sort of a race to be able to develop the engine the fastest. So sort of whoever learns the most number of steps and skills, then they'll be sort of market dominant. So that's sort of the direction we're going.
We have a question at the back here. Yep. Gentlemen, please can you give him a microphone? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Norbert Holtkamp from Slack. So the statement that you made that is 25-30% more efficient, is that as compared to a NASA engine, or Elon Musk and SpaceX was already mentioned, right? There was a similar pitch there. So is that really measured and done?
That is what our models at the moment indicate we'll be able to get to space, and that's purely with a retrofit. So that's not even including the reduction in size of the vehicle and the benefits that can be made from making things much smaller. Yeah, that's just what our models indicate.
Okay, yes, next question here at the front, please.
Launch costs are decreasing tremendously. You see it double-digit every year. So the question is, this 25% will disappear in a couple of years if the reference was a few years ago. So how do you want to maintain the gap to economy of scale, which is taking place in launch prices?
Yeah, I mean, even in jet engine technology, single-digit percentage improvements is a massive fuel saving across when you scale that across the number of aircraft. So very small gains in this particular field are still important. Yes, the launch costs are coming down from technologies that this obviously contributes to. Actually, I see what's going to happen with this industry is hopefully it unlocks more than just the telecommunications industry in space, but also we start to move to, I mentioned bespoke manufacturing in space, but also potentially space mining and habitat. So I see the frequency of launches going significantly up.
Okay, I think that's a wrap for these questions. I'm sorry, we only have 17 seconds, so it's not even worth asking. But I may ask something. Did you come with a rocket?
That's it there. That's
Yes,
it.
but you know,
That's
because
the toy one.
you're the startup
did
who
I
won
come on a
this
rocket?
morning because you were the furthest away, I think, right? So I thought maybe...
I don't know if you've seen Elon's pitch, but actually you can use rockets to get around the world in 28 minutes, so instead of 24 hours, which it took me to fly here. So.
Okay, well, have a nice evening in Australia. And thank you very much. So it's the end of the second session. That was already the future of engineering. And I have 2 or 3 important announcements. So if you want to stick with me, first jury, you know the procedure. You don't take the iPads, they will be collected. Coffee break will start now. You can have coffee and cake right here in the foyer. And again, it's a great opportunity to mingle network with investors, competitors, juries, but also other people and colleagues and have fun. Please be back for session 3 about sustainability, talking about matching standards at 3 p.m. sharp. Please be back here. Thank you very much. Enjoy the coffee. Oh my God, yes. Oh, I'm still on.
Falling Walls venture is about to continue. Please take your seats.
Yes, we made it. 3 p.m. sharp. Love it. So we're ready for the third round, because now, after healthcare and after the future of engineering, we're going into a field which I know is of a great interest to all of you. And it's all about saving the planet and sustainability. This is about life too. So for this final round of pitches, we will meet international startups building solutions for one of the biggest challenges we have today, challenges that humanity has never faced in the same way before, the global climate crisis. From biodegradable packaging solutions and novel waste treatment technologies to eco-friendly cooling or CO2 neutral fuels. These are some of the topics that we're going to see in the next pitches coming up. So I wanted to say these are hot pitches coming up. So let's save the planet and let's go for the third round of sessions of Falling Wall Ventures. Here we go.
Please welcome Elaine Lukes, University of Cambridge.
Good afternoon. I am Elaine Lukes. I am an investment director at the University of Cambridge, and I'm very sorry about Brexit. Our team at the university, we work to create and invest in new high-impact spin-outs. We have created over 120 to date, and these companies have gone on to secure further investing of over 2 million. Zampla is based on research done by Professor Thomas Knowles. He has actually spent over 10 years developing this science, and in my opinion, it is actually hard to overstate how groundbreaking his breakthrough is. We all know that plastic is a huge problem, and we are going to have to change. Every single day, we could rebuild the Berlin Wall with the number of single-use plastic bottles that are purchased. That's every single day. But this time, the wall would be twice the height of the Brandenburg Gate, which is really, really significant. So I think Zampla represents a huge opportunity to allow change. And I think that it has every opportunity to break the wall of plastic.
Well done.
Breaking the wall of plastic pollution. Simon Hombersley, Zampla.
Thank you very much, Elaine. My name is Simon. The company is Zampla, and we're breaking the wall of plastic pollution. So, when I was a teenager in 1989, my peers, my generation, were celebrating the fall of the Berlin Wall. Today, teenagers are protesting. And they're protesting primarily about the impact of our lives on our planet, and they're protesting quite shockingly in some places. Now, one of the principal concerns of this younger generation is around plastic pollution, in particular, plastic pollution in our ocean. It's harming our ecosystems, and it's actually now entering our human health as well. It's a major, major impact. And all of this has happened within the generation of the people in this room. This is a graph of the amount of plastic production since 1950. This has happened on our watch. And the younger generation are calling us out about it. They're saying, how dare you? How dare you do this to our planet? And it's uncomfortable, and it's aimed at us as the adults in the room, and it's awkward, and we need to answer it. So, when Greta Thunberg speaks, she's saying to me, she's saying to you, she's saying to us as a science community, what are you doing about it? And in Cambridge, this is what we're doing. Our solution to the wall, to break the wall of plastic pollution, is to develop a completely natural, high-performance plastic replacement which is completely biodegradable. So, as Elaine said, the science is based on 10 years of work by Professor Thomas Knowles and his team at the University of Cambridge. Now, at the moment, there's an $85 billion market already in biodegradable packaging and materials. You'll be very familiar with these materials. All of them are based on plant polysaccharides, or most of them are. Now, these are widely abundant, they're great materials, but they have some performance limitations. So they normally need some sort of chemical processing or some sort of chemical addition, synthetic addition, to make them function as high-value materials. Proteins, however, are the performance materials of nature. And the most classic example of this is spider silk. So spider silk is 5 times stronger than steel. It's a protein material. It's made only from proteins. The spider makes this silk remarkably efficiently by eating a very small number of flies at ambient temperatures, and it makes this incredible material. And this research started with Thomas Knowles' lab. Thomas is one of the world leaders in the fundamental understanding of protein science. And he looked at spider silk, understood how the spider was making it. And what the spider is doing is it's simply re-engineering the proteins at a supramolecular level. So proteins have a natural tendency to self-assemble. The spider is unwrapping the proteins and then realigning them in different forms, and that's how it makes spider silk. Now, Thomas pretty quickly realized he couldn't start a business farming spiders. This was not a practical option. So what he thought, he could try to learn from what the spiders are doing and apply it to the same abundant plant materials and create different materials. And that's what this scientific breakthrough is. And it is a very major breakthrough. Thomas has identified how we can, in a similar way, using low energy, no aggressive solvents, very energy efficient, untangle the supramolecular plant level molecules and rearrange them into different forms to create new materials. So that's the science. The business that we're building off the back of it, as you can imagine, has got huge potential into a whole different series of markets. We're working through, all the way up through agricultural technology and into packaging materials, in particular food. This is a food-grade product. It is, in fact, a food. And we're starting with microcapsules. I'm just going to point out that I did have a prop, which is this. So this is a piece of plastic made only from peas. And my colleague is just passing an example around there. So that is a piece of material you've never seen before. This is the breakthrough. So, and just briefly, our launch market, we have a lead customer. Our launch product is in microcapsules. So microcapsules are a major pollutant in our environments, and all of them have them right now in your shirts. Microcapsules of fragrance that go in during your wash. They've shear during the day to release fragrance, and they're washed out into the watercourse when you next put your shirt into the wash. So that's our launch market. There's a very strong regulatory driver for this business, which is the EU, in its wisdom, has banned microplastics. So there are a whole series of companies out there with problems to solve, and we have the product to solve them. So I don't know what the world looks like in 30 years' time, when this conference, I'm sure, will be appearing again. I do know that people will be looking at this, and they won't be saying it's an amazing piece of groundbreaking science. They'll say it's a piece of plastic. And I hope that Greta Thunberg, who in 30 years' time will be my age, which is a deeply depressing thought, but in 30 years' time, Greta Thunberg, I hope she looks back on the science community and to those of us in the room, not just Sampler, but the other companies you're seeing today talking about sustainability, and will say that we did make a difference. Thank you.
Excellent timing, I would say.
Thank you.
Just 1, 2, 3 more, anyone? No. 4, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, in a row. You go.
Thank you, Simon. So it just sounds perfect. I'm just wondering, is there a catch?
No, I mean, there's a lot of challenges to scale this as a business.
Yeah, that would be great if you could tell us a little bit what the challenge is.
I think the challenge for us, and our business model is to drop into existing supply chains. We're trying to work as much as possible to get to scale by working within existing supply chains. And that has some challenges in itself. But the real challenges are our customers are generally very large companies, the end users. Even if we're coming in through tier 1, the end users are very large companies. They do move slowly. Now, we're fortunate we have a really dynamic lead customer who is pushing us to reach their product release schedule. So it can be done, but that, I think, is the principal challenge. It's not scientific now. There is some technical challenge still, but it's actually about customer adoption and customer rollout.
Second question was just next. Yes, thank you.
What's the market entry barrier for others? Because there are also other protein-based polymers available.
Sure. I think there are a number of protein materials, many of them animal materials. That's quite widespread and so forth. But plant protein, we do have 2 patents now filed on it. We've got a whole set of know-how which actually governs precisely that re-engineering that other people simply don't have. But yes, I take your point. No patent is ever a substitute for proper commercial defensibility. So we need to get to scale, we need to get to price points, we need commercial defensibility to pass it through. But we do have a strong, this is a Cambridge spin-out, we have a strong patent portfolio. That's the nature of these kind of spin-outs.
The third question was just here. Yes.
Very nice. I have a question about stability to acids, and let's say, what could you all wrap in your plastic?
Well, let's get started on that one. I think that one of the most interesting areas we've got here is that, as I say, this is a food-grade material. It is actually a food. So we're looking into areas of edible plastics and plastics that come into contact with human beings because it's highly low in allergenicity. It's an extremely biocompatible material as well. So some of the entry points we're looking at are places where there's low regulatory barriers to entry, but where those particular USPs bring us out against the competition. And there's lots and lots of competition in this space, and in microcapsules in particular, there's lots of algae and so forth, but we've got some very clear advantages over those other technologies.
Fourth question was here, please.
Similar question, can it hold liquids? Does it have a barrier?
Plant proteins are really weird, and get your head around this one. They are insoluble and yet digestible. That's quite a strange and unusual quality. So they are digested entirely as proteins, as a foodstuff by creatures, and yet they're completely insoluble. So yes, we can hold liquids, we can do all sorts of things. Yeah.
You have the next question.
In your beachhead, at what scale do you achieve price parity?
It does very much depend on the applications. One of the reasons we're focusing on microcapsules is we can actually compete from day one because of the natural alternatives for microcapsules. The feedstocks are about 4 times the price of our feedstocks, so we've got an advantage from day one. I don't know the answer for longer term things like plastic packaging and films in particular, but I would say that as I say, our route is to drop in here. So we're not trying to raise 50 million quid and build a plant. Our job is to build material that goes into other people's plants.
Yes, very fast. Last question there. The lady at the back of the room. Further. Yes, you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's fascinating. What do you see as competition for food? Like growing crops for food, and to get to scale, what about the environmental cost of growing the plants?
We have 15 seconds, so only the first part, competition.
It's a great question, sustainability. There's no point replacing something with another option. I'd say that we've calculated that for 1 million of sales, we are taking 2.6 hectares of pea crop, and there are 40,000 hectares in the UK alone. So it's a very, very efficient process. The yield is 100%, but I can talk to you about that later.
Thank you so much for answering the question so fast. That was fast-paced. Please, everybody, I see you. You're all standing up here against the wall. We don't want to stand against a wall. Come here in the first row and make revolution to save the planet. Come here, ask questions. Please, don't be shy. I don't bite, they don't bite, you know. So, next startup, please.
Please welcome Mira Mezzini, Technische Universität Darmstadt.
Ladies and gentlemen, at TU Darmstadt, I'm the VP responsible for research and innovation, and I'm here today to present Magnotherms, our coolest spin-off. So why Magnotherms? Well, first, because it's based on breakthrough scientific approach for cooling. Second, because it breaks the very terrible wall of current cooling technology, which is very energy consuming and causes the greenhouse effect. And this is going to become only worse with increasing demand for cooling in China, India, and elsewhere. Third, because this huge market is waiting for Magnotherm solutions, given that current solutions are forbidden in less than 10 years will be forbidden. And fourth, because Magnotherm has a great interdisciplinary team crossing the borders of 6 disciplines. So with this said, please welcome Timur, who will tell us more about the magic of Magnotherm solutions.
Breaking the wall to magnetic refrigeration. Timur Zehrmann, Magnotherm Solutions.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and also I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to the foundation for this great opportunity. Now, cooling is one of the main prerequisites for a modern society. Every one of us gets in touch with cooling solutions several times a day, whether it's in the car, buying groceries, or even in this room. That's actually why the cooling industry is a $300 billion market. The way we cool today is predominantly with compressing and expanding specific gases. The technology has been developed for more than 100 years and is quite reliable. But there are two major drawbacks to this technology. First of all, we heard it, it takes up a lot of energy. That's actually almost a fifth of our world's demand for electricity. Secondly, the gases that we are using are problematic in many ways. This causes that we are emitting a lot of CO2 equivalents by cooling. That's around 10% of the global greenhouse gas emission, which is 4 times the amount of all airplanes together. Now, what if I told you that there is an alternative solution to those problems? A solution that could be up to 40% more efficient than the best solution available today, that is always at its efficient optimum, regardless the temperature spans you need and the power size you want. And that doesn't use any gases at all. Instead, it uses a special metal and water to produce the cold. And that's where the magnetic cooling technology comes into place. By specific metals here represented as the spheric particles inside the box, which are also called magnetocaloric materials, they heat up when magnetized and they cool down when demagnetized. And when they're hot, we put the hot side with water on the one side, and then when they're cold, we get the cold and put it with water or the other transfer medium to the other side. This way we can run a cooling system which is quite similar to a gas compression cycle, but only more efficient and without using any gases. Now you would ask, why is this technology not already in the market? There have been well-functioning machines been shown in the past, but the material is the missing puzzle piece. And that's where at Technical University in Darmstadt, we have conducted extensive research on those materials, and we have also been awarded an advanced grant from the European Research Council on this. So our material innovation enables us to have a material now that is well-functioning, that is long-term stable, cheaper in its production than ever before, and also it's scalable in its implementation into machines. Based on this knowledge, we have built a demonstrator validating this technology and spin off the company Magnetherm Solutions. And right now we are building a first powerful prototype which has a cooling capacity of up to 1,000 watts, which is comparable to 3 to 4 home refrigerators. Now, we are not the first ones, we are not the only ones on this technology. Why us? How can we stay competitive? Well, first of all, it's not easy to build such a machine. You need deep understanding in magnetism and magnetocaloric materials, but also mechanical engineering. And we are coming from material science, bringing this into the mechanical engineering domain. Now, of course, also patents are available for us, and we have further ones pending. The next step now is to put this technology onto the street and integrate our cooling machine into a system. Now, remember, already today, we have 3.6 billion cooling devices in use. In only 30 years' time, this number will go up almost 3 times to more than 9 billion. We have understood that we need fundamental changes in order to preserve our planet. We have put in place different mechanisms, partially very successful. In Europe, for example, all climate-unfriendly cooling gases will be banned until 2030, which puts the industry in chaos at the moment. The alternatives are either explosive, toxic, or otherwise problematic. So in order to make the next change, we don't need incremental changes, but we need breakthrough technologies. Technologies like the magnetic refrigeration. Thank you.
Hot questions for cooling things? 1, 2, 3, 4? Okay. Oh, here? Okay, 5, sorry.
Okay, first question, where do you get the magnets from? So is it any special magnets that you need, and how are they produced?
So we're using permanent magnets. So you have reached a weak point, but we're using upcycled magnets. So in the future, when electrical vehicles will be all around, after the permanent magnets get thrown away, we can use those magnets very well, because for our purpose, they're still good enough after they have been upcycled.
Okay. Next question was here. I think, yes.
Thank you. Could you give us a benchmark on the coefficient of performance of the system, please?
So a normal cooling system in the domain, what we are looking at is around 3 to 4 in COP. We are coming from material science. We are building the machines at the moment, but we have seen other machines having a COP of 8 to 9, which is a giant step forward, and could never be reached with the current solution, which has been optimized basically 100%.
Next question.
I think you answered already partially my question. If you read here that you use gadolinium, this is also not available in indefinite amount.
Yeah, gadolinium is like the standard material for prototypes, but there's also another alloy. It's lanthanum iron silicon with manganese and hydrogen. And gadolinium is an element, so it's not adjustable to different ambient temperatures, but this Lafayette, how we call it, is adjustable to different temperature areas. So this gives us more flexibility. But the problem to this lanthanum iron silicon was that it's not long-term stable within a machine, and that's our innovation actually, the material innovation, how to have a clever way and working way to take this material and bring it into well-functioning machines.
Next question, please.
I believe it's still more expensive, right, for upfront investment. So, but on the other hand, you're saving energy because you have a higher energy efficiency. So I'm just wondering, what is the ROI? So how long does it take for a refrigerator to actually get the additional upfront investment back? And the next one would be it relates to it.
Okay.
Household appliances. When do you see it getting to the household appliances market?
So second question first, never. So it's never going to be in household refrigerators. The current solutions are good enough for that. So that's why we are aiming for higher power ranges, so up to 100 kilowatts. There we see a limit to the top, but we have to have at least half a kilowatt or 1 kilowatt of cooling capacity in order to reach an ROI. For example, in a supermarket cooling display, we have the expectation to reach an ROI of 2 to 3 years, maybe 4.
No other question? Yeah, okay, I will take somebody else. You have 5 seconds and you have 10 seconds to answer.
How stable is your material? Is it stable or does it get brittle after a certain number of cycles?
The effect itself is fully reversible. That's why it's more energy efficient. And our material has been tested over millions of cycles at the moment.
Okay, and I'm very sorry not to be able to take any more questions. The 4 minutes are over. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll take the next one. Thank you.
Please welcome Aditi Kumar, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur.
Scientific innovations make human life better, but it's the scientific breakthroughs that enable human potential. Namaste. I'm Aditi from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India, the institute which has supported over 120 startups so far and still counting. We have nominated Kanpur Flower Cycling and its product, Fluoroform, because of its triple bottom impact, that is, planet, people, and prosperity. Fluoroform is the most brilliant, bold, and smartest solution to world's 5th largest pollutant, the styrofoam. Apart from its scientific breakthrough, its brand and positioning, it is the heart behind the organization that sets Fluoroform apart. The team here is trying to address deeply rooted social, economic, and environmental issues via their restorative circular economy. In my opinion, the team should win simply because it has shown the world that with sheer bold vision and scientifically backed up hope, you can change the way world tackles waste today and create a world depending on the dignity. Over to you, Himanshi.
Breaking the wall of toxic styrofoam by upcycling temple and farm waste. Himanshi Singh, Kanpur Flower Cycling.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Himanshi, research scientist at Kanpur Flower Cycling, and we are changing the way how things are being made. In next few minutes, I'll walk you through how we are breaking the wall of styrofoam. When I was 16, I saw a huge dirty heap in front of my home. My house help's son, Tonu, was sorting some things out of that dirty heap. He was actually picking out pieces of styrofoam which killed his best friend, Bruno, his pet dog, to death. I couldn't do anything to help him. 2 years ago, while visiting my parents again, I saw that heap. To my surprise, it has grown many folds. It seems like a vast sea of plastics. That day, I promised myself to help bring change. Styrofoam has become a ubiquitous part of our lives in the form of coffee cups, Amazon parcels, but styrofoam is plaguing the environment, causing irreversible damage. It is the world's 5th largest pollutant. Mankind doesn't know a way to recycle it. It needs to be either burnt or dumped into the landfills. Today, I am happy to share that we have developed Florafoam, a biodegradable alternative to styrofoam. Unlike styrofoam, which takes thousands of years to decompose, Florafoam becomes a compost in just 45 days. Florafoam is biodegradable, and also it can replace styrofoam in all of its properties. It can be engineered to get the desired properties like tensile strength, flexibility, cushioning, and it can be molded into any shape. We have been successful in converting 2 environmentally degrading pollutants into Florafoam, making our technology ultra-sustainable and cheaper than styrofoam. Every year, more than 100 million tons of farm waste is otherwise burnt by Indian farmers, causing enormous pollution. It causes enormous pollution in the air, and it makes the New Delhi and its surrounding areas a poisonous gas chamber. Also, 8 million tons of flowers are offered to God as a religious ritual in India. To maintain the sanctity of these flowers, they are dumped into water bodies like holy river Ganges. This creates a havoc in the fragile ecosystem, causing severe diarrhea, hepatitis, and other diseases, which is the leading cause of child mortality across India and Bangladesh. Today, we are transforming these pollutants into Florafoam, which is a packaging material that is grown in lab using ambient growth of a microorganism. Packaging industry has more than $15.5 billion market, which is growing 5% annually. The global industry is actively trying to find the green replacement. Also, along with that, there are many US and Europe governments which are looking to ban the use of styrofoam. We want to be world's leading protective packaging industry. Currently, in Kanpur, we are building a pilot plant with the capacity of 12 tons of raw material per day. What is closest to my heart is the choice of people we have been able to employ. For collection and sorting of flowers, we employ women who were earlier manual scavengers, cleaning dry toilets and sewers. Also, we have been able to provide additional income to the farmers for the farm waste. Apart from that, we have the Florafoam is shattering the wall of inequality and untouchability. We will be able to save more than 800 tons of farm waste from being burnt and more than 6,000 tons of flowers from being dumped into the holy rivers. We are working hard to make styrofoam packaging history. And today, by being here, along with the walls of environmental and social vulnerabilities, I am breaking a decade-old wall within myself. Thank you.
Wonderful. So let's get rid of toxic stuff here. Let's go. First question here. Second, you start.
How stable is the polymer when you say, and how do you degrade it? Do you need any special conditions?
No, so just like I said, it is actually made by growing a microorganism. So it is quite stable until you break it down and you throw it into a mud or something near to water. Then it starts to biodegrade because it is made up of nutritious material. So the surrounding microorganisms use it and they actually biodegrade to make it a compost.
Yeah. Okay, second question, here at the front.
How is this different from a product, say, like Ecovative?
Okay, so Ecovative is developing the biodegradable alternative by using hemp waste, which is actually a food material. So we are here making the use of waste, actually. And also, their product has not been able to be a breakthrough in the market, possibly, number one, because they are costly. Our technology is cheaper than styrofoam. And secondly, with our experiments, we have seen that with huge moisture conditions, the material tends to get moist, and also it is prone to contamination. So what we are doing in our project, the next step is to make a protective coating to make it work in every possible environment.
Yeah. Okay, we have a third question here, and then a fourth there. First here, the gentleman. Thank you.
How is fluorofoam produced? You say it's by microorganisms, but...
Yeah, so fluorofoam is actually composed of farm waste, which is straw and flowers. So we have developed, it is basically made by growing mycelia, which is a root part of a mushroom. It actually acts as a natural binder and makes the fluorofoam what it is today. We have done 6 months of experiments, making this strain adaptable to our raw material, and that is how we are producing it.
Next question will be here, then the next one will be there, and maybe.
You mentioned the pesticides. Is there anything that you need to take care of when you're processing these flowers that are contaminated? And the other one, you also mentioned that you can produce it to different specifications. What about weight? Can you also make it lighter?
Yes, we can definitely make it lighter. So we can play with the compositions a bit. We can increase the amount of straw to make it a bit lighter. And also talking about the pesticides, since I mentioned, the women are sorting these things. And also there is a procedure involved where all of the pesticides and other things are leached out of these flowers. They are dried and then they are taken as a raw material.
Thank you. The next question will be there.
Is there a religious community in India supportive of using temple flowers, or are there concerns?
Yes, they are very much supportive about it. So basically, both of our raw materials are free right now, and we are trying to scale it up really soon.
Okay, another question. No, first the gentleman here, and then we might make it.
Can you talk about the defensibility, the barriers to entry?
Sorry?
The defensibility of the technology. How do you stop other people copying you?
Okay, so we can since we have our technology ready, we have everything, we just really need to scale up. We have already signed contracts with 2 of India's largest styrofoam packaging consumers. We just need to set up our plant, and we need to produce many more units of fluorofoam as soon as possible.
27 seconds.
First use of that product will be for what?
So it will be used as a protective packaging, like I mentioned, for a ceiling fan motor. And it can also, since it can take any shape, it will be used for other electrical appliances as well, because it absorbs acoustic impacts in an excellent way.
Perfect timing. We're done with the 4 minutes questions and answers. Thank you very much. And we go next.
Please welcome Alexandros Papadeiros, Technische Universität München.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I guess that a lot of the people sitting in this room, and especially men, have changed the diapers of their babies. Now imagine the full diaper smelling like strawberry. Or when you end up your daily workout, your sportswear smells like bananas. Isn't that wonderful? So this is the technology that was developed by the team of Forgene at the Technical University of Munich. And this technology has now a new application that will break the wall of preventing fires. So please, welcome on the stage Heimo Adamski, who is the CEO and co-founder of Forgene.
Breaking the wall of fire prevention. Heimo Adamski, Forgene.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the fantastic and beautiful world of flavors. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. I'm not going to talk about the beautiful flavors today. I'm talking about the very nasty ones, the ones that really alerts you as soon as you smell them. Actually, did you know that there are more people alive on Earth today than have ever died? And unfortunately, some of those who died through an accident, either at home or in the workplace, caused by fire. So today, the studies say that 41% roughly of the fires that exist and that happens in industries and in households are caused by electrical systems, by overheating and then starting to burn and then setting everything else on fire. Especially in the industry, there are certain, and at home as well, there are certain hardware solutions in place today that detect fire, that detect smoke. But these detectors, these sensors, can only detect smoke once something has happened already. Something is already gone wrong. Smoke is not just there. So another study said that 27% of these sensors have one false alarm per year. You know, like the smoke detector back at home. You might have heard it from time to time that it just starts to beep even though there's nothing going on. So the damage and the loss to either values or people, machinery or cabling systems is already been done once these detectors can detect smoke. So wouldn't it be nice and perfect to know in advance that something's going wrong? And that is why we have invented Sniff and Save. Sniff and Save is just a simple sticker based on a sticker, and we made this into a cool piece of technology by adding different layers to the sticker that gives us additional functionalities. One of the functionality is that we add a smoky flavor to the front of the sticker, which is in a sugar-bound form, not volatile, so it does not smell at all once you place it. But as soon as the machine or the cable reaches a certain temperature that is out of the tolerable range, it breaks off the bound from sugar and releases the flavor. So the flavor that we use is a smoky flavor because it should give you the impression of something is burning, even though it's not burning. The temperatures that we are working on right now are at 80, 100, and 130 degrees to release the flavor. It's dependent on the system and the machines that you place it on, but this is what the industry has told us are temperatures that are workable in the current environments. So we have filed 2 patents for this. It's non-toxic what we do. It's food-grade flavors that we use. And why have we chosen the smoky flavors? Because across borders, across ethnics, and across cultures, smoke is always related, when smelled by a human, is always related to danger, almost everywhere, except in Jamaica at some places. But at least this is the one flavor that everybody in the world relates with danger. So our industry solution today has 7 layers of technology plugged onto the sticker. The home version that's due to be released in Q2 next year has only 3 layers, but that's okay for the home use. And the industry solution does not only have benefits for the company by preventing fire, shutting down systems before something really goes wrong, it also has a main impact on the insurance companies, who really like the idea not to have any damage at all in the beginning. The main benefit is it is so simple. It's a sticker. Peel it off, plug it on, done. And the same is true for the consumer version that we're offering. The main impact for the consumer version is the safety back at home. 4Gene, 4Gene was established in 2017. We're a spin-off from Technical University in Munich, located in the industrial biotechnology market segment. The basic technology is called flavor on demand. And 4Gene is 4 men, 4 women, 4 nationalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I didn't hear the...
It was, no, we had it. It was smelling like fire suddenly, you know? So I thought, like, I'd better go on stage. I think we don't need to go to Jamaica or stigmatize them. I think we're in Berlin, right? Okay, good.
You know
so the questions, let's go. We have 1 question here, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. The microphone is coming? Yes.
Okay, let's assume we have like 20 stickers here, and this light is smelling. How many people at which distance will smell it, and how good can we locate where the smell comes from?
So first of all, we would only need 1 sticker in this room. You would smell that the temperature is out of range within 3 to 5 minutes, and you can get rid of the smell later by opening the doors, and within 2 hours everything is gone again. Well, as you have seen on the 2 examples that I had, one of the functionalities is that we have an indicator that says "burnt" on the sticker. So this sign is invisible, and it changes color so that you can easily spot it visually. For those who are placing the stickers in darker environments, we also have an option for fluorescence, where you can then easily use the UV light to spot the sticker that has burned.
Okay. Please keep in mind only 1 question. I think you were the second one, right?
I was, yeah.
Okay.
First of all, thank you very much, Emma, for the very entertaining presentation. It was very enjoyable. Of course, a little disclaimer, I'm from Bosch, so I'm probably biased here. But I'm just wondering, when it comes to safety and security, you want to be alerted. And I'm just wondering whether scent is really a strong alert, particularly the case where, you know, in a home setting, you sleep, your children are sleeping. Mm-hmm. Will I be awoken by scent? And I'm just wondering what your take is on that one.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you need people to work in those places, or people being awake at home. We have we have the opportunity to have different levels of intensity, and we can easily create a scent that will wake you up as well. But I don't know if that is what everybody wants to buy, and we have to think about the majority of people to sell product. But yeah, the intensity and the way how we apply it to the individual application for the customers, that is something that we can change in the recipe of the sticker.
I think you were first, right? No, you were first. Oh, okay. Well, then it will be you, and then it will be you, and then maybe you.
Just thinking of like overheating cables or so. I mean, does it mean that you would have to stick kilometers of cable with 1 sticker after each other? Do you foresee any kind of coating process or so?
Currently, we are in discussions with the cabling manufacturers. So the final aim that we have is to implement the substances in the coating of the cables, actually. So that is the final goal. Currently, these talks are not finished, so we still have to have someone placing stickers every 500 meters.
Okay.
What is your pricing model?
The pricing model is pretty simple. One sticker is 50 euros.
Okay, next question.
So cheap for industry.
Next question was here.
Same.
Oh, okay, same question. So you have, wasn't it you now?
Yeah.
Yes, it's you now, yeah.
Is 3 to 5 minutes fast enough? Or if a device is at 80 degrees centigrade for 5 minutes, is it likely to just combust anyway?
Well,
20 seconds.
The release of the flavor and the flavor to be disposed in the room needs a certain time. So in an explosion, it doesn't help us at all because the temperature is rising too fast. Yeah, and as soon as the temperature is rising too fast, the time to release the flavor is not long enough. But in a usual circumstance, it's okay, as we were told from the industry.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, thank you very much to you.
How much time have we got?
You are 8 seconds more. I'm flexible, you see. So
well,
thank
I
you.
did in the first part as well.
Okay, thank you very much. No, they give it, I don't give it. Okay,
very much.
next one, please.
Please welcome Sebastián Arias, Adolfo Ibáñez University.
Hi everyone, my name is Sebastián Arias and I do represent Universidad Adolfo Ibáñez in Santiago, Chile. So Chile has been creating and developing a huge and massive entrepreneurial ecosystem during the last years. And of course, this ecosystem has been led by fantastic entrepreneurs. And today, I'm going to present to you guys one of them. The team COEX is developing technology and driving innovation into one of the most important industries in Chile. They help fruit exporters to be both smarter and more sustainable with the environment. Please welcome Lucas Funk from COEX Solutions.
Breaking the wall to smarter and responsible packaging. Lucas Funk, COEX.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here. Let's talk about the future. It has been estimated that in the next 30 years, the global population will grow in 2 billion people. And we're going to need to find a way to feed this new population. And the best way to do this has been to take the direction of saving the food that we're losing and goes to waste. There's an estimation that around 30% of the food production goes to waste. And if you talk about fruits and vegetables, it's about 45%. Now, this is in different processes from the moment where you plant the seed until you have the fruit and vegetables at your home. But the hardest part to take control of is during the transportation and export, where you have around an 8% of losses. Now, the most delicate fruits are grapes and berries. And if we take this 8%, we are talking about 500,000 tons of fruit per year that goes to waste. The 8%, it's different. For small companies, it goes to up to 15%. For bigger companies, it's around 5%. If we want to put an economical number, we're talking about 1 billion euros per year, only for grapes and berries. Now we start investigating more into the grape industry, and during the transportation, there's 2 things that you need to control. The first one is temperature and humidity. If you don't control this, you will finish having fungus, dehydration, and white spots on the fruits that is caused by one of the layers of the packaging. The way the industry has been managing this is the containers themselves, they have a really good management of the temperature, but when it comes to humidity, because they are very delicate, it's hard to control. So the solution they've been using for the last 30 years, it's a traditional packaging. It's a number of layers that, first of all, you have a bag that holds the humidity. If it raises, you have some layers of paper that absorb. If it keeps raising, you have a layer that releases gas to stop the fungus. And if it goes beyond that, all the gas is released, and then you finish having the white spots that damage the fruit. The position of the boxes inside the container affects as well if they're in the top or in the bottom. And in the world, we produce around 500 million boxes per year only for grapes. Now, the solution that we have come with, it's sensitive packaging. When I say sensitive, it's different layers. This is only one of them. That what it does is that it senses the humidity, and then it reacts. You will see how little by little this starts opening. I don't know if you can see it by there. And then what it can do is that it can kind of control the humidity levels inside the box. And it doesn't matter then where the box is positioned. Each box will auto-control the humidity levels to be in the optimal position. Now, on the top graph, you can see how the humidity levels go in the traditional packaging. The green zone is the safe zone where you should maintain the humidity levels. With our system, we're doing some sort of a buffer to pack the humidity levels by absorbing or releasing as needed. Because we have developed this by looking in the industry and the different processes, we've been able to bring other benefits as well for the exporters. We have estimated that it would reduce the losses by 40%. It is 30% faster to pack. We have a savings in the pre-cold energy cost. This is when bringing the temperature of the pulp down. And this is very important because the quickest you do it, the better the fruit is for the trip, for the travel. So it's in better conditions, so you have less losses as well. We use less chemicals. It reduces the amount of garbage that we produce. And we are looking forward to compete at the same price as the traditional packaging. Our business model and vision, we will work with an intellectual property licensing model because we want this to be implemented fast in other countries to change the traditional packaging. And we have the view of a circular economy. What we mean is that this capsule, we're looking forward to have it already inside the box and with eco-friendly materials that could degrade in earth and be eco-friendly. Thank you.
Okay, who's first? First question? 1, 2. Okay.
What kind of material do you use, and what kind of technology milestones do you need further to develop?
So for now, we are using some basic materials in the prototyping, and after we're going through the part where we need to develop this material. We'll have a material development that we need to design, and then the second was? Milestones, okay. So the first one that it's related to the second one as well is not improving, showing that all the knowledge that we have and how do you say it? Sorry. So to prove that everything that we have thought of happens and goes well. And the second one is to make a mechanical capsule in order to go to a VP after. So after we have these 2 steps, we can prepare the MVP.
Okay, your turn.
Is the value of the saving per box greater than the cost of the valve?
Yes. Yes, way more. So the big companies that only have a 5% of losses, they are really struggling to bring this to even 1% is a lot for them. So the cost that we are having will be the same as the traditional packaging. So there will be no really hard costs for the exporters.
Okay. Yes, you hold on. I just check. Anyone else? Well, if you have a second question, please go on.
When you gave the losses in transport for berries at 8%, what proportion of that 8% is due to humidity variation?
In the case of grapes, it's all of them. So you have the big companies that have a 5%. Normally, 60% is because of a fungus. Then 20% is because of dehydration. And the other 20% is because of the white spots that you get from the packing.
None of it's from bruising?
From raping?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
We still have 1 minute and 50 seconds. I mean, it's rare to have such an expert to ask them directly. Yes, please.
How are you financed at the moment, and how many of the shares do you have?
So we have all the shares. This is something quite new and young that we're starting. We're in a very pre-seed moment. Financing, we've been financing by ourselves, but we need an investment in order to do these next steps. So right now we are in the pre-seed stage.
Okay, no further question? Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Can the valves be reused multiple times, or are they single use?
Our idea, the fact of reusing, because of the industry, doesn't make much sense, because if you're talking about grapes, let's take the case of Chile. We export to the States and to Europe, but Europe doesn't export back to Chile. So one thing could be taking these capsules, bringing them back to Chile and reuse them, which is not very viable. So we thought the best could be make it with eco-friendly materials that you could recycle them, or they could be eco-friendly to degrade in earth.
You still have
Sure.
27 seconds?
Can you talk about the level of commercial traction that you have at the moment?
Of the what?
How much traction you have with customers at the moment?
Commercial.
Yeah, commercial traction. So we've been working with one of the biggest exporter companies in Chile in order to do all our investigation and to get to know the how-to. But the traction we've been having so far has been more during competitions and presenting this. As I said before, we are in a stage that we are in the need of investment to keep going.
We don't keep going. We're done. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Let's go to the next.
Please welcome Detlef Günther, ETH Zurich.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will start with a question. Whom of you came by plane to Berlin? Please raise your hand. Well, I avoid my second question. Do you feel guilty? Because I assume, actually, if you could do this carbon neutral, you would be very pleased. ETH invests a lot in mobility because our scientists want to meet in person also in the future. And as we've seen from some of the other ideas, we have to keep mobility alive. 3 years ago, we got confronted with an idea. We take CO2 from the air, we take water, and we take sunlight to produce kerosene. And the person pitched and showed me this bottle, 0.04 percent efficiency. 3 years later, we have 7% efficiency in this process, and all other details will be presented by Philip Fuller, CTO of Synhelion.
Breaking the wall to clean fuels on a global scale. Philip Fuller, Synhelion.
Thank you very much, Detlef. Good afternoon, everybody. At Synhelion, we turn CO2, water, and sunlight into clean synthetic fuels. We believe that liquid hydrocarbons such as kerosene or diesel or methanol are here to stay, and let me explain you why. This small bottle here contains kerosene, jet fuel. If you want to have the same amount of energy with a state-of-the-art lithium-ion battery, you would need this volume, and even more if you compare it by mass, roughly 30 to 80 times as much. This is the reason why long-haul flights are not possible with batteries. They're simply far too heavy. Additionally, hydrocarbons can store energy for a very long time, can be transported and used with the current existing global fuel infrastructure. So it's our mission at Synhelion to replace fossil fuels on a very large scale by clean synthetic fuels which have substantially lower or even no net CO2 emissions. Existing technologies to produce such fuels, for example, from biomass, are limited in their scalability potential because they use agricultural land and therefore compete with food production at large scale. On the other hand, approaches based on electricity are very expensive and would require high CO2 tax or other support schemes to become economically viable. In contrast, our approach is scalable to meet global fuel demands and at the same time substantially cheaper than technologies based on electrolysis. What you see here is a commercial solar power plant in Israel. It produces electricity for around 20,000 households. The large mirror field reflects the incident sunlight to the top of the tower where the radiation is absorbed and converted into high-temperature process heat, which then drives a steam turbine cycle to produce electricity. Now, for solar fuels production, we use the same commercial infrastructure to concentrate the sunlight, but instead of producing electricity, we use the high-temperature solar process heat to drive energy-intensive chemical reactions to split water and CO2 into syngas, a mixture of hydrogen and CO, which is then further processed to the liquid hydrocarbons such as gasoline, diesel, kerosene, or methanol. If we capture CO2 from the air, we can close the carbon cycle and produce CO2-neutral fuels, because the same amount of CO2 was extracted from the air and used for the production as is released during the combustion of the fuel. This thermochemical route involves a minimum of conversion steps and can therefore be more efficient and cheaper than competing technologies. We have recently demonstrated our most radical approach for producing liquid fuels by just 2 ingredients, air and sunlight. And we built a small demo plant on the roof of ETH Zurich, which captures water and CO2 from atmospheric air. Then the water and CO2 are split into syngas in solar reactors, and subsequently the syngas is liquefied to methanol, CO2-neutral methanol. And methanol is just an example. We could also produce kerosene or any other liquid hydrocarbon. Now here is a short overview of our roadmap. Currently we are in the pilot phase where we tested the system, the components of our next generation system at the 200 kilowatt scale. This is about 40 times larger than what we did at ETH. Next year we'll scale up to the megawatt size and test the system on solar towers, and by 2022 we go to the full commercial size of 20 megawatts and build the first demo plant with a fuel capacity of around 20,000 liters of methanol per day. To give you an impression about the current phase, we are at this moment testing one of our core components at the German Aerospace Center here in Germany, in Jülich. This is a device which produces ultra-high temperature process heat, so up to 1,500 degrees for the chemical reactions. And you see the device glowing after the testing. Thank you very much.
So, from cooling to hot stuff. Here you go with the first question. Second, third, fourth. Oh my God, you're all on this side today. Okay, now, let's see. You first.
Can you talk about the scale at which you achieve price parity with industrial production of kerosene?
This is a difficult question, and this is also part of the development of the scale-up development now. And it also depends on the fuel type. For example, methanol has a more straightforward synthesis, so you can build smaller plants compared to, for example, kerosene.
Okay. The next question is on this side. Yes. Okay. Let's start with you.
What's the end-to-end efficiency of your process? By whatever the suitable metric is for it. Maybe excess CO2 emission.
So when developed, we target efficiencies from sunlight to the liquid fuel of 15% and higher. Electrochemical approaches are somewhere capped at around 10%.
Yes, please.
What do you use as a catalyst?
We use a redox material, a metal oxide. It's not a catalyst. So it's not a catalytic process.
Okay. Wow, this is fast-paced Q&As here.
Yeah, actually, to follow up on that question, because I had a similar one, how does that compare to other potential ways you could be making something like this? Because there are enzymatic methods as well for kerosene production.
You mean based on biofuels approach, or what do you mean exactly?
Or other catalysts? Because what is the process if it's not a catalyst then, I guess, and how does that compare?
It's a redox process, two-step redox process.
Got it.
But we are developing different routes, actually, I have to say. We are also looking at decarbonizing or upgrading fossil fuels to produce a fuel in the end with about 50% lower emissions than conventional fossil fuels at competitive price with fossil fuels.
Okay, we'll go back on that side. I think there has an extra question. You wanted, can we have a microphone here, please? Thank you.
I'm not sure if I remember my question.
There is another one.
Give me a second.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you go first, and then, oh my God, no, there's your queue.
At what square footage of plants could you replace all jet fuels?
This also depends on the approach. If you do it from, if you want to replace it from air and sunlight, then you would need about 1/3 of the Mojave Desert, for example. For the whole fuel which is consumed for aviation globally.
Okay.
I know it again. What's the main driver for your customers? How important is the price? How important are other factors?
One of our, we call it partners. One of our key partner is Eni, one of the 10 largest oil and gas companies, and we are developing this technology jointly together. And for them, it's important to develop technologies to reduce the CO2 emissions of the fuels they sell. But at the same time, it's also important to develop a fuel which is economical, which has a market. So that's also very important, yes.
Quick one.
Last question.
How much money do you need to get to a real proof of concept of what you're doing?
So in the next phase, we need about 20 millions, and then for the demo plant, we need about 200 millions.
Okay, I think that's it, because with 19 seconds, we don't make it anymore. Thank you very much for the Q&As, and we're going to have a the last one.
Please welcome Karin Kricheldorf, Technische Universität Berlin.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the Center for Entrepreneurship of the Technische Universität Berlin, we supported many successful startups during the last 13 years. Hence, the alumni startup we chose to nominate, Fluid Dynamics, was not simply selected because of their outstanding technology or the products they introduced to the market during the last years very successfully. What makes them stand out as a team is, while being very driven and focused on growing their business, they always take time to support our early stage startups and share their experience. Moreover, not only do they focus on products that are economically successful, but also contribute to make our planet a better place for future generations. So please welcome Bernhard Bobusch from Fluid Dynamics.
Breaking the wall of water wastage. Bernhard Bobusch, FDX Fluid Dynamics.
Okay, thank you very much. So 2 pitches left until the happy hour starts. I'll take the full 5 minutes anyway. So let me start with a question. Are you hungry? So if you like something like this, either if it's the plant-based or the meat-based product, you can be 100% sure that some of it will be processed in a plant. And those plants need to be cleaned. We had, in the last couple of weeks or months in Germany, 2 scandals with bacteria because of poor cleaning and hygiene standards in the plant. And the cleaning of such a plant is a very, very water-intensive process. So for example, for every chicken that is going through such a plant, you need 6 to 7 liters of clean, fresh water to clean the plant afterwards. So I would like to show you how we can save water with this process pretty easily. Because the cleaning process is the same like when you at home take your garden hose and clean, for example, your patio. The first thing that you do instinctively is you oscillate the jet. You move it from side to side. And this is not only because it's more fun, but it's because it cleans better. So why can't we do this all the time? I mean, okay, our hands will get sore from time to time and we're not as fast as, for example, valves or moving parts. But moving parts break. So we at FTX, we invented the Oscijet nozzle. This is a new kind of nozzle that creates an oscillating jet sweeping from side to side without the need of moving parts. It's just the flow geometry inside the nozzle. And this will give us an up to 7 times better cleaning, but not only in cleaning, but also in mixing. For example, when we come to jet engines, we have a 15 times better mixing, reduce the pollutant emissions of nitrous oxides. And we can also have a better cooling. If we use it on a surface, we have a higher cooling efficiency. How do we do it? We have a special geometry inside of our nozzle. You can see it here. This is a flow simulation. Dark blue means high velocity, white means lower velocities. And we use the so-called Coanda effect. This is an effect that high-speed jets tend to attach to surfaces. So we create a jet on the left side, and it moves through our device, and we give it 2 surfaces to attach to. So it attaches to the upper one, follows the curvature, and leaves the nozzle at a certain angle, but a small portion is transported backwards and pushes the jet to the other side. So the jet is switching instantly over time, only depending on the velocity and the geometry. So with our technology platform, we can create nozzles from very low frequencies up to several kilohertz. And we apply this one not only in the cleaning business. The cleaning business is the first one that you can see here. You can go to your hardware store, at least here in Europe this year. You can already buy it. So our technology is integrated up here. It saves 40% of water with the same cleaning power. We also have it in the industrial scale for pressure washing in the agricultural business, and we are aiming for fire extinguishing system, dishwashers, and so on, which is a huge market. The second one that we have is the mixing. So when it comes to mixing, we have gas turbine engines. MAN is using our nozzles for fuel injection in a 7 megawatt gas turbine. We're also talking to aviation manufacturers to have this for mixing, for example, in the climate control within the cabin of your airplane. And since we have an oscillation there, which can be easily measured using pressure ports or using vibration sensors, we have the first nozzle of the digital age. So we can monitor the nozzle. We can have predictive maintenance on the nozzle. We can measure the flow rate. We can see if the guy that you hired to clean your processing plant is using too much water or not, or if he is using enough water. We also have projects with other partners working on non-destructive material testing. We are working on reducing the need of pesticides on fields and so on. So we have a very broad applicational range. How we make money? So we have 3 business streams. We're engineering and customizing the nozzle for the needs of our customers. Then we sell the nozzles to them, or we have a licensing agreement with our customers, which comes to the competitors. We have a very high level of innovation, which is patent protected against the standard nozzle manufacturers, and in this case, automotive suppliers. So our technology barrier is pretty strong. We were founded in 2015. We are a team of 10 people now, so this was beginning of last year, so we need to make a new photo soon. But we are still growing, and we are hoping to, or we are just internationalizing the product into the US market at the moment. Some voices from our satisfied customers. Sorry. I've waited the whole day for this one. This is our satisfied customers, and with this, I would like to thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
You still had 18 seconds.
Yes.
So, you know. Okay, questions. 1, Natalie, here. 2, 3, 4. Yes.
Great, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering sort of how you're envisioning pricing this, because water is often an externalized cost in many processes. So how much money are these industrial settings actually spending on water, and how much of that can you capture as a revenue stream?
This is a very interesting question, especially when you come to cleaning the food processing industry. This is a very interesting value stream because they built the plant, they built in the cleaning equipment into the plant, and then there's a third company coming and cleaning the plant. The third company is interested into cleaning it as fast as possible, reducing their personal costs, which brings them, they drill the nozzles that they have, they make them bigger, just to use more water and get faster. So we need to get into this and monitor the water usage, and then basically we can price on the water that is saved and on the wastewater that is saved.
Second question here.
How much revenues do you make, and how do you manufacture the nozzles?
We make this year about 630,000 euros revenue. Next year should be the million and possibly the break even. I'm knocking on wood. The nozzles are currently manufactured with our supply partners. They are 100% quality controlled in our lab as far as possible, and they're manufactured mostly in Europe and Germany.
Okay, the third question was you? No, you, sorry. No. The president of the jury, please.
No. No. To what extent is your nozzle depending on the stream? Because you said velocity, and I would be interested to know more about that, because I could see that different speeds give you different efficiency levels.
Yeah, definitely. So for the cleaning purpose, we can say the lower the pressure, the higher the efficiency gain in cleaning is. It works for up to several hundred bars. So we tested up to 700 bars. It can work for higher levels as well. And when it comes down to distributing, we can start at very, very low pressure. So well below 0.1 bar, we already have the oscillation, the broad distribution, and we can have a broad distribution with a very low amount of water.
Okay, now it's your turn.
Is the market value for nozzles in mixing, the sale of nozzles, 7 billion euros?
When you take it at the moment, definitely you have fuel injectors for gas turbine, you have fuel injectors for automotive engines, you have fuel injectors in a lot of industrial processes. So all these combustion processes are relying on nozzles for mixing and for fuel injection. The market is currently addressed by not classical nozzle manufacturers, but also automotive suppliers like Tier 1 suppliers, and by other companies as well.
We still have 1 minute and 12 seconds. No, yes, well, here it's nearer. Let's go. Yes, you two, and then you two, maybe.
I mean, it looked easy enough. You know, I was just wondering. I guess you're protected by IP licenses. And I remember there was one case, I think it was a wiper, they you only have one windscreen wiper, and the automotives never took it up, only after the patent expired. Then suddenly the next year, the first time I had it in. So I'm just wondering what your experiences are and when your patent is running out.
So the first patent that we had was granted 2 years ago. So you have to wait a little bit more. I know you're from Bosch, so. But it's definitely depending on the market we are looking for. So it is price sensitive, it is price dependent. For the higher pressures, our patent is very, very strong. There is no competitor on the market who's able to do it. I think we are good on this part, but we have to work a lot to keep it that way.
I'm sorry, we cannot take another question. It's 3 seconds left, and it's ringing now. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much. How do you say, I know it's a cliché, but last but not least, here we go, last speech of the day.
Please welcome Tobias Meyer, Leibniz Universität, Hannover.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what can I say? I was born and raised in East Frisia, and for normal, we are very hard to impress. Very calm, but today we saw really brilliant presentations from startups from all around the world. Now, thanks to the organizers for the order of the presentation, it's up to you, no, it's up to us actually, to unload the tension, the excitement that has been developing the whole day into one big final presentation. And if I'm speaking about a big final presentation, I'm not only looking at Jan-Hendrik, who's actually even taller than I am, but I'm speaking of a startup that actually has the power to push forward the revolution of clean energy production. We are not from Silicon Valley, we are not from MIT, but we are from Hannover in Germany. So please give it up for Jan-Hendrik Piel and Nefino.
Breaking the wall to fast and reliable wind turbine valuation. Jan-Hendrik Piel, Nefino.
Well, thank you very much, Tobias, for the amazing introduction. And also a special thanks to Falling Walls organization for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today about wind turbines and how we can accelerate the expansion of wind turbines with location intelligence. So I guess all of you have already noticed that day by day, not only in Germany, but all over the world, wind turbines contribute reliably to one of our most important goals as a society, which is the achievement of a transition toward a clean and sustainable energy system. But probably most of you are not yet aware of the fact that this global energy transition is highly at risk, since many of these wind turbines are likely to reach the end of their expected service life within the next decade. So if we have a look in Germany, for example, the number of these so-called end-of-life turbines will exceed an amount of more than 17,000 wind turbines, which is more than 60% of our entire wind fleet, and which is 5 times the energy demand of Berlin, for example. And at University of Hanover, we became aware of this problem back in 2014. And since then, we've been working on finding alternatives to the worst case, which is a permanent decommissioning of these turbines. So the solutions that we found can be distinguished into 2 groups. On the one hand, a technical lifetime assessment of the old wind turbine, and on the other hand, a repowering, which is basically the replacement of the old wind turbine by a new and more efficient one. And now we are at a point where we definitely need to raise the entire repowering, but also lifetime extension potentials, because otherwise we will be faced with a massive reduction in wind energy capacity over the next years. So in order to prevent this horror scenario, we have developed Nefino-LI. Nefino-LI is an innovative location intelligence platform that processes a lot of spatial, technical, and financial data in an integrated system of spatial planning analysis, wind simulations, technical lifetime assessments, and economic viability calculations. And with this unique combination of data, performance, and analysis, every wind turbine operator worldwide is able to find the best optimal solution for their end-of-life wind turbines. And even more important, is able to get connected to the right partners on the platform in order to quickly conduct the selected strategy. With Nefino-LI, we tackle a highly predictable market, since the wind turbines that were built in the past are the end-of-life wind turbines in the future. So we are able, based on this knowledge, to say that the market that we address, or the market potential that we address, will raise from $500 million in 2019 to more than $4.5 billion in 2029. We address this market by providing Nefino-LI to our customers as a software as a service solution that comes with a highly customizable API, as well as data analytics services. Our growth target is to increase our current user group up to 100 users in 2020, 100 companies in Europe in 2023, such that we will be able to reach our break-even in 2022. However, since we are aware of the fact that end-of-life wind turbines are not only a European problem, but will rather become a global problem over the next years, we are now at the point where we are seeking for support in order to develop our platform to an open platform that helps wind turbine operators and market actors to accelerate wind energy expansion all over the world. Thank you very much.
Next year, we don't need the timer anymore, Lavinia. This is fantastic. Okay, let's go with the questions. Who is first? 1, 2. Okay, let's start.
why can't anyone else do this? Why can't they do it themselves?
Because, well, the complexity lies in the different aspects you need to combine. So you need to find places where you can build the wind farm. You need to have a knowledge about the wind at the location. You need to have an idea of the economics and where you get the funding. And sure, in every part there are specific firms that have this knowledge, but what is unique about our software is that we combine all these, and we can do it in under 10 seconds for a pre-selection, for example, of wind turbines, or pre-selection of potential sites, and this helps the companies in the market a lot to accelerate their processes.
Okay, second question?
Yeah, just for clarification, so it's if you want to build a new plant, or is it also useful for existing plants, and who pays what for what?
Okay. Well, first question, both. So we are in the entire life cycle of a wind turbine, which means we have we have a value for existing wind turbines in terms of helping them to find ways how to economically viable the lifetime extension of the existing turbine, but also in case of a repowering, that we are able to identify potential sites where you could place new or build new wind farms at these sites. And the second question, different market actors, so we are working together with project developers, banks, investors, but also the owners, asset owners, and in average they pay 2,000 euro per month and license.
Third question, yes? If we don't have anyone else? Okay, third, fourth, we still have 1:30.
Can you talk about the differentiation against close competitors? So, for example, Outlook or Lime Jump.
Well, it's actually the speed that we have with our simulations, because we have implemented it on a server system, so we can highly parallelize our analysis, which means that it doesn't matter if you have a look on one single turbine or on an entire wind fleet, it's always under 10 seconds. And this helps customers with a more macro perspective to get a quick overview over the entire market, for example.
Well, 38 seconds.
Have you validated the benefits in a study?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The benefits, just a simple example, if a project developer, for example, evaluates a new site, they have different teams and they need up to 2 to 3 weeks to do it, and that's what we can do very close in terms of detail in under 10 seconds. So there's a massive reduction in time that is needed.
Thank you very much. That was the closing question for these speeches. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, before you go out, I have one request. Please, I would love to make a picture of people who have been seeing 30 pitches or nearly for one full day. Do you still have a little bit of energy before we go to the happy hour? You want to show it to me? I make a panorama picture. So just say like, yeah. 1, 2, 3, for 5 seconds. 1, 2, yeah, 3, yeah, 4, 5, hold, yeah, yes, so got it, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Second, it's the end of the pitches. Applause to everybody, startups, institutions, juries, live streams. I wonder if somebody live stream said the whole day long, Well, you're good as we are. Fantastic. So now, couple of very important announcements. Thanks to our partners, the Berlin Senate, Boehringer Ingelheim, Futurium for hosting us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be there today. So this is really great. Second, dear jury, you will go back to the jury. I would love to go with you and listen to you, but okay. Lavinia is going to accompany you to your jury meeting. Startups, please stay here. Startups will be invited on stage for a final photography. Don't leave the room. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Now we're going to have a happy hour break. Use it wisely. There will be beer and drinks and etc. So, network with a new face, friend, brand dates, we were talking about this, and have a look at the view, because if you go to the first floor, you see the complete government district here. It's beautiful. I'm not sure if you see the installation for the memorial ceremonies and etc., but it's probably worth checking this. It's upstairs on the exhibition level. Share the pictures, hashtag Falling Walls 19, you know this. Fourth, we will all meet sharp at 5:30 for the joint award ceremony in the room next door. It's the Forum 1. And fifth, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you today. Thank you to make this with us together. Thank you to Falling Walls for inviting me again. No, you have to get it back to the guy at the backstage. I need the sound again. Yes, please, startups, come on stage. The stage is yours. Startups, please, only the startups. Yeah, can we have also a little bit of energy on this stage, please? Come on. Are you all on stage? Big ones, please, at the back. Go to the back. 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Thank you. Wonderful. Yes. You're great. Rock the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, as someone very well-known said, I guess we filled the place. Thank you all for coming together. This is the most exciting part of the evening, the part we've all been waiting for. And therefore, with no further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Claudie Aigneret, Stefan von Holzbrink, and Melanie Smallman, the estimated jury chairs that have been in these incredibly difficult discussions around who will join us on stage today. Thank you. We have listened to 100 pitches from Labsters, 28 presentations from startups, 20 engaged presentations, and we're now here to learn a little bit about these formats, and I'd really love to know what your impressions were of the day and how difficult it was to actually make this decision. So could we start here, Claudie? Could you share a little bit?
Thank you. I think it was tough for the 100 candidates in the labs format, but it was tough and dense for us too with the jury. I think this format with 3 minutes gives them this possibility to transmit their conviction, passion, to deliver the message, and it was, we enjoyed really that. It was not so simple to find the right way to give you now 3 laureates, but really coming from 63 different countries. 3 minutes, very well trained, really. And we had to choose our rising stars.
Yeah.
We'll see that later.
We'll see what they do, and they will present tomorrow at the conference.
And the 3, yes, will have this immense privilege to be in front of the audience.
Thank you.
To share their enthusiasm and conviction and results and new ideas, concepts, and creativity.
Beautiful, thank you. How about venture?
I think we're at 27 startups today, healthcare, sustainability, and the future of technology. And it was the strongest mix that we ever had here at the Falling Walls conference. It was so exciting that in the jury session, it was so difficult to come to a conclusion. It really, we had at the forefront 1 or 2 contenders, yeah, and this time we had every time 4, and it was really, that's due to the diversity, and actually it's a good sign for science that so many highly professionally prepared and thought through insights out of science are translated into applications that will change our life tomorrow. Fantastic.
Beautiful, thank you.
Yeah, and with Engage, I mean, we've spent the day hearing from, I think it was 21 projects that are breaking down the walls between science and society, and every single one of them was amazing. We had a really difficult job as a jury to pick a winner, but I think the thing we want to make clear is that all of the finalists were winners in our eyes and were really amazing candidates.
So a huge round of applause to all of you for being courageous enough. I hope you all feel like winners, and we will now be sharing. We will be starting over here with Lab.
Okay.
So if the Lab nominees could come up from this side, that would be wonderful. And we will start with?
I will start with the Audience Award. So the winner of the Audience Award is Jorge Miles from Chile. Breaking the wall of fire.
Thank you. Here's the award. Fabulous. And you can have a seat down here. Thank you very much.
A high-tech flag. Yeah.
All right.
So now the 3rd place for the labs. Rushabh Sheda from India for affordable housing and waste plastic.
Where are you?
Where is it? Congratulations, really.
Welcome. Here. Wonderful. Have a seat. And place number 2 of
Place
Falling
number
Walls
2.
Lab 2019 goes to
Marielle van Koeten, the Netherlands unlabeled data. Congratulations, really.
Congratulations. There you go. Ta-ta. Woo. And you can have a seat over there. And finally, can you feel the sizzling energy in the room? Can you feel it? The Falling Walls price number 1 lab goes to
A drum?
drums. Imagine drums. Drum. Yes. We can't hear her otherwise. Okay. This is just adding to the end. Okay.
Okay, on y va.
Go. You can do it. On y va.
The winner is Rispiri, Australia, for broken glasses.
Have a seat down there. This is so exciting. Usually in the past, we've only done one per lab venture, and this time we're all here, so we can just continue. Can I switch places with you?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
So in your case, things will work a little bit differently because we have 3 clusters, right?
Yeah.
And so you're going to be nominating the winner of each cluster, who then comes up, and then there's extra suspense because we have to figure out who the winner
Of the clusters is.
This is complicated, but
Super.
but I'm still following. All right, so cluster number 1 is healthcare.
Yeah, and the winner is a company that is breaking the wall of antibiotic resistance. And Felix, you're happy. Where are you? Felix Biotech. Congratulations.
You're very welcome, and you can have a seat on the right side. Thank you very much. This way? Just down? They will come right up. Okay. Cluster number 2 is engineering of the future.
Yeah, and I think we chose a company that is helping the late diagnosis with ultrasound in your pocket. So Meadow AI, please come out here. Congratulations, congratulations. Yeah.
Cluster number 3, the last one, adventure, sustainability.
Sustainability, very important these days. And I think this company is turning toxic styrofoam into plant foam, and the company is called Kanpur Flower Cycling. Congratulations, yeah.
So they didn't run too far off.
No.
They're right around the corner.
No, exactly. I think, as you said in the beginning, everybody is a winner, so everybody is equal. Then we had the 3 cluster winners, which are a little bit more equal. And the most equal, the Falling Wall Science Startup of the year 2018 is Felix. Biotech, please come on here. Yeah. Thank you. No, please, you get it. Don't forget the stone here.
And we have yet another one, so we're going to do a little switch over here.
It's wonderful to have 3.
Wonderful to see so many women up on stage. Yes. So,
Yeah, well, we have selected one winner to be the Science Engagement for 2019. Of course, it's not straightforward. The presenter of the project was just filling in because the project lead had their visa delayed until the last minute. But he arrived this morning, too late to give his presentation, but is here today. So I'd like to call on stage 2 people for the Falling Wall Science Engagement Award. For breaking the wall of impersonal learning, we have Avarinth Panch and Kishot Naraja. Well done. You've just arrived.
You made it! And can you hold All right. A big round of applause. So actually, because I'm a millennial, I'd love to take a selfie with all of the winners and a selfie stick. So if all of the winners could come on stage and we'll do this thing. Come on up here. We'll test my selfie abilities. I don't actually own this thing. So if you could turn around, everyone on stage, and face this way.
Oh, with the crowd.
And then we'll have the crowd. So in the crowd, you're on the picture. So make sure you smile, and you're doing woo. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Oh, fabulous! Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now I would like to ask my friend Felix up on stage to make the final announcements of the evening. Thank you very much. You can stay up. You can stay. Oh, yeah.
Do I have the mic on? Thank you. My name is Felix Rundle. I'm the Executive Director at Falling Walls, and it's my absolute pleasure, and a simple one, to wrap up this amazing day. I might have yet another winner, because I just was approached by a potential investor in one of the venture startups. Here's the business card. I'll keep this a secret, but you can give that one also an applause, maybe, if you want. Of course, that's what we're looking for, all these connections that are being created in this community. And I think it was the first time that we had all the events, lab, venture, engage under one roof. And I think it paid off. I think the connections were created. And I hope you had an amazing day. I really want to thank all of you for coming today and for making this day what it was. And I really want to give a special thank you to our jury members, to our speakers, to our partners who made this all happen. And almost last but not least, to our amazing moderators who guided us through the day today. Please, AC Coppens of the Creative Catalysts. Is she here? AC, are you still here? Hey, thank you so much. Thank you. We have flowers, right?
Oh, really?
Here we go. Thank you. Thank you, AC. Then for Engage, Falling Walls Engage, Louis. Louis Hu of Science Sealith. I hope I spelled that right. Louis, come here, buddy. Hi.
Hello, good to see you.
Thank you. Some flowers for you.
Very kind.
Thank you very much. And finally, a nice box of Let's Work Magic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And so finally, we had just a little bit of work setting all of this up together for a little bit of time. And I really want to appreciate the work that was done by the Falling Walls team who organized all of this. And I think just represented by Lisa, Marie, Lavinia, maybe you can come forward just for a second and get your applause. But that's an applause for the whole team. Our very big thank you, of course, goes to the Futurium. Thanks for hosting us. Our thank you goes to the Futurium team who really worked with us very, very closely to make this happen. To Wilde Beisel von Schmidt, our event agency, and all the others back here and in the other rooms that really made all of this run smoothly. So my last statement is of an organizational nature. For those who are coming to the welcome reception, we have buses in front of the building that are departing right after this. If you want to walk, Google is your friend. We are doing this at the Naturkundemuseum. You'll have to learn some German. That's for Natural History Museum. Naturkundemuseum is actually just a 10 minutes walk, and since traffic is horrible, you might just want to consider forming a pack of networked people walking over there and having a nice brain date as you go. Thank you all once again. It was an absolutely delightful day, and we're proud to have all of you here. Thank you.
Thank you.